Yes, sir. Well, for once, Commander Cole and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir. I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll
Round one, fight!
It all up! Everything you got! Come on, you ape! You want to live forever?
Get away from her.
When the world's most deadly cartel threatens to end the lives of millions, only one man can stop them. Dean Cain, All-American Lawman, the all-new graphic novel. Get it now at BigManComics.com.
Wednesday, what the hell day is it? August 23rd. Guys, it's Double Impact Triple Threat. I'm your host, Gabe El-Taib, publisher, writer, penciler, inker, colorist, letterer, Big Man Comics. Guys, go to BigManComics.com. You can check out awesome apparel like this. I stand behind this shirt. Not only do I stand behind it, I stand inside of it, quite literally. American and proud of it. And you can get that right now, BigManComics.com. Welcome in the panel, the amazing Shelton, Jetty, and Jericho Green. How you doing, gentlemen?
Chilling, ready.
Fantastic.
Ready to go.
I just celebrated my 23rd wedding anniversary.
All right.
Congratulations.
This, past Friday. I'm still feeling kind of sick. I got to be honest with you. My wife came home from the grocery store. I thought she had bought me a little, thing of candy. Turns out it was Tide Pods.
Oh, she
Never
knows
been
you.
the same. Ate the whole thing. Oh, that'll get you.
Who among us hasn't done that,
I mean, but they make them look so good.
Right. So,
Yeah, it's their fault.
hey, YouTube, we're kidding. No one should eat a Tide Pod ever.
No, this is not medical advice.
No.
Oh, it's just diet.
Holy cow.
Bang!
Brandon Clark.
Right out of the gate.
Who can top that guy? Thank Brandon. Wow. I'm honestly
Without a Brandon.
humbled. Wow. A great week just got even better. That is so wonderful of you to do that. Brandon is a great fan. We connected on X, I guess it's called now, no more Twitter. And his brother was not doing good at all. And he wrote to me how much it meant to get a hold of Isom and read that from the great Eric July. I worked on that as a color artist on Rippaverse stuff. And I sent him over a nice drawing of the main character there from Isom. And so we connected that way. It's wonderful to connect with fans. So thank you, Brandon, so much for the $50. And in Biden's America, that is worth like at least,
2
30
million.
last year, so awesome. And anytime you send a super chat, of course, you're going to get one of these. Here we go.
God, I love it.
Guys,
I love this show.
I love doing this show, guys. Today it's Legacy of Rage. This is Brandon Lee's first starring role in a film. It's a Hong Kong action film. I love it. It's not a perfect movie, but it has got action. That last about 15 minutes is literally like a 1980s, 90s video game. It's insanity.
Yeah.
We'll get to that, but I want to tell you how great this week has been going for me. Then we'll check in with Jericho and Chuck because I have wonderful blessing news about what I've been up to the last 24, 48 hours. Aruma Faye, a member for 6 months. 6
Dang.
months.
That's a long time.
Woo, boy. Congratulations to you, Sean, and your beautiful wife. Yes, congratulations
About
to
you,
you,
lady.
you and Lauren
Yeah.
for knowing me, Sean. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
It's funny because Gabe and I were in the shower before this, and I said to him,
Right. And listen, if you're going to soap off my back, dude,
Keep that
soap it
inside.
all the way off because I'm itching now because there's still soap.
I thought I got it all, silly buns.
You got to rinse it, okay?
Guys, keep that inside. Okay.
You play the splish
Yep,
splash
inside.
later, I want the soap off, okay?
Those are inside thoughts.
Yeah, way
Yeah,
inside.
well,
So
All
thanks.
the way.
All right.
All the way
wheels
inside
gone.
thoughts.
Here you go.
Started
Ruma.
the race.
Here you go, Ruma Faye. A nice special just for you. Thank you very much for sending that.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty.
Please.
Already got the Belgian buns in there.
That's right. The Belgian bun.
We just started. Dang it.
For those of you that love culture war stuff, because I do, I'm just that way, guys. I don't make the rules. I'm just that way. I drove up from San Diego to undisclosed location. They don't like to advertise where they are, but I went up north of San Diego for a while. And Dean Cain, my buddy, Superman, my partner on Dean Cain, All-American Lawman, he drove in from Vegas where he lives. And we did a podcast, the great Babylon Bee podcast. Now, many of you know I did the Babylon Bee last year, and it was a smash hit, guys. It got a lot of views, and people really liked what I had to say because
Very nice.
because I agree with you guys in the chat. You're geniuses, and I like to be a tribune for you, like in ancient Rome. A tribune who would speak for the people. You know what I mean? And I like to do that. So we had a wonderful time. Many laughs were had. We showed off these covers that we had for Dean Cain, All-American Lawman. And I was wearing my Antisocial Social Club. You get that now, bigmancomics.com. And look at my buddy Jarrett is wearing the Superman shirt that I'm wearing currently. Not the same one. He's a large. I'm a double
Great
X.
shirt.
But, And I avoided any carbohydrates for 9 days before I went on the air because I know it makes your face slimmer if you just eat meat and fat. So I'm so cranky to have carbs or a pancake or just a muffin or something. And I was telling my wife the night before, you don't think just eating like one thing the night before is going to float? And she's like, do you want me to get you something? I said, what I want to do, but I won't, is tell you to shut up. Okay? I'm not cranky about cookies. I'm not. So it was awesome. Such a blessing. These are great folks. They've got a wonderful office there. They do a catered lunch, very kind to them. And then we filmed a skit with Dean. You guys are going to love that. After the hour-and-a-half podcast, there was a skit where they asked Dean really funny stuff. I'll save. I won't give spoilers on it. And we just had a great day. Dean is like my third brother. I have 2 biological brothers, but I feel like he's a third brother. So it was freaking-tastic to promote our work and to promote our values and to promote what all of us are doing here. Because I'm not doing it alone. When you buy the books, when you buy Sean's stuff, when you support Jericho, when you send a super chat, you're supporting all of this stuff. And it's how we have fun reclaiming our culture. And just for you guys that are tuning in, let me show you a little bit of artwork, some snippets from All-American Lawman.
Snippets.
Right. So we have Chris Tanaka here. He's the only man who can save the world from this evil. And this is just this is the opening scene of the comic. Don't worry, this doesn't spoil anything. These are not full pages. These are just some panels. Well, look at the amazing illustration by my buddy Akion. I did the colors, but look at this. You got this bike swooping away. Damn it. Look inside that gas truck on the left there. Do you see that?
That was tight. The reflection, yeah.
Isn't that just fantastic?
Attention to detail.
I don't write this stuff in the script. I just write, he whizzes through the bad guy's base on the bike. They shoot at him. There's lots of guys everywhere. He's heading towards a hangar. That's what I write. I just write a very brief description of what's going on. Sometimes I'll throw in a little dialogue to add some like mood or flavor, but I leave these things really open. And some inside baseball for you guys. That's called the Marvel style. Stan Lee, the Marvel guy with the mustache, he pioneered that back in the 60s. He would send just a couple pages to the illustrators. Here's what happened. Superman meets the Silver Surfer and they blah, 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 and they get in a fight with the Hulk. And then you leave it to the illustrator to be the director of photography and to figure out the shots, to figure out the pacing. And my buddy Akion, he wrote me this morning. He says, I love your script and I love, it's such a good story. So, but I love that you just let me be creative and decide the pages. And we're peanut butter and jelly. And if you ever saw some cocky cartel thugs get wasted by the Vulcan cannon of an A-10 Thunderbolt, if you ever wanted to see that, you can see that in 4 colors, right?
I do want to see that.
Well, behold, Jericho, I give it to thee. I give it to thee.
Man.
Yes.
Favorite airplane, man.
Right.
As a kid, I loved that plane so much. Yeah. Have you guys ever seen that book, The Big Book of, I think it's literally called The Big Book of Military Aircraft, I think. I mean, it was the name of it. And it had schematics of like what the interior looked like, cross sections and all this stuff.
Right.
Oh, loved it, man. And I say this, they just released the newest edition or newest printing of Michael Golden's artist edition, which was dedicated to the late, great Jason Pearson. I feel like the spirit of Jason, the spirit of all those artists lives on in Akion stuff, man. That stuff is crazy good.
Well, let me show you something really quick here. Speaking of the schematic, here's a quick screenshot of how I send the script. Okay, this is Dean Cain, All-American Lawman, Dangerous Freedom, right? Oh, is it on the screen? Sorry. Let me pop that up. I want to show you that when you talk about the schematic. So here it is, page 1, page 2, page 3. Those are the pages. But look at right here. I send him stuff like this. I did suggest the Akira slide on the bike. That's that famous drawing from Akira where he's sliding. Everyone copies that. But look, I sent him the A10 with the schematics. You know what I mean?
Beautiful. That's the image. Yeah. Love that. That was in my book.
Right. So that's a little bit of kind of stuff I do. But I don't describe the panels. I just say, this is what happens on this page. And if he has something better, best idea wins. If he says, what if we did this on this page to change the pacing or whatever? So, I trust him because he's amazing at what he does. Let me check out the chat real quick. Joe Mello, John, Michael Coulter, Brandon Clark, Aruma Faye, Hunch the Nasty Roofer is here. Everybody's here. When does the RybackWestpac.com tour shirt drop on the website? I created that design, but I don't have that shirt printed because I didn't know what the demand would be for that. So I just haven't printed it. I think ones that I need to wait to grow my channel and my influence on that bigger, way, way, way bigger numbers. I think I need to wait. I don't know if there's demand for it, beyond one person, I'll obviously think about it. But I just don't want to be sitting on a bunch of stock for something that's very niche. So that's the honest answer there. If that answer sucks, tell me, because I always want to A/B test with the audience. If you think I'm wrong about something, anyone in the audience, tell me. It doesn't mean you're right, but I will definitely always listen. So
yeah.
So
it seems, I was going to point something out because I'm not going to try and tell you how to run your business or whatever else, but if I can for a minute, I feel like when Jericho and I are on this show, I wouldn't say we're employees or anything like that, but I feel like we're kind of a part of a team. And I look at that beautiful hat of yours and my mind just kind of wanders. I'm not trying to be. I'm not.
Well, I was going to ask you why you weren't wearing the Big Man Comics choker that I sent. I'm not. My feelings are not really that hurt. I'm just kind of surprised.
Big Man Comics puka shell necklace.
Let me tell you.
Well, Jericho, you got that weird leather with the rubber ball that said Big Man on it. I didn't want to make that thing.
No, I just swapped it out for the ball I already had.
Oh, okay. Well,
I already have the whole contraption.
All right, easy. So I have something that though I am going to be sending to you guys, and you guys hit me with your addresses because I've decided this has to happen. Oh, God bless you, Rise Art. It's good to see you.
He does great work all over Instagram and Facebook. Ton of fan art that would be right up the alley of people watching the show. He does a ton of fan art for Cobra Kai all the time. Nice. It's pretty groovy stuff. So if you like that 80s Karate Kid stuff, he's way into it, Rice Art. Check him out.
I
check
want to
out
send.
Mark's art.
I want to
Yeah.
send you guys, you two. Do you guys both have Blu-ray players? I'm assuming.
No.
I don't think I do. I've been meaning to buy an Xbox or a PlayStation 5 forever to have a Blu-ray player, and I just never get
That
around
helps.
to it because they're like $600.
helps.
I'm like, I don't play video games that much, you know. So
Do you play? You have DVD players.
yeah,
Yes.
I have an old Xbox 360 I can play DVDs on. So
Nice, because I'm thinking of sending you guys copies of Jackie Chan's Rumble in the Bronx because I think we're gonna make it happen.
Oh,
saw
I
that in
think I saw that
in
somewhere.
I saw that in theaters in '96.
Mhm.
I think that I think that's on Prime somewhere. You know, before you
Hell
purchase the DVDs, I think I saw it somewhere. Anko. Yeah, I remember that shit. Was that
Whoa,
96 or
Bobby.
94?
Well, I know it was in theaters in like '96. I don't know. Maybe it had an early
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
release.
maybe you're right. I don't, but I do remember it was a big deal in America. Like they pushed
Oh,
that
yeah.
like a major motion picture. Like it wasn't just a Hong Kong
Mhm.
film or whatever. Like that shit
Oh,
was major with the hovercraft at the end and all that. And then it
Yeah.
showed all the not really bloopers, but all his injuries.
Right.
Bloopers.
And where he
You
broke
know,
his ankle and shit.
Remember that time Jerko had that appendix blooper? It was hilarious. Like, what the hell?
Everyone starts laughing. Even I start laughing.
He broke his wrist in 3 places.
Yeah.
His skull
That was
broke.
hilarious. Guys.
Mirko, you are a Navy man. Let's see what you think of Hunch's comment here. The great Hunch, Dirty Roofer. He of the great book suggestions. And guys, if I can suggest a book to you, Hunch, the turntables have turned, as Michael Scott said on The Office. I will suggest a book to you. Now, everyone here knows my favorite author is Cormac McCarthy. He wrote The Road, the Plains trilogy. Blood Meridian is my favorite book of all time. He wrote No Country for Old Men. He died in June, about the same day the Iron Sheik died. 2 of my favorite guys died around the same time. He was like 83 years old, Cormac McCarthy. But his last book, his 2 books, came out last year. And the first one is called The Passenger. And I'm listening to it on audiobook right now. And it's insane and fantastic. So that's a recommendation from me. Cormac McCarthy's last work. It's awesome. There's a part in there. I'll just, I won't tell you the whole story because the story is so complicated. There's a lady who's schizophrenic. She's really intelligent and she sees these weird people that don't really exist. And she talks to them, but she knows they're not real. She knows she's nuts. She checks herself into like a mental institution place to get the electroshock therapy to get rid of these people she talks to. So she goes through all of that. She wakes up. She pulls the mouth guard out because they put the mouth guard in when they zap people. And they says she looks at the foot of her bed and all her crazy friends that aren't real are standing there and their clothes are all burnt and the main guy's hair is all gone, all burned off.
Shit.
And he's all, what the fuck is wrong with you? What were you trying to do to us? Are you crazy, lady? It made me laugh so hard when I read that.
That's
So,
nuts.
and then she started apologizing to these imaginary people. So let's read Hunch's question. Gabe, with you being in San Diego, the number of former Navy guys, especially former SEALs, will eat that shirt up locally. If you have any vet workout buds, let them know. I bet you get a run of orders. He's talking about the Ryback's Westpac tours or whatever. What do you say, Navy man? Do you think Navy people would like that?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. That would be if you have a group or community of people who would, Navy folk would be in it, especially SEALs, because, I've having spoken to some SEALs about that very thing, how they're portrayed in movies and stuff, they get a laugh out of that shit. They know it's absolutely ridiculous, especially with their real life experience to juxtapose that with. They love it. I totally think they
All
do.
right. You know what I could do? Because I'm getting into I have a web guy who's an expert in Facebook marketing and all the algorithms and all that. And Facebook will serve your ads to algorithmically the correct people that are most likely to buy. They have it down to science. It probably wouldn't be too hard to find Navy groups on Facebook. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If
People
anything, if marketed correctly, people will buy it. There's
Right.
a huge community, and not just them, not just those who were actual operators, but people who support them, their wives, and
Wow.
their kids.
I mean, even
and
if
stuff
in
like
my
that.
neighborhood, I live here in San Diego. I live really near the ocean. You can't throw a rock without seeing, at a house that has a Navy flag going. Like there's just veterans everywhere in this town.
Yeah, if you could,
Wow.
all you'd have to do is find a few guys locally and give them a sample, and once the other guys see it,
Okay.
where'd you get that shirt? Oh,
You know what?
bigmancomics.com.
Maybe I'll print some up and give them away. My father-in-law does Patriot Guard. That's the Patriot Rider Guard or whatever it's called, where they ride in honor with fallen soldiers to the gravesite, like El Camino Cemetery here in San Diego is the biggest military cemetery in San Diego. He'll ride his Harley with other veterans on their bikes, and they clear the way for the hearse coming through with the casket of fallen soldiers. So maybe I'll talk to my father-in-law about that stuff because he's a Navy man.
Yeah.
he was underway too forever. So
Yeah, that's a unique experience being underway for days and months at a time. Let me tell you.
well, remember what they say. Remember what they say. It's not gay if it's underway.
No, it is. It is gay if it's underway. No, nobody in the Navy believes that.
The script of the comic is being written on the show, and I just pray that someone is taking notes. Someone going, they say it's not gay if you're underway, and Jericho cut to him. No, it is. It definitely is.
Nobody believes that. Nobody at all.
To Jericho.
No one's like, oh, we're out on the ocean. Let's
yeah, it's weird. Isn't that funny?
In the butt.
You see some of these cats in this movie, and you look at them and you go, you see, here's the problem with almost all of the decisions the character of Michael made in this film. None of it's okay in almost any situation that I could ever think of. And, he's the kind of guy who's going, come on, man, what do you want me to do? Anything else, you bastard. Just anything else.
Dude, and well, I guess we'll wait. I don't want to give that away. I'll say that when we get to that part, but I was surprised by part of this. Surprised by part of this plot, and it looked like it was going to go the way I thought it was going to go, but then it didn't. And Brandon Lee, young Brandon Lee, 1986, a young man. He still hadn't grown into more of the smoldering, the Crow Brandon Lee, young man. And I saw quite a few. Maybe it's just me, but this had to have been noticed by him. There are a few similarities between this movie and his dad's movie, The Chinese Connection. There are some scenes in there that jumped out at me like, wait a minute, his dad, that's the same scene from that movie. Even the girl's name, May, in Chinese Connection, her name was Mei Ling. That had to cross somebody's mind, especially this being a Hong Kong film. So when we get to it, I'll point it out, but there are a few times that I thought, maybe this isn't, paying homage to his dad or something like that, because this is 13 years after his dad's death, and he was young. I think he was born in 66 or 65, so he's like 20, 21 at the oldest in this movie. And the way it ended, plot twist. I mean, I didn't think it was going to end that way, but it sure did.
It sure did. Yeah, Hunch has another one for you, Jericho. Did you ever come upon someone taped up at any of your duty stations?
No, I never came across any taped up individuals.
Does that mean like taped to the wall or like duct taped up? Or
I don't know. This is Hunch's story. But I have seen, not in the Navy, but I have seen somebody tied to a bedpost, like a bunk bedpost with fucking dental floss, and then somebody lit the dental floss and it burned like a fuse all the way around him. So that was fucked up. But no, when I was in the world's finest Navy, I never came across anybody taped up.
Hunch, I'll ask him. He's dodging this. Did you order the code red?
You're damn right I did.
Oh shit! My lawyer should have stopped me.
Whoops. Counsel, you failed.
We can still save this case, man.
What a good movie that was.
Great movie, man.
Maybe we should do it. You know what we need to get to? After we get to No Retreat, No Surrender, we got to do some movies that I've never seen. I've never seen Back to the Future 1, 2, or 3. I've never seen them.
That's a shame.
Wow.
Never seen them.
Wow.
Now, I heard I am a Libyan man. I've heard the villains are Libyan terrorists in the first one.
Of course.
So
don't know about that. They were, first of all, there's no evidence they were Libyans.
Okay.
I saw a couple close-ups.
Were they Pakistani? You sure they weren't from Pakistan?
No, they were Libyans, but let's be real. They were Californians for sure.
Oh, shit.
And I don't even mean, And then the other aspect of it is I think the villain is a high school douchebag named Biff. It's clearly established he's a sick man. So that's my argument.
What is Men at Work? Is that Emilio Estevez and the other guy, Charlie Sheen?
Charlie Sheen, yeah, the Garbage Man.
Garbage Man. I've never seen it, but
it's a legend.
Yeah, I think we should put together some kind of list just for the short term, because there's so many movies like damn it, what's the one we were talking about with Jack Nicholson and Tom Cruise? Few Good Men. There's so many movies like that are such iconic movies, but there's 100 50,000 iconic movies. So I think we should maybe try to jot down some real bangers. Of course, after NRNS.
All right.
But there's some heavy hitters that we need to pay respect to.
Mark's Music Obsession. Evening, guys. Living next to Pensacola, I drove through there once. I also have the pleasure of having tons of naval activity going on all the time, including getting to see the Blue Angels fly a ton. Hold on. I'm getting a spam call. Spam risk.
Oh, I love spam calls.
Thank you. My son will answer them and mess with them.
Oh, I love it, man.
Mark, I want to say thank you, and two things. First, you get your little thingy here, and for those of you that don't know, the news, which is never fake, predicted a hurricane would strike San Diego this last Sunday.
It had a name, didn't it?
Grocery stores were filled. Oh, Hurricane Hillary, buddy.
Uh-oh.
It came in and deleted 30,000 emails off of people's hard drive.
You hate to see it.
But they were saying 60-mile-an-hour winds, 10 inches of rain, the end of the world in San Diego. And we laughed here at my house. And during the hurricane, my wife and daughter and the baby, they were out to lunch with a friend a couple miles from the house. And as I told my family, it's scientifically impossible to have a hurricane here in San Diego because the ocean is too cold. It just is. Yeah. Look it up. I'm not your research department. It's literally impossible for there to be a hurricane here. And I know that. I've known that since I was a kid when I took oceanography classes in school. You learn about the ocean living 3 miles from it. And it's just not possible. But of course, the news wants to have their narrative, global, whatever, all their global warming nonsense they want to lie about. And we had a rainstorm. That's what we had on Sunday. A typical rainstorm. There you go. Remember, guys, I sent you.
The main thing is, are you okay?
Well, that's what I wanted to get at. I wanted to say
safe?
Thank you because Mark messaged me on YouTube. He lives in Florida where he actually gets hit by hurricanes that are not possible in San Diego.
Real ones.
And he said to me, hey, man, be careful. And I said, hey, we'll be fine. You can pray for me if you want. And also Joseph Fazio, who's always in the chat, he also reached out to me because I guess he lives in Florida too, he said. And he said, be careful. This is what I do that. So although we were in no danger, I appreciate the concern. So it's like when there's an earthquake in San Francisco, my dad will call me sometimes. And I have to explain to him, that's an 8-hour drive, Dad, from my house, but thank you.
That's like 10-hour drive from your
house. If you hit any traffic, it's 10.
It's 8 hours from where I am, and I'm like an hour and a half from San Francisco. So
right.
You're looking at like a 10-hour drive. That's a world away. And people get caught. People haven't spent a significant amount of time in California. If a lot of California is what you get from California is on TV or something like that, don't get caught up in Venice Beach and the surfer dudes out there. If you look at the surfers, you notice they're wearing dude. You notice they're wearing wetsuits. No one's out there in board shorts because the water is freezing from San Diego all the way up to San Francisco, Eureka, all that shit. The ocean is freezing. And I'm
going to butcher this quote, but I'm close. Mark Twain said, the coldest winter I ever spent was that summer in San Francisco.
Yeah.
He has a quote like that. I'm butchering it, but he basically says it's effing cold even in the summer in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And yes, you wear a wetsuit in San Diego until like June. Like in July, you kind of don't need to, but like in June, the water's still cold over here. So
yeah, freezing. Yeah. And you don't see people out there in board shorts and all that kind of stuff. It's always cold. I remember a few years back in Monterey, and Monterey's weather is identical to San Francisco, just the way the coastline goes in and out and all that stuff. So it's not uncommon in June, July, August, September, finally getting to October, you have the Indian summer, or should I say indigenous people summer? But you're getting into the Indian summer. So then
this is not an Indian summer. Sorry, go ahead.
Actually, I was talking about indigenous people in the United States of America that was colonized by white people. But makes me sick. But we've had weather for like a week. It was 105 plus. Ooh. That did nothing to the temperature of the water. It was still freezing cold.
Of course.
It's a lie. So it's impossible to have a hurricane on the west coast of these United States.
Right. So we had, remember the video I sent you, we were talking about Sunday, me and Jonathan Jericho through our text group. And I literally went outside my front door and took a video. And how did it look when I sent you the video of the hurricane?
Not what I thought it was going to be.
It was trickling.
I thought you guys would have the windows boarded up.
No.
Everybody's laying on the floor just in case flying debris comes through the windows, and it was nothing like that. It was a drizzle. It was a drizzle. If you
it was like Twister. It was like Twister. There was a cow going right
Helen
past
Hunt.
his window. Just
Helen Hunt was there
Unreal.
with her weather gadgets.
And they're such colossal cowards here. I mean, this is what you get when you have a society run by hysterical women and all the men just take a back seat. They didn't start school because of the hurricane on Monday. The fake hurricane on Sunday, they didn't start school till Tuesday because of it. You know, so but we recovered.
Loving it.
We recovered from Hurricane Hillary. You know, right up, dude. I blew it. That's my go-to. I went there yesterday. I went to Mr. Frosty. For those in the audience that don't know, there's this amazing soft serve family-owned ice cream place right by the boardwalk in Pacific Beach, very near where I live in San Diego. And I was standing in line with my kids and my wife when my kids were like middle schoolers, like 10, 15 years ago. And these like stoner surfer bros were right in front of us talking about what they were going to order, dude. And this one guy said he ordered this and ordered that. And then the next guy goes, oh, I got the dirt cup. And that's like a brownie with gummy bears. It's like a mess. Everything you think of. And the guy in front of him had ordered something different. He's like, oh, I blew it. That's my go-to.
Dude,
so
you sank my battleship, dude.
oh, dude.
Fuck.
I just thought, like, you can get back in line and get another one.
No, dude, that's too much work, dude. I blew it.
But I went there yesterday, and I got a Reese's milkshake, Reese's shake, and I got a chocolate dip cone for Big Baby, a tiny one. And she had it, and she really liked it. So there you go.
What's not to love?
That's right. So, and you know, the joy of being a child and just being so comfortable and innocent. She's literally just like reaching at the cone and grabbing ice cream and eating it, you know, just getting everywhere. Doesn't care, you know. And as an adult, you're like, oh, it's sticky, it's filthy, and she's just enjoying herself. So it's very nice.
She got a cleanup crew. She's good.
That's right. And she's like, let's go. Let's get it cleaned.
You, boy,
hey,
come here.
You missed the spot.
Cleanse my face of this confectionery treat.
Wipe my monocle.
Get him, Big Baby.
That's right. So, no, we're having a great time. That Babylon Bee thing was amazing. I will be posting links. Dean will be posting links. We had a very fun time. We have very good chemistry with the hosts there. We had a lot of fun with them. And the Babylon Bee people, they're fun people to hang out with. They're really nice. So all together good. We're spreading the good word about great entertainment. So that's what's up. Anything else from you two before we get into Legacy of Rage?
Oh, let's do this, man.
It's a tight 88 minutes. We all agree that action movies should be an hour and a half, right?
Yeah. Because I want it to, you know, I don't want every action movie to be a damn origin story. Like, let's go, man. Let's get in. Why is he going to burn down half the city? Did they take his kid? Did they kill his wife? Did they kill his partner? What's going on here? All right, let's go. Because there's only a handful of plots a good action movie will pull from. So let's get into it. Let's see some cool shit we've never seen before.
Right. And this is dubbed. It must be in Chinese. They dub it into English. And it's on Amazon Prime, but you have to subscribe to a 7-day free trial of Hiya. So Hiya is $3.99 a month. I will be canceling it before the 7 days.
I already canceled it. It said just don't renew subscription and watch until a week from now. I was like, yep, that's exactly right.
Is that how you watch it too, Sean?
Yep.
I am not watching Hiya.
Well, I heard there was someone that was very, very unhappy that we got the free sample and then just backed out right away. And he wanted to ask you, Sean, a few questions about it. He told me, well, you want to tell him how you felt about him subscribing and unsubscribing, Japan Man?
Thank you. If we're being honest, Ashanti, I'm trying to be serious here.
Sean, now look him in the eye like a grown man. Give him his respect.
I don't have my tattoo anymore, but whatever. Thank you. I thought that you would rank a higher TV forever. But
Now,
when I
Sean,
found out to the contrary, I was sad.
now, Sean, tell him what you told me about why you canceled it so quickly.
Well, Japan Man, I felt like there were not enough Japanese people
Oh.
on the channel. I went on there; it was all Chinese.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
So, do you feel very honored, Japan Man, that he was sticking up for your Japanese brethren?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna let it go then. You're not gonna punish him.
Yeah, it's cool.
Okay. All right. Well, we better let you get back.
Do I have a tattoo or not?
Well, you're just airing it out. We'll let you get back to your dinner. Where were you eating tonight? Were you eating at your favorite place there?
I was eating at Arigato Sushi.
Oh, all right. Oh, you changed it up from a Mikadana Duru.
No, this is just a pregame. I always eat main course at a Mikadonado.
What is your go-to item at McDonald's that you like?
Everything. I go through menu number 1 and 2 and 3 and so on.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
And
All
then
right.
once I reach last meal, I start from the top.
Wow. That's amazing. It's like the circle of life.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Oh man, that is beautiful. All right, well, please close your shirt. I mean, there are women and children in the audience, man. So
It's for the ladies.
all right, well, we don't want to get them too excited,
Too late.
Too late. All right, Japan Man. Well, enjoy your Happy Meal or whatever it is you're eating over there at McDonald's, and we'll get back to you later. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Japan Man, everyone.
Oh, he came in early.
Wow, he did.
Brilliant.
Well, he told me he had some other things he got to, but he got really fired up that you guys are ordering Haya and then just canceling it right away. So
Yeah.
Well, he spoke his piece,
He did.
Japan Man needs to go. Dude, Brian, that is a sticky issue. We'll ask the Hulkster about it later because we got to get rolling.
That's
here,
too much starch, man. The rice
Too much starch.
Well, and then
and
there
the
was
pasta. That's too much.
there was that whole beef where Japan Man was trying to show Hulkster real noodle preparation techniques. They got into this whole Asian noodle versus Italian noodle thing. It got nasty.
And
So-
the Hulkster wanted to do like a rigatoni sushi roll,
Oh,
and that just started.
right.
Anyway, yeah, we can't get into that right now.
Yeah, it got very personal and weird,
A lot of mudslinging, if you will.
Yeah, so I don't know. Anyway, Legacy of Rage from what, 1986?
86. I was 6 years old.
Damn.
Young man.
This movie's almost 40 years old. That's so bizarre to think about. Don't forget the like button. Don't forget them, guys.
Yeah, you piece of shit. And this, of course, this movie took place in 1986, but it was still really 1986.
Right.
It was.
It was 86 at every turn and every opportunity. It maximized it. The phone, the clothes, the cars. It seems like I've seen those same cars in Hong Kong movies, but well into the 90s. So I don't know if they don't do new cars over there, but these cars they were running around and smashing up and blowing up in this movie. Very familiar.
Right. So we start off with this drug lord guy here, and not that guy, this guy here, and they're checking in on this kid. He's whizzing around on it was going so fast. Were they rollerblades or were they just regular rollers? They had to be rollerblades, right?
I don't know.
Were rollerblades a thing yet in 1986?
I thought they were rollerblades because that dude looked like he was about to. Like, it's weird that he didn't die that way.
Yeah.
Seeing him going at breakneck speed.
So basically, this kid's a courier. He's dropping off drugs. He's picking up money. He's an in-betweener for these serious drug gang. I think they do heroin or coke. They do some white powder. Hunter Biden wouldn't know. We could ask Hunter about it.
He's a resident professional.
Right.
Or
Oh,
expert.
you know. Just made me think of a new character for the show. But anyway.
But this kid, the rollerblader, and we all know this, the hardest part about rollerblading is telling your parents that you're gay.
Right.
Yeah, it's
That's the
hard.
toughest part. You can
Really
get
is.
past that. Yeah, this is definitely coke because he's doing the gummer. See if it turns
Right.
his gums numb. If it's that good shit.
Why do
So,
they
yeah.
always do that in these classic 80s, 90s movies? The cop or the bad guy, they'll cut open the bag of powder and they'll.
Yeah, because if it makes your gums numb, it's good shit. It's
But they
pure.
don't get high. They don't get high from that.
No,
little
no.
bit? I don't know.
It just numbs your mouth.
Oh.
That's all.
Yeah, and
So
this
that's
is
a quick
actually
way.
very observant by John. This is Psy, the pop culture phenomenon from Korea. That's him, Gangnam Style. That's him right
That's
there.
what he means by Gangnam style.
All right, a little Gangnam Style right there. Yeah.
It's Gundam style. That's what it is.
Gum Style. So the kid is doing the drop off. He picks up a bunch of cash. He goes to a payphone and says, "Oh, I did the deal, boss." And then the kid starts sticking wads of hundreds.
Well,
in his
he
pants.
swaps out the bag, right, for one of these cars. The guy holds a bag out the window. He throws in the bag he has, grabs the bag he hands him. Then he goes, and then he says, and the phone call was very weird. He calls him, hangs up, and then decides, "Oh, I'm gonna look in this bag that some ominous, group has me rollerblade around town." And I guess he would have gotten away with looking in the bag, but then, like you said, Gabe, he started stuffing the contents of the bag right into his pants.
In the front of his pants.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you don't want to stick it in the back either, but like.
But you don't got any pockets?
Not a lot
There's
of
no
pants.
pockets.
Not a lot of pants to be doing that
I'm putting
either.
this money
You know,
in my. He just got done, and in the scene where he's in the phone booth, he's sweating. This dude's probably on a little bit of coke he was delivering. He's rollerblading around the city, sweating, and then he takes a handful of cash and puts it in his sweaty balls.
There you go. And then this guy tastes it. No, this is before that.
That's before. Oh yeah.
And then when the kid goes to deliver the money, minus what he's hidden in his shorts, they give him lead poisoning in his forehead with what
So they
looks to be a
dome this fucking kid.
Yeah.
Like, he looks like he's like 8 years old right there.
Yeah.
But yeah,
they,
he fucked that kid up.
Yeah, they give him one right in the face.
But you have to know that if you steal money from drug dealers,
I feel like that's a horrible decision, right?
Yeah.
Stealing money from violent criminals. Come on.
If only there were entire genres of movies based on that warning.
If only we could predict what kind of behavior these lawless murderers might do if you upset them.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because drug dealers, they're usually pretty level-headed, right?
Yeah, they are.
They're known for their
imagine?
generosity and their kindness.
Jericho takes some money from guys like that. Sean says, "What is Johnny the Killer going to do to me?"
That's
I
right.
mean, he was just in prison for 12 years. He's probably out of shape by now.
You're gonna live up to his name,
Yeah.
Johnny the what? Yeah, you're gonna.
You
find
wait.
out.
You killed that kid over $10,000? No, that was my son. I saw him rollerblading. And you're like, oh my
Yes.
god. I
Against
mean,
him was it
different
rollerblades.
times.
Ooh.
Different
Against
times.
him for
Hey,
baby.
rules are rules,
Rules.
He knew that.
Gum Gum style with that little yay, that little bit of snow.
Mhm.
There you go. Yeah, it's snowing in Hong Kong, boys. So Smash got to the Hong Kong junkyard. And I think it would be fun to use construction equipment like this or demolition equipment like this. Have you boys ever used any heavy machinery? I've driven forklifts. Famously, I crashed one in a warehouse. I've driven the other, like a skip loader, and there's other way bigger equipment on a job site when I was a construction worker. Have you guys ever done anything like this? Anything massive?
Nope.
I've never used any heavy equipment like this, but when I was a kid, we would often go to this place called A&S Metals, and my dad would have like a bunch of scrap metal in the back of the truck, transmissions, and all this kind of shit. And they would take the electromagnet and put it over the back of the truck. And it would suck all that, all the metal would stick to it, and then it'd move it away. Or if it was something too big for it, the big claw would come down and pick it up. So it was cool to sit there and look out the back of the truck window and see all this huge equipment. And also you could turn in recycling cans and bottles and all that to see all the big machines scooping it up and the machines compacting it into cubes. That shit was, man, little boy's dream.
That reminds me of recycling cans and all that. My grandparents would save all the cans like all year, and they'd have 6, 7, 8 trash cans full worth, like just tons of bags in their big backyard. And we'd go to Safeway, which is a grocery store in Colorado. It's like Vaughn's here in San Diego.
Out here too in California.
We would go there and recycle with my grandpa, and he'd get a couple bucks, and he'd buy me an ice cream and save the rest. And I remember we took the biggest load of cans there, shoved them all in the machine with my grandpa, just me and him. I'm like 6 or 7 years old. And it should have been, $20 worth or something. And like 13 cents comes out or something. And my grandpa goes to talk to the manager of the grocery store, and they're just like, there's nothing we can do. There's 1986, so obviously there's no computer keeping track of anything. So I just felt bad for my grandpa that day.
That's terrible.
They just told him, I'm sorry, I don't know. There's no proof. So there you go. Let's see. Someone's talking to me in the chat here real quick. Gabe L. Upsetting criminals find a day just like some upset terrorists in Back to the Future. They were nice. Is that a stab at Libyan people? Is that what we're saying here? Okay. We'll see. We'll see how that goes.
We'll see how it is.
You ever been ripped off like that, guys, by a vending machine or a recycling machine or anything like that? I'm sure a vending machine got you.
Yeah, vending machine for sure. Those pieces of shit, they got me.
Wow. I remember.
I think if I've ever had that. I don't think
the High Country West Swim Club, where I grew up in High Country West, was the name of our neighborhood in San Diego. We would go swimming there all the time, and there was a vending machine there that if you just would order a bag of chips and hit it and shake it, you'd get a couple bags. So all the kids would do it.
Yeah,
so, good times. And
yeah, I've definitely also taken more than my share from a vending machine. So I think the karma evened out.
There was a Shinobi arcade cabinet. Shinobi was a ninja video game. At 7-Eleven by my house, and if you grabbed the joysticks and pulled it, the entire front of the cabinet would open, and you could just get free games by pushing the thing. So there you go. Let's see. I was 17 for most of 1986 and would never have worn rollerblades. Not my style. Confirmed heterosexual. Mark's music obsession. Confirmed hetero. No rollerblades.
Good, man.
Jericho, what would you do? Sean, you can answer this too, please. If you saw me roll up in Lycra bike shorts and rollerblades.
Hey, keep rolling.
Yeah.
Keep fucking rolling.
No, I mean, if I saw that, I'd go, that's not Gabe. I'd keep walking. You'd be like, it's Gabe. But no, you're not.
You know what? Yeah, you'd call me on the phone and go, Gabe, you got a doppelganger. But then you'd see the guy on the rollerblades answer the phone and be like, hello.
No, I'd be like, he's good. Almost got me.
No, just keep going, man. Don't even slow down.
Yeah, keep on rolling.
Maintain your speed.
There's something about this scene with Brandon Lee where he's working at the junkyard where I just hear do 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 do
Mentos.
Mentos.
Like,
I don't know the word, but
like some girls, she can't get her car out because some guy's parked too close on both ends, and she sees him and she's like, please, and he's like, well, okay, picks the car up, crushes it,
and then the guy comes out and goes, what? What's my car? And then
she's like, you parked too close, and he's like, no, okay, and then she tosses him a pack of Mentos, the fresh maker.
There you go.
Can we cut over to the guy in the car from last week's movie? That'd be a great shot, go from
little mannequin. Him or the mannequin? Which one?
Yeah, the mannequin.
The real guy or the mannequin?
All right.
Oh man.
Stop Libyan hate.
True.
Let's see. Diet Coke ad. Oh, it could be Diet Coke. Could be Diet Coke and Mentos. Doesn't that explode? Diesel, our resident Raider fan. Hey, vato. I used to ride a vert ramp on a rollerblade. True story. No homo. So
all homo is what it should say.
So Diesel, if I'm getting you, if I'm picking up what you're putting down, you are telling me, and you are telling everyone in public, you are a rollerblade wearing Raider fan. I just want to make sure I have this right. Okay. All right. Rollerblades, Raiders.
Yeah, dude. All rollerblades are black and silver, fool.
Hey, the Raiders gonna wear rollerblades this season, vato.
Oh, they always do it. And little skirts, eh? Like, which ones are the Raiderettes? The ones on the field or the ones on the sideline? It's hard to tell.
So Brandon's supposed to meet up with Brandon Lee. He's supposed to leave the junkyard and meet up with his girlfriend May. They work at a nightclub. She's a singer dancer, and he's like a busboy, a waiter kind of guy. And she's telling him the good news. The boss there, he just looks like such a shady dude. They picked the perfect actor to play the manager of a nightclub. She's finally going to get the dance instead of just be a waitress herself. So please come to work tonight, and he'll be there waiting tables. And then on his way there, They do classic. This is script writing 101 in Hollywood.
Mhm.
There's a book by Blake
Save the
Snyder,
Cat.
rest in peace, called Save the Cat. And they tell you to have your heroine do something really nice, like saving a cat, helping a child, helping an old person. So on his way to meet up with his girlfriend before they head to work, a little girl gets lost. She doesn't get on the bus correctly, and her mother and siblings get on the bus. She's crying, and he chases down the bus and gets her to her mom. So that's we see you there. We see that you read the book Save the Cat too. Nice job there. So
And
yeah,
why didn't he smack that lady upside her head? Like, here you go, miss. Boom. Don't leave your kid on the sidewalk in fucking Hong Kong. Jeez.
Here's a question I have. You
Fucking
may have
poor
wrecked this
kids.
movie for me. I am now only every single slide I am hearing, and I'm sure we'll get to some slides where it's not the case, but I'm hearing the Mentos theme now. It's just one big Mentos.
The whole movie is a mental.
I'm gonna have to look that music up. Give me 1 second.
Let's have it. Because Brandon, by the way, too, when you see this, there's one thing I will say I wish they'd do with this movie that is possible with modern AI. I'm not saying they need to dub him in English, but I would love for them to get some AI to do Brandon's voice, speaking the language, because I think it would be, so much better flick. It was so hard to get past the dubbing, it was just like, come on, man. But it's got a lot of shit in it, man. It's good.
It does. Look at him. It's hot too. He got that sweat stain on his back, carrying this damn kid whose mom is just like
saving a kid.
I got one out of my 2 kids. That's good enough. Jeez, lady.
There it is.
Nothing gets to you.
There you go.
Oh my god.
It is a Mentos commercial. This show.
Yeah.
There you go, folks.
There it is.
A fresh maker.
Oh,
We put it together.
all right. Yes. So he saved the little girl. He meets his girlfriend, and I like his girlfriend because she's like a little bitchy, but it's like cutesy bitchy. She doesn't mean it. Like, you're late. Like,
I wonder.
She's like a little spoiled brat, She's kind of.
Yeah.
I think she's kind of wanting to be disciplined for her attitude problem. I'm just saying.
Nothing
I'm just-
a little, hey, come on, baby. that won't fix.
No.
Yeah.
No.
But I wonder if a Mentos, if it's the fresh maker, if you could throw one in like a stanky poon and then it makes it fresh.
You don't think it'd be like what happens with the Diet Coke and it just explodes or something like that?
I mean, if it's too far gone, yeah, but I think for any low level offense, you could just maybe throw a Mentos or 2 in there. Do you have an idea? It's all smelly and you have an idea. Huh, Mentos. Here, honey.
Poor Sean. Look what you've done.
Throw a couple tablets in there, right?
Oh.
Then he
So
turns
anyway.
one over his shoulder. Mentos, the fresh maker.
So we cut to the nightclub, and she's dancing, but she showed up late because Brandon was late meeting her. That's why she's giving him a little attitude. They're both late to work, and she's not keeping up with the routine. Things aren't going well. And there's her boss on the right, where his neck just goes into his head. There's no real difference between his neck and his head in the black suit. And then there's Mr. Yu on the left in the very, very light-colored suit with the dark tie. And Mr. Yu has a big crush on May. But it's kind of like a wholesome thing. He doesn't want to sleep with her or nothing. He's old, he's a widower, and he wants a companion. He's always offering her flowers and please come sit with me, come talk to me. And she won't give him the time of day because she's dating Brandon Lee. So, but he's a sweet old man, and he just he likes her. He fancies this young lady. So that establishes who these two are. And then where am I? Where was Bolo Young? Is Bolo Young? Oh, that's a little bit later. Sorry.
Yeah, he's coming in. He's
Right.
coming in. And Bolo Young also did a movie with Brandon Lee's father, Into
Did
the
he?
Dragon. Bolo. He was Bolo Young in Into the Dragon.
Oh, geez, of course.
Yeah, big old buff. He was a little thicker back then, though. 13 years, 14 years before. But yeah, Bolo was young too back then.
Arumafe, speaking, unfortunately, I think from some personal experience, sweet old men are good. The perps who sit outside the mall aren't. That is very specific, Arumafe.
Are not. Only the mall ones. They can sit outside anywhere else, but when you're outside of the mall, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Right. So we meet Michael. He is Brandon Lee's best buddy. They're about the same age. And Michael is the son of a drug lord who's not, this is not the drug lord. This is another drug dealer guy. And there's his father. So Michael's in the red. The one of their partners is there in the mustard shirt, and the dad is in the yellow tie, Michael's dad. And they're a big-time Hong Kong crime family. They import whatever that gummy gum stuff. They were what was that? Must have been cocaine, right?
Coke, yeah.
Right.
Booger sugar.
66, yeah.
Right. So, Mr. E wants clarification from a room of fame. The pervs sit inside the mall are okay though.
Yeah.
So,
Of course.
Like any self-respecting pervert, you come inside.
Right.
You know, to be an asshole.
I'm not gonna sit outside like some sort of animal.
No, you come inside. Have some dignity.
Ugh, just sweaty, you know.
Yeah. Just because you're a pervert doesn't
No.
mean you got to be a piece of shit, you know?
Do you think,
Yeah.
the pervert guy, he's wearing socks with sandals, you know, just making
Yeah.
every mistake possible.
That's right.
How do you feel about slippers in public, you guys? Slippers in public where people have gnarly toenails.
No, man. Come on.
No.
Have
Let's
some
not.
respect for our eyeballs.
Yeah.
Does it concern you how trashy people dress in public nowadays? We've spoken about this before.
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, there should be, like ladies, if you have company, you put on a bra, right? You're not going to have your wife out there with the titties going everywhere.
Well,
So when you're out in public, let's have a little dignity here. Let's dress like we know that other people can see us.
would you allow, and I say allow, your lady to wear like a skimpy bikini to the beach? Because I wouldn't, and I'm being serious. I wouldn't
No.
allow it.
Hell no.
Nothing.
Nope. That's mine.
Damn right.
That's for my eyes only. No, thank you, sir.
My wife is quite modest, so I'm trying to imagine the scenario where that conversation would occur. I'm like, honey, take off the burqa, baby. You're not even that religion,
It's an aqua burqa. You never understand.
That's right. And then she's like to me, take off that thong. And I'm like, I'm free.
Okay.
The thing about it is, with all of this stuff, right? We've kind of realized like that great myth of I'm going to be laid back and tell my kids they can do whatever they want. You then have to go much further in order to get what you need, the discipline, the consequences you need. And we're at a society to where people are going so completely because there's no rules, they're miserable, and they're going like it's getting ridiculous. The things you have to tell people not to do because that's like anything goes. It's ridiculous.
Are you saying that if I did whatever the hell I want to do all day, every day, it might make me miserable?
Yes.
It's very possible based on what I've seen.
That's hate speech. Just so you
And
know.
it makes us miserable as your fellow citizens.
That it does.
Ugh.
Yeah.
So anyway, this mustard shirt wearing bad guy is yelling at the father and Michael that you're going to pay me more. You're not paying me enough on this cut of these drugs that I'm helping you move and this and that. And they're trying to tell him they don't have the money. Like it's too much. You're asking for way too much. And he's getting tough with them. He's insulting them, and it is not going well.
Mm-mm.
And he's a stern man. And the son is getting real mouthy. And the dad finally has to tell the son, Michael, they're like, hey, don't embarrass me. I'm doing business. Let me handle this. Because he feels very, very disrespected.
Yeah, he does. And
So-
I can understand why.
Yeah. So this movie, it takes a minute to get going. I do think the first act is a bit too long. I was telling Jericho and Sean, if I were writing this, I would have started the movie after that because the inciting incident that starts off like the hero's journey, it happens like a half hour into this hour and a half movie,
That's-
and I feel like that's got to happen in the first 10 minutes of the movie, but like we get a lot of backstory, a lot of stuff that could have been maybe explained a little bit in flashbacks. But anyway, back to the club. And we find out that Michael has the hots for his best buddy's girl.
Mm-hmm.
That's some of the most deranged crap ever, right?
Yep.
But he finds out that because it's his girl. That's his girlfriend from the beginning.
Right.
Yeah, it's definitely, but it's for some reason, it's cool with Brandon. That's funny. They got on set. They're like, "Hey, what are we going to call this character?" Brandon. All right.
I know. It's but here's the other thing that's so funny about it. If you want to establish a guy as being a piece of garbage, the bro code is a real thing. A guy who goes after another guy's girl is not the same thing as a girl who goes after another girl's guy. It is not the same thing
For sure.
at all.
But he was cool with it. He still let him be his homie after he found out, that he was trying to hook up with her. But yeah, that's some of the dirtiest shit you could ever do.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a deal breaker.
No, it's actually not based on where this goes afterwards.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
But in real life, this is a deal breaker, and it could be a job.
Yeah,
It's literally another man's woman. It's literally one of the 10 commandments. Do not covet another man's wife. Literally,
that's right.
One of the 10 commandments.
Yeah, that's all bad.
So Michael is an unsavory fellow. He's a spoiled rich kid, son of a gangster. So obviously he's terrible. So back in the club, May is there working. Brandon Lee's there working. Michael's there flirting with his best friend's girlfriend, whatever. And Polo Young and the crew show up, and they're gangsters, and they want protection money. You know,
and he's already paying protection money to somebody else,
right?
And doesn't he ask for what, 80% or something?
He asked for some ridiculous number.
Like, how are they supposed to keep the fucking doors open?
I like how my daughter got us
the fucking 80% in protection rate. Protecting what? I'm not gonna have a restaurant if I'm giving you 80%.
Nothing left.
There's nothing to protect, you fucking idiot. You musclehead.
You can
so yeah, he's bitching out.
That's it.
He's bitching out the owner because he don't want to cough up the money, but then he says he will. And then he says, "You better, if you can't do it." He's like, "You want to talk to my boss? Yeah, give me somebody here who can do something." And he throws his arm up, of course, at the right time, knocking over the 6 beers that Brandon's character, Brandon, is bringing to the table. And then he tells him, "Hey, what are you doing? Go bring some more beers." That's what his boss tells him. So he brings some more beers, and then he sits them all down in front of everybody. And then Bolo takes his beer and throws it in his face. And this is what we see right now. But I like how. I like how he wasn't like a turn the other cheek kind of dude. Like he disrespected him. Homeboy gets up and he just fucking drills him right in his stomach, knocks him back in his seat, and he goes, "All right, kid, he's all right. You want to do this for real? Let's go outside." So he goes outside, and of course, all the fucking workers just abandon their stations and they're all like watching the fight. And he says, "You come here." And this is another number one, the girl's name. And I mentioned this before we came on. There's a lot of similar scenes in this movie to his dad's movie, Chinese Connection. And one of the first ones is the girl's name is May in this movie, and in Chinese Connection it was Mei Ling. And then this right here, this whole pointing, you here, he does that shit. He does it in other movies, but I remember it being in a Chinese Connection when it starts off with his master being dead, and he shows up to the funeral in an all white suit, white shirt, white jacket, white pants, white shoes, white socks, all white, and he's paying, he ends up breaking down, and he's like trying to dig his master up. Like he's so hurt that his master was killed, and his master was everything to him, and he had moved away, and he comes back and he's trying to dig his master up, and they're trying to pull him away, and he won't. All these people are pulling him, and he won't let go. So somebody ends up like hitting him in the back of the head and like knocking him out. And so the next day, and this is during the Japanese occupation of China. So the Japanese were brutal. I don't know why Hitler gets all the praise for being brutal during that time period, but the Japanese were nothing to fuck with. And they show up, these Japanese fighters come to his school, and they bring a sign, and the sign is in Japanese, and it says "Sick Men of Asia," because his master supposedly died from being ill. Right. And he calls them "Sick Men of Asia" he's like, wait.
Also in the geopolitical sphere, China, the entire nation, that's the nickname of China, was the sick man of Asia.
Literally, oh, really?
That's what it was called politically by other countries. Yes. Yeah. And they took that as such an insult, as they should. Yes. That's a historical thing that was the nickname for China. Yeah.
And they had a sign made. It's in a frame and everything that this says this at the guy's wake, sick man of Asia. It's totally fucking disrespectful. So Bruce Lee the next day takes that sign, and the Japanese guy says, "If anybody in here can beat me, I'll eat this sign." And then nobody shows up, and the master's like keeping people back. They don't want him to, don't take the bait. So the next day, Bruce Lee kind of sneaks off, takes that sign to their school, and says, he walks in and he points to the 2 guys who came to his school. You out here. And so he ends up kicking their ass, and then he breaks the glass and tears the paper up and makes them eat the sign like they said they would. But this pointing and shit like that, he totally got that from his dad. And there's other stuff in the movie that I think is paying homage to his dad as well. Right. Scene with the police, that's just like, man, that's right from the movie. So, and hey, good for him to do that.
Well, I mean, and even the name of the movie, Legacy, right?
Yeah, his dad's on the cover, and it's from Into the Dragon.
Right.
The picture, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're somewhat speaking about his dad. So they get into an alley fight with Bolo Young and his goons, and he thrashes these guys for the most part. He's a badass, you know. And then May and Mike, his buddy, are watching from the catwalk, like on the second floor, and it's getting crazy, and the cops show up. And for whatever reason, I feel like some of the script was the first draft. May has a smoke grenade.
Well, because the guy handed it to her.
Yeah, but what? Who carries a smoke grenade? Like, right?
Not only one.
How could you have access to a smoke grenade? In fact, that smoke grenade would not exist in 1986. But she throws a smoke grenade so Brandon Lee could climb up the fire escape and all that and get away from the cops.
But this is after his homeboy tried to get at his girl, but then his homeboy's still helping him out, like, hey, this way, helping him get out of a jam. So I don't know what kind of weird friendship they got going on.
It's
not going to come to a head.
Right. Literally.
Yeah.
Whether the head's circumcised or not, I guess we'll find out. What's coming there.
So go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll wait.
I was gonna say, they get away from the cops, and then we smash cut to they're out there in the water. Because remember, Hong Kong there's a harbor and there's beautiful ocean and everything nearby. And they're sitting on the deck of what appears to be Mike's boat. Mike is wealthy because his dad's the drug dealer guy, and he's showing him what is this? Is this 44? Right?
44 mag, the same gun that killed Brandon Lee.
Oh my God, how sad!
He got shot with a 44 caliber, and a crow, of course. And you see on the boat, it has a British flag on the back of it.
Right.
Which I guess is still the British occupation.
Well, the British still control Hong Kong until in real life it was till 99.
Mm-hmm. So you got another 10 plus years.
Yeah.
And he knows that he tried to get at his girl, so he takes the gun and he points it in his dick. He puts it in his lap and he goes, "If you ever," because he said something to her, he said something disrespectful, and he says, "If you ever talk to her like that again, it's over."
Oh, he tells him, "How are you and May doing? If you ever break up, I'd love to have her." Like, yeah. What
kind of bitch is? And even if he did break up, you can't have her. Like, unless you're moving away together, you can't date your homeboy's ex. Like, that's it may have been done before, but it's not recommended.
And then he takes that 44 and puts it right on his crank.
Yeah.
And the guy's all, hey, man, I'm kidding. He's all, so am I. It's not loaded. And then he shows it like, okay, so
I'm still pissed.
Let's go back to this though. After all of that, though, are you going to say, let's say hypothetically you have to do some time. Or are you going to say, hey, listen, who should watch my girl?
Yeah.
That maniac who's always
trying to get at my girl. Let her stay with him. Who's going to watch my chicken? Oh, the fox. Let the fox watch her. The fox is always speaking fondly of her. Like, yeah, that was crazy shit. But they threw some melons in the water, and they're trying to shoot the melons. And Brandon, he keeps missing. He keeps, and this kind of shows, he's a good guy. He doesn't shoot guns very much. This guy, his dad's a drug lord piece of shit, so he's always around guns. And Brandon Lee's missing. He's coming close, but he's missing. And then this guy, he takes the gun, loads it, and he's like, boom, boom, dead eye hitting the melons. But, just to be a gun enthusiast and, kind of, well, actually in real life, there would be a far more kick with that 44, especially a 44 that damn big. That's like a fucking 8-inch barrel on that thing. That's a cannon. That's a tackleberry gun. So there'd be a little kickback on it. It wouldn't be so smooth like a fucking 20.
All right. So far in this story, there's not a lot of setup. There's just kind of stuff happening. And the only conflict is Michael and his dad's gangster drug dealing family having issues with the guy in the mustard shirt that they were arguing with at the table. And they're like, F you, we're not going to pay what you want. Like, figure it out, punk. And they didn't never really come to a good agreement with that guy. Mm-hmm. So that guy does have people stalking them. You know what I mean? He does have some guys watching Michael, watching Brandon Lee and all that, like, because they want to dispense what they consider justice.
Yeah.
A crooked deal, So
yeah, if you're a fan of cigarette smoking, you're going to love this movie. Because everybody smokes cigarettes. And it's cool, nice little. And how weird is this? Like, I'm not going to be hanging out with you all day on a yacht with my girl, and now we're doing this romantic wine basket thing.
Wait a minute. If I told you that if anything happens, Jericho, I want your woman, you're not going to hang out in swimwear with me all day?
No, and then cap off the night with a little beach romp
Hey,
Nah.
a little vino to get things cooking.
I'm not gonna hang out. Who wants to hang out with a dude and his girl all day?
Like, hey,
Like, I'm out of here.
What if we all just massage each other, dude?
Ooh, massage train, dude. You rub me, I rub your girl.
I gotta fill my drink. I'll keep it PG. I gotta fill my drink. I'll be right back. But I gotta tell you about meeting a swinger in real life. You know, everyone knows what swingers are. And me and my wife were getting picked up by one, and my wife didn't know. I'll be back.
Swappy swap.
You guys carry from here. I'll be back in 1 minute.
How do we carry from that?
A little swappy swap going on. That's a no-go. That's some shit for like people who are dating and like it hasn't gotten serious yet. They're a little swinging, but to be married, and of course, you know, swingers do it. You know, married people do it. But for me, in
it
my
sounds like
house,
something that would always work out well, Jericho.
Yeah, how could that go wrong?
Yeah,
how could that possibly go wrong? Because it's not like your wife's going to look across the room seeing you do things with another woman she's never seen before. And of course, as a man, you're going to have no problem with watching some other dude just go to the bristle all up in it. No way. Come on.
I love the Gabe Leaves goes, I'm going to keep it PG.
Yeah, he has no idea what we're saying in his absence.
Yeah, he doesn't need.
Are you sure about that?
But who
Lord.
the fuck that's gonna end? There's a movie called Son of Sam with John Leguizamo and Marissa Tomei. And no, it wasn't Marissa Tomei. It was damn it, her dad's famous.
Oh
man.
Shoot.
Mira Sorvino.
Mira Sorvino, that's right.
I knew when you said Marissa Tomei, and then you said father, you meant Mira Sorvino and Paul Sorvino, her father.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, they play a couple, and there's a scene where he talks her into it. She doesn't want to do it. I don't want to tell her, come on, babe, come on. So she finally agrees to it to get a little buzz on. And because they went to one. No, I think did they go to one or two? Anyway, he talks her into going. He's having a great time. He's with a different woman. He's, sexing her up. And she doesn't want to at first. But then another guy was there. And it was like a sex party kind of thing. It wasn't just like swingers. It was kind of, because in the 70s, coke, whatever. So some guy, goes up to her and they start going at it. Then he sees her. And it fucks him all up because this dude's going to town on it.
Who could have seen that coming?
Exactly.
Can't believe it.
Dude, come on. So then from then on, he's all pissed off and, why were you enjoying it? She's like, I didn't even want to go, fool. You talked me into it. But dude was just nailing it. He was not a happy camper.
He's a hot.
Hell no.
He's a hot. Name's Jack Hammer.
And hey, this is the human I'm attached to. Bob.
Was it? Wait, did it say Quaid? Was it one of those?
Open your mind.
Did it have its own social security number? Like, no, this thing.
Oh,
I gotta
no.
claim this thing on my taxes. This damn thing's a dependent.
So,
no thanks.
Somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, November 2022.
You were in the ocean?
I was sailing back from Puerto Vallarta.
It got worse.
I was vacationing. I took a week-long vacation with my wife out of the port of Long Beach, near Los Angeles. We got on a Carnival cruise line. We got a beautiful room. We have our own porch. I'd never been that far into Mexico. We went down to where did we go? We went to Cabo San Lucas. Then we went to Mazatlan. I fell in love with Mazatlan. Oh, let me change my background for this story. I got to change that. Let Uncle Gabe change to his Mazatlan background.
Sounds like Mazatlan loves you too.
Oh yeah, boy. We go down there, then you go to Puerto Vallarta, and it was just awesome. We're on the way back, and it's 2 days back. We're not stopping at any cities. You're headed back to Long Beach, and the sun is setting in the Pacific Ocean. It's perfect weather. Sky is ablaze. It's peach and orange and all these great colors and purple. It's a beautiful sunset. And my wife is on the back deck. There's some like kind of swimming pools back there that not a lot of people go to.
Only the swingers.
Yeah. My wife's talking to this lady back there. And I'm like, oh, I'll meet you there. I'm going to go grab a slice of pizza or go whatever. Because there's just unlimited food on the ship. So I come back like 15 minutes later and they're just talking. And she's from Oklahoma and she's a nurse and she's this and she's that. And I'm just like listening to them talk and fiddling around, taking in the sunshine and messing around on my phone or reading or something. And I hear the lady tell my wife, oh, you know what I did to prank my husband? I got him a shirt that was all covered in flamingos because that's like the sign for swingers. So like just to tease him, so like people would proposition him, but like, oh, I'm not into that. And she kept like mentioning swingers, and I guess
Couldn't
what
stop.
I found, right? She was
Yeah.
and my wife's like, oh, that's funny that you did that or whatever. Like that's crazy. I would never do
You're
that.
crazy.
Yeah, you're crazy, girl. And she's just telling us, yeah, I just teased my husband about being a swinger, and like he gets all freaked out, and I'm sitting there listening to this bullshit. Like my poor wife, she's so sweet and innocent. She has no idea what's going on. So I humored the lady. We're like, oh yeah, you're a nurse. That sounds interesting and whatever. And after about a half hour of this nonsense, I'm like, hey, we should go to the room and shower, and like we're gonna have dinner at 7 or whatever. So nice meeting you, Clarice, or whatever her name was. And I end up telling my wife like a week later, like, you know what that was, right?
You know what's going on, right?
The weirdness goes deep on these people. I guess the symbols are flamingos, and this is the weird one: upside down pineapple.
Yeah.
If you go to someone's house and they have a pineapple sculpture or a framed picture of pineapple that's upside down, that's like a baseball code, the second
Well, that's
base
cool for
code.
something else. When you want
to, they're doing this shit in baseball and all that. That's the code, I guess. The pineapple and the flamingo. And my poor wife is so sweet, and she had no idea what this lady was doing. But after about 10 minutes of just teasing my husband about being a swinger, I'm like, are you serious, lady?
Yeah,
So that was weird. That was weird.
Come on, Adrian, let's go.
Yeah.
She's
Let's
so
go.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's too nice.
So Mr. E knew it, upside down pineapple.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Hey, to each their own. I guess the world needs some freaks in it, but
Yeah.
just saying, I would never.
Mike likes tacos. We swing around here. I guess. Okay, Mike. Well,
I
There you go,
personally
Mike.
couldn't.
pineapple's nothing
His
wrong.
wall is just covered in fucking upside.
Oh, I got one more. We'll get back to the story. I got offered cocaine once when I was 17. Right out of high school, I didn't, have a plan. I wasn't going to college or anything, and I just took odd jobs. And I was a janitor at a strip mall. Worst job I've ever had in my life. 7 days a week, $6 an hour, from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. So I had to be up at 5:30 to drive there, and I worked 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. I have no idea why I took this job, but I was replacing the other janitor, so he worked with me the first 3 days. And he was a Mexican guy, didn't really speak much English at all. I was a kid, I was 17, and he had the keys for the whole shopping center, and there was a few businesses that were empty. They were vacant buildings right now. So he said, hey, you want to get lunch? So we go get our lunch inside the grocery store. Like I get a sandwich, a bag of chips, and I think I got like a Game Pro video game magazine to read on lunch. And he got himself like some beer and a sandwich or whatever. And we go, and he takes the keys, and he opens an empty business where there's nothing in it. So we could just sit out of the sun and enjoy lunch. So I'm sitting there, I'm reading my video game magazine, eating my sandwich, drinking my soda or whatever, and he's eating his thing. And then he pulls out a piece of tinfoil and unfolds it, and there's white something, powder, rock, something. He's like, you want some? And I'm like, I'm good. And in my head, and listen, there's dignity in all work, and I don't want to put people down if you flip burgers or you clean toilets. I respect if you're working hard, you're working hard. But I did say to myself at 17, this is why he's a janitor at a strip mall at 40, because he likes booger sugar. So I did not partake. So I'm 0 for 2 on taking up the swingers of the cokeheads.
Where else are you going to find a nice quiet place to eat your lunch and do some coke? Gotta have those keys to that empty business. Shout out to him. I know he's watching.
That is the only job I've ever been fired from in my life. There was a grocery store and parking lot, and then a lot of shops, and it was my job to clean it all, sweep the parking lot, empty all the trash. And there were a bunch of bums that lived behind the Alpha Beta. That's an old grocery store chain in Cal.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right? That's from the 80s and the 90s.
Old school right there.
And there was a bunch of bums, and I got to know them, and they were friendly to me when I was cleaning. But one of them got sick in the middle of the night and threw up what must have been blue cheese, fish tacos, and tequila or something. It's the most rank orange vomit with green chunks. You could smell it from 80 feet away. It smelled like it could strip paint, like it was so laden with booze. And they threw up just a pile on the entrance of the grocery store, right where the automatic doors open. I'm the janitor. And it's like I show up to work, and this thing is sticky and halfway dry and huge puddle of it. And I didn't clean it. I'm like, I can't go near that. That's so gross. So I got fired for not cleaning that. The owner of the strip mall or whatever called me in the office like a day later because I didn't clean it for like 2 days because I just couldn't get near it. I was 17. What do you want? And he's like,
But it was
"You gotta
comics though,
clean
Gabe,
this."
that broke you.
Huh?
I said, but it was comics though, Gabe, that broke you.
No, I broke comics
Right?
for DC.
No,
Comics didn't break me.
but I just want to point this out. Like when I was reading that, people go, comics broke me. And I remember seeing this. There was this amazing episode of Conan O'Brien, and I just died when I was watching, where he's chewing out one of his producers, like jokingly, Jordan Schlansky, and he takes him, gives him a time card, and he takes him to go punch in, and he goes, "The device appears to be defective, Conan." He goes, "You got to use the middle," and then he goes, "It's like click, click," and he goes, Conan goes, "You know how I know that?" He goes, "How?" He goes, "I've worked for a living." And I was telling, this is the thing. If you've never punched in for a job,
Right.
I don't understand it. You know, it's like if you've never had that time card experience. So to hear people talk about, you know, how hard some of these things are, I'm like going, come on, guys. If you're
I see what you were saying.
hours a day, it ain't as hard.
I see what you're saying. It was trending on Twitter from a bunch of left-wing SJW pussies. The comics broke them. And it's like, no, you idiots broke comics with your SJW nonsense. Okay.
Sure,
So, did you guys, speaking of nonsense bullshit, did you guys see, I got to go find this real quick. Did you guys see what Warner Brothers said about the Blue Beetle movie failing? Not because it's like, you know, they've ruined all their goodwill with SJW nonsense and George Lopez calling Batman a fascist in the trailer. That had nothing to do with it. They said, they had the temerity to say that it was Hurricane Hillary. You know, that tiny little rainstorm? Mm-hmm. They said that is why the Blue Beetle didn't make any money. And I have this to say about it. DC Comics movies are the gift that keeps on giving. This is my post here. And then I have that guy, that Jotaro guy or whatever. Next, you'll say, I was only pretending to be retarded. And it says, Warner Brothers says Tropical Storm Hillary had significant impact on Blue Beetle box office. Tap to find out why.
But they do understand that. Was it opening weekend for the movie?
Right. Yeah.
So, but that's not the only weekend you have. That's not the only day you have in the movie theater. People, after the storm clears, after the worst storm of the century clears, people are free to go to the movies if they wish. So if no one's going to see your movie, it's not because of the hurricane, because the hurricane's over.
Well, you're absolutely right. But two things on that. A, there was no hurricane in Southern California.
So-called hurricane.
B, okay, San Diego and Los Angeles are coastal cities. Everyone knows that. We're all on the beach. The eye of the storm, the tropical storm, was 20 miles inland. It went over the desert and the mountains where nobody lives. That's where all the big rain was out in the desert. Now, Palm Springs got blasted because a lot of people live there, but it's an anomaly. Nobody lives out there besides Palm Springs. You know, Coachella, where they have the concert, is right there, all that. Yeah, there was a lot of rain there, but nobody lives there. So if I wanted to go to the movies in San Diego or Los Angeles, there was a little bit of rain. You could have gone. The movie sucks. DC Comics sucks. DC Comics leadership. The Titanic thinks that DC Comics has bad leadership, okay? They're awful over there. They don't know what they're doing.
And you know what we're famous for. That just doesn't make any sense at all. That would probably be a good day to go to the movies. A rainy day, let's go catch a movie. You would think the rain isn't going to stop people from going to see a movie. So it's because nobody wants to see the movie. They probably got a whiff of the trailer or some buzz that was going on around it, and they don't want that shit no more. People want to be entertained. I know that the left, they want people to listen to them and hear their message and their lectures and their wagging of the finger, but that's not what people go to. If they want to, they'll seek you out on different platforms. In the movies and entertainment, that's why they call it entertainment. Entertain. Get up there, you little monkey. Dance around, make me laugh, make me cry, whatever. And then I'm on with the rest of my life. If I want to hear any of your other thoughts, you got a Twitter, you got an Instagram, you got whatever. We'll check you out. But right now, I just want to unplug and just, let my eyes roll in the back of my head and be entertained.
Right. And Charlie Stevenson, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Charlie. I'm sorry, Sean. I'll let you go. Say, Charlie, you're not wrong. It does not rain much here at all. We're literally like 7-8 miles from a desert where I live. Like, it's beautiful coastal where I live. You go to just on the 52 freeway, the 56 going that way, going east, you'll be in Santee or Lakeside, and that's like desert practically. It's so hot and dry, and it's 8 miles from the coast, 10 miles from the coast. So yeah, not a lot of rain down here. And when it starts raining in Southern California, a lot of people just start driving right into each other. So it's not good.
You talk about the audience not having goodwill. It's like, take the L. That's a part of it. Can you imagine when an executive comes out and says, look, it didn't connect with the audience. We made something the audience did not want to go see. Clearly, it actually does more for you down the stretch than it does with these things, because people are just like, every person knows why they didn't go see it. Every person knows why they didn't go see this movie. You're sitting at home going, are you honestly telling me that's why I didn't go see the movie, or why it crashed across the entire United States?
Right.
It's a big country. Come on.
Well, again, the tropical storm rained heavy in America from the San Diego, Mexico border and then up to LA, but it was east. Not a ton of people live in East County and all that. There's a lot, but most of us live way closer to the ocean out here.
Yep.
And I sent you the video of the rain at my house. You saw that. It was nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen worse. I've been outside in worse.
Yeah. I went outside in the rain just to enjoy it and to enjoy the breeze, So it must have been all those desert theaters suffering. Yes. Let's see. They invented a whole new variant to give Blue Beetle an excuse. That's true. Did the movie not play anywhere else other than Southern California, where the tropical storm, it was not a hurricane.
They're banking on Southern California.
Right.
Don't release the movie anywhere else.
And
but all the chips in Southern California.
And Sean, you're so right, dude, because if you're not coming from a place of vanity and pride like they do at DC Comics and all that, where they're never wrong, how can you ever get better? Like you said, take the L and learn. Dude, losing in life is a gift because it teaches you exactly what not to do. All failure is it's not really failure. It's just a process of elimination. Now I know not to do that. Thank you, I'm better. Oh, I know not to do that. Thank you, I'm better. And you'll start off wide and you'll process of elimination and you'll be golden given enough, quote, failures. The only difference between failure and success is just not quitting when you have, quote, failures. So if they really analyze what they do wrong with these movies now that they're all woke and they're all failing, and they keep telling themselves, people must be tired of superheroes. People must be tired of whatever. And it's like, you know what people are never tired of? Entertaining movies. They're never tired of that. It's one of the most beautiful art forms ever created is entertainment. So
no one gets tired of being entertained.
No.
Especially when that's what you come. That's what you're coming there for. You're coming to the entertainment industry to be entertained, not to be lectured, not to be told how shitty you are because you don't eat vegetables and crickets. Fuck you guys.
They can't admit they're wrong. Yeah, and you know what, Mr. E? Pride goeth before the fall. So stay proud and see where you end up, So Kate playing 1142. Greetings, human. Let's see. Imagine a telenovela. Those are the Mexican soap operas, but all the dramatic scenes have someone holding a chancla ready to use it. Okay. Dun! A chancla, for those of you not in the know, for those of you that didn't have a Mexican grandmother, is her slipper that she will whack you with on the butt when you do something naughty. So there you go.
No, I didn't have a Mexican grandma, but I definitely know what a chancla is.
We know what that is. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're going to get a nalgazo. You know what a nalgazo is?
Right across your ass.
And your nalgas are your butt, right? Your butt cheeks. So a nalgazo is a kabam.
Nalgona.
All right, a nalgona. That's my favorite.
Órale, nalgona.
Hey, Vaso, you see those nalgonas at the Raider game at the tailgate?
Nalgonas y chichonas,
I'll tell you, I know we can't show it without a copyright strike, but it's still one of my favorite comedy bits where there's this young man doing dishes and Michael Myers is coming up on him with a knife and he turns around. He's like, oh my God, man, you got to get out of here. What have you done? And it pans down and shows he tracked mud in the house. Oh. And then it pans up and the guy's mom is behind Michael Myers with a flip-flop. And it's them running through the house the entire rest of it. She's appearing behind them.
Funny.
And then it ends with him and Michael Myers wiping tears from his mask and cleaning the floor.
Hey, real quick, Captain Bruno brings up a great point that Arnie lived through the storm. What does he have to say about it? Hey, is Arnie back there? Is he in studio with you?
Mm-hmm.
Always, man. There's I have like a little area like cattle. I got them fenced off. They're all just kind of in here milling around.
Mr. Governor, if you can hear me, how did you and Lupita, the dumpy frumpy maid, your love, how did you guys get through the storm? And what do you think of your your state, California. What do you think of it suffering through Hurricane Hillary?
Well, actually, it wasn't that bad. I don't know what you call it, a hurricane, the winds and all the rain there. It wasn't that bad. We actually loved it. A rainy day, get to be inside. She doesn't have to worry about doing any work or chores. We just go upstairs in my giant bedroom, turn on some Netflix or something like that. But it's only background noise because we're not there to listen to something or watch something. We're there to, yeah.
So you're more into the chill part of Netflix and chill.
Yeah.
So how often do you guys chill? A couple times a week or?
I try to chill every day, you know, when I catch her when she's coming into work or before you get started, come over here. Or before she goes home, wait, don't leave yet before I give you, well, you know.
Is that kind of like a tip you give her at the end of the day if she does a good job?
Well, it always starts with the tip, and then I end up getting all the way down there to the pubic hairs.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that's a lot of information that I didn't.
You guys do understand how sex works, right?
Oh, very much so. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What tips would you give people if Hurricane Hillary had been bad? How would people protect themselves and still be able to Netflix and chill? Like, how would you balance chilling and hurricaning at the same time?
I thought you were asking me if I wanted to give everybody the tip, and I'm down for that dear. But what you can do next time they tell you it's going to come here in the rain and everything's going to be shut down and kids don't go to school now. Come here. There's rain out there. Don't be like the stupid people who go to fill up the cards. They got the candles in the water, in the cases of water in there. Just get you a frumpy dumpy, lock the door, turn on the Netflix, and then whatever happens. Put down a top if you need to, if it gets messy in there.
Now, last thing, I'll let you go. I had an interesting experience on a cruise ship with a swinger. Have you ever met anyone that was wearing flamingo shirts, weird upside down pineapple things in the house? You ever had any experience with weirdos like that?
Those are the people I look for when I go out there in public. Like, Maria, do you see anybody with the pineapple that's upside down? I have an entire outfit. I have pineapple shoes, and I have pineapple pants, little pineapples everywhere, and everything is upside down. I have little pineapple earrings, and I have a pineapple watch, little pineapple necklace, and they're all upside down because I'm looking for all the weirdos out there.
Are you looking for the weirdos because you want to deal with them, right? Not because you're one of them, right?
I'm the leader.
Oh, goodness. So you don't. I mean, I'm not going to get graphic here, but you don't mind.
Wait, I'll get graphic for you. Go ahead.
You don't mind Lupita watching Netflix with someone else?
No, it's ridiculous. That's mine. That's off limits. But she likes to sit there in the corner. She's a weirdo too. That's how we connect with each other.
Wow, that is fascinating. You are.
Yeah, she's a bit of a voyeur.
Well, thank you, Mr. Governor, and I'm just glad that the state of California was able to stay strong and rebuild after that drizzle we had on Sunday. It was a close one.
Yeah. Maria, she's strong too, just like the storm was supposed to be.
All right, well, I better let you get back to your Netflix. All right, tell Lupita I said hello.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Governor Schwarzenegger, everyone. Let's see. If you guys ever get to look up Joe Gaudette, you won't be disappointed, and Jericho will laugh. Only Jericho will laugh.
That dude is hilarious, man. Joe Gaudette. He does a great Arnold Schwarzenegger. See, there's two kinds of Arnold Schwarzeneggers. There's the real Arnold Schwarzenegger, like the way he sounds, like his everyday speak. Then there's the more animated, know, that kind. But Joe Gaudette, he's definitely like sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Dude is fucking hilarious.
Jericho, I've been meaning to tell you. For those of you that don't know this, because we send these to each other in voicemails through text. Jericho and I are both working on a Trump because neither one of us can do it. Dude, I watched it's just a random YouTube videos about doing a Trump, and I'm getting closer. I was talking about Big Baby, the greatest baby in the world. I got that yell down a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's coming, and it's like this contraction thing at the top of the yell. So my Trump is getting better. I think I'm 60% there. But once I have a full Trump, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, we got to nail it perfect before 2024, because then we can have like dueling Trumps.
That's right. The greatest impression on this show
ever the world's ever seen. Biden's is better.
But greatest is a great word to use actually to do the impersonation because you can go on the A in greatest. Greatest, you can go way up there. So yeah. So that is how dare you? It's 60% there.
Damn.
You need to listen better.
Dude, he's getting there. He's getting there.
I'm working on it. Damn it.
You got to get there. Goes like that. Yeah, there's
you got to suck through the teeth.
Few layers to
you know who does it the best is that it's a real Italian last name, Nazzo or Nazzaro or whatever that. I send him to you on Instagram once in a while.
Dude, Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx does a really good Trump.
Anyway,
a really good Trump.
I'm gonna get my Trump there. I'm gonna get it there. So where were we? After a totally normal day of hanging out with your best friend and telling him you want his woman, they decide to have a little vino.
Yeah,
a little vino and a romantic.
Hey guys, come over here. I just told you I want to fuck your girl. Let's get something to eat, huh?
Hey, I brought some salamis and wine. We'll enjoy.
You guys like pineapples? How about if they're like this?
Yeah, whoops.
Whoa.
Mine is all upside down there.
Hey.
Yep, you know what
that don't mean what I think it means.
Yeah, you know what it fucking means there.
Oh,
Schwab, you take my girl, I give you mine, huh?
What could go wrong?
Nothing.
I think that's like you don't have the ability to think 20 minutes into the future.
Yeah.
Well, then you have a indecent proposal where there was $1 million offered, so that kind of clouded the judgment, but it still ended the way that we all know it ends.
Yep.
I can make $1 million. All right.
I'd rather make it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
Sacrificing my fucking marriage. Oh man. So yeah.
So,
aftermath.
This is a movie that basically talks to you about good judgment when it comes to picking your friends. I'm gonna move us on some ground here. So Michael is sure he's the son of a crime boss, all of these things, but he's a raging asshole from the jump, hitting on his friend's girl, trying to continually convince him, say, hey, why are you on the straight and narrow doing all this construction stuff that actually might lead to a family and happiness? Why don't you come hang with me? I'm 1 degree of separation from one of the biggest shitbags in town. What do you think? And he's like, oh, I'm good, but let's still hang out.
Yeah.
Let's still hang the fuck out. And sorry, I'm just in the middle of hanging out with my lady. You need a favor. What the fuck?
Yeah. This guy, and they're such polar opposites. Brandon is a straight lace. He's a waiter. His girlfriend's a waitress / new dancer. They're planning on getting married and shit. I mean, he's a straight-laced dude, and his buddy is just a playboy. My dad is just douchebag. You see his collar flipped up. Yes, it's 80s, but it's still douche. His glasses, his hair, like he's just a fucking douchebag. And they see that girl right there. She's looking at Brandon like, help me. So
because in this scene, they're at the bonfire at the beach, and he's flashing back to when they met May, who he really pines for. Michael pines for May, and he's with his girlfriend. They don't name her, and they see May for the first time. Him, Brandon, and the girlfriend. He's all, "Hey, I'm gonna pick this chick up." So he pulls his collar up and puts on the glasses. He goes up and just 1, 2, 3, just strikes out with May. She's not having it, but he goes to pick up May in front of his own girlfriend.
Yeah,
what are you doing, bro?
He's a dick on multiple levels. And Brandon, even the way they make him look, like that bowl haircut and shit, like a little kid in an 80s sitcom. He's very innocent. He's a very innocent guy, which I think helps. Because then, when he starts fighting, he's not a little square, nice guy. He's like whooping people. Like, you disrespect him, he's gonna beat your ass. But just they must have been friends when they were little kids. Because that's the only way you're going to get two people like this to hang out together. They are on two totally different paths in life.
Yeah.
And Brandon, he definitely shows that nice guys, and they do all right.
To clarify there, R2D2, he's not going to marry a stripper. Brandon Lee's girlfriend, they keep their clothes on. They're like...
Yeah, she's a dancer, like a real
and it's not
actual dancer.
There's no nudity. They're actually wearing dresses and stuff like that.
Yeah, like more like a can performance.
Yeah.
Anything goes, Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, he flashes back to the first time he wanted to get this woman when he already had one. So that's interesting. And then cut back to the beach. They're having a romantic kiss in the water there, Brandon and May. And they're talking about maybe, having a future together, having kids, getting married. Like they've been dating for a while and they're pretty in love. You can tell by the way they talk about things. And all of a sudden, some like little Datsun pickup trucks come flying out of the parking lot or whatever and onto the sand. And Bolo Young's crew, right? Or is it no, it's the guy in the mustard shirt. I don't remember. But the gangsters that are antagonizing the other gangsters, Michael's family of gangsters, they are there to beat some ass and to send a message. So that's Brandon Lee face down in the surf after getting a bat to the ribs, I believe. And
usually doesn't you don't come back from that.
Dude, yeah, and how about the one that he got across the back of the fucking head? Jeez.
Yep.
Dude, that's you're a different person when you wake up.
Right.
Damn.
Yeah. So they get the tar beat out of them by these guys, and they even hit the girl in the stomach with a bat.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, they blast her and she goes flying back. So the three of them get their butts whooped by these guys. And those guys tell them, listen, like you're going to make the deal the way we say, not the way your dad says, well, with the money. They're splitting money on some heroin shit or some drug deal they're doing. I don't know. They don't go into detail. So
I was like, shit, man.
Right.
Like they tried to kill him. They tried to kill Brandon by smashing him in the back of his head like that. Shit.
Yep.
If you hit someone in the back of the head with a baseball bat,
swing,
you could kill them very easily.
It's a guarantee.
If you punch somebody in the back of the head, you could kill them very easily.
Yeah.
It's like the one thing, in boxing. We lose fighters when they're wearing freaking 8-ounce gloves and they get rabbit punched a few too many times. A bat. I mean, my favorite injury I think I've had just because it was I can take some punishment, but it was we had this thing that was holding the ironing board and then had a thing on top of it that held the iron. I bumped into the door and the iron came off point down and hit me on the top of the head. And I sat down. It wasn't a good moment. A bat to the back of the head?
Oh.
Adios.
That's a light bulb inside of a pillowcase and you just smash it against the wall. Like all that.
Yeah.
It's just that your skull is just in pieces. Oh man, he's dead. That's murder.
Dead.
They tried to murder Brandon.
Oh,
for sure.
Yes, they did.
Plus for $2, wasn't dancer the 90s PC term for stripper? I suppose. I was in high school, so I didn't go to gentlemen's clubs. I was a high schooler, so I'll take your word for it.
I got a story to tell you guys one day. Then, oof.
Yeah.
No time like the present. But hold on. Here you go, Plush. Thank you. And I really do appreciate you guys, the super chats. Very generous. I got paid from YouTube yesterday. I get paid once a month, and it's very nice for the commercials and the super chats. All that's awesome. It's always like a surprise because I don't remember that I'm getting it, and then I get an email in my Gmail account like you got paid from blah blah blah. Like you get the same one right around the 21st, right, Jericho?
No, I go through a company that I work with.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
But yeah, I think with the 21st, that's when YouTube pays.
Okay.
Pays out.
All right. What were you going to tell us? What's the story you're going to tell?
Oh, I can't tell that here. I'm just saying someday.
Wait a minute. Jericho Greed, who says whatever, can't tell a story.
This is too much. It's
too much even for me here in this setting. Not that I wouldn't tell you, but I'll say that for another time.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll save it for when we're all in an alleyway, and it's raining. It's that kind of story.
Yeah, it's a pretty serious one.
Right.
We'll save it.
So they show that guy that was in the mustard shirt again who wanted more money for the heroin deal. Come to find out he's a crooked cop.
Yeah.
We find out that he takes money, helps sell drugs, but then he also arrests drugs dealers. Like he's working both sides of this thing. He's a total scumbag. Bad dude. So yeah, he busts some drug dealers here, but so he's a cop now, but then other times he's helping to run the drugs. So this guy's just a monster. He's a disaster. So
yeah, he's a real piece.
Yeah,
he's gotten lost in his undercover work for sure.
Right. So
and apparently, so we're thinking, his brain is just oozing out of his skull, but nah, his girl just had to put an ice pack on him.
Right. But
Yep,
Mike and his dad, this is the crime lord, and Michael's father, they come up with a plan like, hey, let's get rid of the crooked cop because he's causing too much trouble, taking too much money, arresting some of our own guys. Let's kill him and frame your best friend, Brandon. You're already trying to steal his woman. You might as well kill the cop and then frame your best buddy for it so he goes to jail.
Might as well put your friend in prison.
So
Your
finally,
only friend.
Jeez. Finally, after like
How does he even have one friend? What a piece of shit. Sorry. Go ahead.
Finally, after like 35 minutes, they get to the inciting incident of the movie. So if I was rewriting this, I'm telling you, I would start this movie after this stuff happens, with the aftermath of what happens to Brandon Lee when the cop gets killed. Real quick, Plush says, release the Jericho cut. Oh, Jericho, they want to know the story. Now, I won't make you say it because you sound serious, and I know there's no way to clean it up. I won't ask.
I mean, no. If I clean it up, then you're gonna miss the.
Okay.
So there was once this thing that happened. The end. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, that's the only way I can edit it.
There was a thing that happened. It was gross, shocking, and funny. And Jericho hopes that it never happens again, but he's glad that it happened because it's a funny memory. There you go. That's all of it.
Case closed.
So,
thank you.
Whole story.
Thank you. All right.
Beautiful.
Let's see. So we cut to the little apartment, and I relate to this, man. You're young. I was 18 when I got married. My wife was 20. You know, she's pregnant, young, and we had a mattress on the floor. You know what I mean? Like when you're poor and you're young, sometimes the mattress is on the floor. You know what I mean? And you're driving bad cars, and my wife's waiting tables. I'm working construction, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I think when you get married young and you're poor, I'm being 100% serious. I would not have it any other way. I think when you come up tough like that, the only way to build muscles through resistance, right? And that goes for spiritually and mentally too. To build a life together with your wife from like nothing to what we have now, we do real good now, like real good. It just makes your bond rock solid. And it's no different than like boot camp for soldiers or training camp for football players. You bleed together, you suffer through the worst times, and then you know you can trust each other forever because the two of you built this together. So I always tell people, like, because I think postmodernism has this, I will say, completely incorrect idea about marriage and families. They say, go to school, build your career, get married in your 30s, 40s, after you're rich and can, or, you know, well off, you can afford a house and cars. No.
Nope.
No. You wait till you're 40 to get married. You're set in your ways. You should get married young and broke and build this empire together. You really should. Because you're going to have to do the building anyway. Why not do it with a partner? You know what I mean? So I love this. I love the modest apartment, the mattress on the floor. I've been there. I've been that person. You know, we were poor. We were so poor, like just a few times we would like, okay, we'll make dinner, the noodles, like the ramen and the meat, and we'll let our daughter have the meat when she was a baby. We'll just have like the noodles. You know what I mean? So she has more nutrients. So, and it's like stuff like that. It just builds so much character and muscle. So I thank God for the trouble because it makes you a better person.
Same for my wife and I. Plus, man, after 20 years go by, you don't even remember that shit.
Right.
Like you remember it, but like you don't even feel it anymore.
Now me and Jericho strut down the sidewalk in top hats, throwing $100 bills at peasants everywhere we go.
That's behind you, you know. It's
you look like you could use a few dollars, my friend.
you go, you poor bastard.
So
it makes us relatable. You know, it's like when I met my wife and we only had, I think, like 3 Ferraris. We weren't where we were now. Those were tough times.
Together,
yeah, we struggled.
She had a Rari. You had a Rari. Yeah, I know.
Captain Haruno, I thought Gabe was going to brag. He broke the bed or something. Have you been reading my diary, Captain Haruno?
Hey, however you get that mattress on the floor, get it on.
I'm not going to say whether this really happened or not. But imagine breaking a bed, doing something, and it's not at your house and it ain't your bed. Imagine that happening to you. I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying imagine how you feel if that happened.
Feel pretty good.
So
I did that.
Yeah.
I broke that shit. Hell yeah.
So there you go.
I did it.
Oh shit.
A proud moment.
Yeah. It's not your house It's friend's parents' bed. So
Well, no, that's not what
just
we're
keeps
trying to do.
getting
here.
better, huh? Yeah.
That's not what we're trying to do. I'm talking about your own property or that of a hotel. You break in hotels. That's cool too. I've done that. Been there, done that.
Michael Coulter talks about when I was reading the Game Pro magazine when that man offered me cocaine, and I just said no, kids. This is so simple, but my Uncle Dave, rest in peace, great guy, Uncle Dave. You guys would have loved him. Big guy, big personality, dead ringer for Jim Belushi. My Uncle Dave was a fat guy, but he looked exactly like a Blues Brother, the fat Blues Brother. And he told me, Gaby, he told me this when I was like a teenager. So you know why I'm not on cocaine? You know why I'm not on heroin? I'm like, why? He's all, because I never tried it. And as corny as that sounds, it's logically sound. If you don't do the first one, there is no second one. So I don't know. I'm not that guy. And I have to say this is snotty of me, but I'm just going to say it because I'm an honest person. I look down on people that do drugs. I do. I actually like, someone tells me they do mushrooms or acid. I think it's cringy. I think it's stupid behavior. I'm just like, whatever.
That's just because you're 6'4". You look down on everybody.
That is true. I look down on everyone. But I grew up in a family, like my grandparents really raised me a lot because my parents got divorced when I was very young. This is how conservative my grandparents were. My grandma did not pierce her ears. That's what we're dealing with, okay? She didn't have pierced ears. So, no, we didn't do rock and roll and trashy TV and trashy movies. And sure as hell, we're not doing drugs. There's so much shame in my family's culture, my personal family, the Durans, my mom's Mexican family. There's so much shame about drugs and alcohol. You do not do it. That is scumbag people that drink and smoke and do drugs. That was the message I got early and often growing up. So, and then my dad is Muslim, so he's never had a drop of alcohol in his life. You know what I mean? Or let alone smoke or drink or drugs or nothing. You know what I mean? So I got it from both sides, my mom's side and my dad's side. So no degenerate behavior with the chemicals for me. No, thank you. So,
on the flip side of that, you got Michael in this movie who was raised a bit differently. Doing a little bit of blow, killing people.
Hey, Dad, how much tingling should I feel on my gums?
Yeah, his dad was a little looser with the reins, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I do not want to be in an altered state. I think life is great the way it is.
No, as a kid, of course, drugs or anything like that was a death sentence with my parents. But
sure,
definitely in my 20s, once I was out in the world, oh yeah, we had
really.
Oh yeah,
you tried some stuff, huh?
Definitely.
Oh wow!
I didn't get too crazy, but yeah,
I'm high right now.
Matter of fact, it's a needle sticking
right
out.
Now, Mr. Giraffe.
There's a needle sticking out of my arm right now. Got a spike in there, dude. But yeah, my 20s, yeah, we were wilding out for sure.
I mean, I don't approve, but I could see it when people are young and reckless. I mean, I'm a child at 18. I wasn't the most careful person either then. But when I see people in their like 30s, 40s, 50s, and they're like, dude, you got stoned this weekend, I'm just like, I can't roll my eyes hard enough.
There's a time and place for everything.
To me.
Definitely time and
place.
Well,
I wouldn't have told you that if I thought you were so judgmental.
It's just how I was raised. It's just how I was raised. Like it's trash.
No, but this is the thing, right? Is that when we're seeing these movies, and we gotta like, there's the thing I gotta contextualize about this because I've watched a lot of movies, Hong Kong action movies, thinking about John Woo stuff, of course, and then also the Wushu stuff that came before this. This flick feels like a 1980s, like they sat down, watched a 1980s American film, and then tried to merge it with what they were doing already. Because down to the fact that when we're going to get to prison, but they've got these white guys in prison who look like the prison actors from an American movie.
That tripped me
I'm like, how are they the tough guys here?
Kiss my ass and call me Big Papa. Remember?
What the?
I understand like somebody going to a foreign country and fucking up and going to prison, but how did you get that many white guys? Like, were they all busted at once?
Well, if you remember the history, the British controlled Hong Kong until 1999, so there would be many British citizens there.
But they weren't British. They didn't have like
these guys were Americans, Mom. And
oh my God, they didn't have British accents.
Yeah,
you're right.
So
I figured they were the Anglo-British Hong Kongers. But
No, they had American accents. So
and they say, "Oi, governor, what you doing?"
doing it?
Please.
Is Chinese doing it?
Uh,
I mean, there
Do we
wasn't
have
that.
a
They were all
slide
American.
of, well, we got to get to the shooting, but you got to get to that slide of the American biker gang in this Hong Kong prison.
Yeah, and this right here. So, fellas, if you get smashed in the back of your cranium with a baseball bat, just have your girl put an ice pack on it, and somehow it'll put your skull back together.
Right.
And obviously he's a fan of motorcycles. If you look in the background there,
right. And they have a little fight. One of her little cutesy tantrums where he tells her, "I did the math," because he's doing math on the paper because he's Asian. He's all, "If I work 2 jobs and I save up money for the next 6 months, I can buy this Kawasaki or some crotch rocket that he wants to buy."
Yeah.
She's like, "Oh, you want to buy yourself a motorbike? That has nothing to do with me and the baby." Because or did she say the baby yet? I don't know. There's
nope.
I think they're talking about maybe having a family. They haven't. They haven't revealed if she is as they say in Espanol, embarazada. The word for pregnant in Spanish is embarrassed. Ella es embarazada. She is embarrassed. That's how you say she's pregnant in Spanish. I don't know. Anyway,
well, and
she's been embarrassed for 9 months. Sorry, go ahead.
There's an innocence, to this. Like they're in love and everything, but they're talking about, a family. They're talking about, we're not just fucking around here. We're gonna get married and have a family, and these some of the things that are lost in movies now. But it's cool. I like their relationship. She wasn't crossing the boundaries, and she wasn't being too masculine. He wasn't being too feminine, as they would now. Everybody was playing their gender roles perfectly in this movie. And as you can see, he's like, "Oh yeah, of course, for us in the family," because she's in the family or us, our family. She uses that kind of language, and he's like, "Oh yeah, of course," and he hugs her like, "Oh, it's cool." She's like, "Oh, I love you," and he's behind her back, looking at her like, "Fuck, I'm getting
right." Yeah, that's a funny moment. He apologizes to her, says, "I won't get the bike. I'll save the money for you and the family," and then he's reading the bike over her shoulder.
And then he opens up a Playboy magazine behind her head.
And it folds out, and he's like, look at the tires on that one.
Almost worse. You know what I mean? Like he pulls out the fold out of a motorcycle. Oh, yeah.
I was watching the Blu-ray version of this, and it was weird that the bad friend Michael kept wearing these shirts with upside down pineapples constantly.
He's like,
and then he even gifted Brandon like this weird flamingo hat.
He's on invite me in, and it wasn't a hat with flamingos on it. It was a flamingo hat, like a bill.
Right.
You see a little wooden piece of wood slide in the wall, and Michael's like, "Hey, I'm still here."
Hey guys. Hey guys, want to go on another beach romp? Huh?
So obviously it's evening. They're in their underwear pajamas. They're gonna go to bed, and Michael calls him and says, "Hey man,
ass first." Then they're going to bed.
So deep, put her ass to sleep. Hey, today was a good day, right? That's a great one. For you kids out there, look up Ice Cube. Today was a good day. Great song.
93.
The Lakers,
there's no way 2 people, 19 between 19 and 21 years old who live together are just going to go, "Good night, good night."
You're 19, you're 21, your girlfriend's 19, and she's wearing a shirt with maybe some underwear, and you're like, "Good night."
Yeah, roll over. We'll turn off your lamps. Good night.
You roll over and check out that Game Pro magazine, baby.
Oh yeah.
He's like, put this over your face. Here we go. Yeah.
The new Power Glove is coming, damn it.
Oh damn. Super Mario Brothers 3.
Tell me about the horsepower.
Oh.
There's 1,100 cc's. Good night.
Can you change your name to Kawasaki?
Please. I know it's Japanese, but it would really be great if you could do that for me.
With me.
Oh, look at Captain Bruno just going right into the gutter, looking at those naughty bikes exhausts.
Yeah. So can I get it in there? Can I fit it?
How could a bike be naughty? Come on.
These are humans we're talking about, man.
Yeah, I know.
So, anyways, right before they're gonna go to sleep, his buddy Mike, the scumbag, calls him from a Persian belly dancer restaurant. Says, "Hey, buddy, come out. I'll buy you dinner at the Persian place." It must be 10, 11. It must be very late.
They were getting ready to have sex. The lights were out. They were and then the phone rings. Number one, I wouldn't answer the phone. That's number one. But number two, come out.
Maybe it's a motorcycle.
Fuck. It's all wing, 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 wing. Really? Wing. He's like, baby, it's an emergency. I gotta go.
He's all
Like,
slower.
I gotta go.
What? Bro, let it idle. Ugh.
He's all, I'm gonna drive you through the mud so hard.
That's right, chat.
9,000 RPMs. 9,000 RPMs.
I'm gonna push you to the red line. I'm gonna push you some more.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run you on empty.
So how long did you last? They
Not
turned
empty.
the key and I just went.
Say oil change. Oil change. But what meal? It's safe to say we've all eaten various types of food in various parts of the country, in various parts of the world. That's very safe to say. We've all traveled abroad and consumed meals. What meal have you come across that's going to pull you away from that? They're about to get down and your buddy calls you and invites you to Persian food. There is no food that is going to make me say,
Sorry.
babe, I got to go.
No.
What?
Disagree. If it is chicken fried steak with sawmill gravy, I'm going to be like, put your clothes back on. I'm out of here. Peace. I gave you 23
Hell
years of
no.
my life,
Hell
and you're
no.
not taking this from me.
Why not both?
No,
Why
this
not,
is see,
if
Sean.
it's
This is back.
Persian, if it's Persian, you know there's going to be some kubideh shish kebab. Say, hey, how about I give you a little shish kebab, and then I go eat some shish kebab.
Hey, how about you give me the shish and I give you the kebab?
Oh,
No, there's no way that would happen. There's no meal on earth. It does not
Chicken
exist.
fried steak, sawmill gravy.
You are wrong, sir.
Arimafay says, I don't know, in today's times, dudes turn down sex for gaming. Not all men, but I don't know, these younger dudes. Actually, I can't come over. I have to beat the second temple in the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I'm this close to leveling up my hearts to 18. So I would understand. That's a good excuse to me. That's a legit excuse. So, you, Sean, you picking video games or you picking a lady?
Oh, lady for sure. Lady all day long. Video games were not particularly my thing. Now, chicken fried. Sorry, we've already talked about it.
All right. Chicken fried steak with sawmill gravy. Understand.
Oh, let me tell you something, man. It's the best.
So, anyways, they head to the Poison restaurant. There's a belly dancer in the back, and she is shaking it. And the guys in there, they're stuffing dollars in her.
Like a Persian strip club or something.
Yeah, she keeps it all on, but they are shoving money in her clothes. Now, guys, if you were at a place where a woman was dancing for money, and you thought she was just okay looking, and you only had like a 20 on you, could you stick the money at the dancer and say, "Can you break this?"
That's not proper etiquette. Man, can I get some change for that, please? Thanks. Here's a 20. I need 19 back.
What do you think about when you go to a restaurant and you need to leave the tip, but you only have a 20, and say the tip should be $7, $8, $9 or something? And then
we're getting change.
They pull that fast one where they're like, you're like, oh, can you break this 20? And then they give you back 2 10s to ensure they get a $10 tip, you know. So I don't like when they force your hand like that. I'll give it to them.
I don't do that. Yeah. I'll tell you, this is the way I roll. If they do that to me, it depends on how old they are. Because if they're just like, sometimes you see people, the lights are on, nobody's home. I don't take it too personally. But when I see somebody who has been quick-witted and whatever the whole time, if they come and they present me with that, they could get stiffed. It's a real possibility. And that goes against every fiber of my being. I will tell you this. If they bring me back 5 1s, a 5, and a 10, they're going to get a big tip. I actually raise my tip for that.
Oh.
They will end up with more. Mm-hmm. They will end up with the tenner. No, I'm not even kidding. Because to me, that's about professional service. Anybody who's ever, anybody who's worked in service and done this kind of shit, when you recognize somebody who's a pro, you tip them like a pro. Yeah. That's it. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Look, we were talking about where things are right now, and obviously we're in a world full of Michaels, and there's nothing we can do about it. But the thing about it is that I think it has made manners and people who are on their game all the better. Like if you have your shit together, and if you're polite, you guys see this on YouTube. If you know how to speak conversational human at any level, there's an audience out there, because people just want to be able to have fun and talk to somebody who's not like, when you were like yelling at an old lady at a Chick-fil-A about her politics? Like, no, I don't. I can't relate to you, you fucking Looney Tune. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, when you're after your guys, your buddies, girl, and then you frame him for, no, Michael, I don't relate to you, you fuck. There, I said it.
There, finally. Said it.
So what you're saying is, if the belly dancer was ugly, you'd still tip her in full.
Yeah. No, not full.
I would tip her with a roll of quarters and watch that thing fall to the ground because that's how I roll.
Would it be bad for him? Let's say the belly dancer, she's just dancing her heart out, poor thing, but she's fat. Yeah. She's got those fat rolls going around her torso. Would it be bad for him to slide the dollar between one of her fat rolls?
Probably. You need to work on
what
your
if it grabs your hand?
Strip club.
And won't let go.
What if it what now?
What if it grabs your hand?
Ooh.
What if it just closes? You don't know.
It's got a mind of its own.
All right, keep it. Here, keep it.
You know where you'll never have to worry about big, fat, disgusting dancers? Pasta Mania, brother. We only hire skinny, gorgeous women to shake their money makers at Pasta Mania. Kids eat free on Tuesdays.
That's right, brother. We do not have the ass-shaking ladies on Tuesdays, brother, because the kids are here, brother.
Now, Hulkster, did you always have gorgeous women dancing at Pasta Mania?
Always since day one, brother. I had to turn away a bunch of Ugmos, brother.
Well, what was generally wrong with these?
Hold on.
I've never
interrupt this for a beautiful family moment.
What was wrong with them?
Well, he's just saying goodnight.
Oh, I love it.
Bedtime. But yeah.
Yeah, kids, daddy's crazy.
I had a bunch of 5x5s out there in the parking lot trying to audition, brother. That means 5 feet tall and 5 feet wide. Not here, ladies. I can use you in the kitchen. I still have 125,000 pounds of that sweet semolina to push, brother.
Wow, you're down that much? You're down over 80-something%? Over 90. You've really sold through on that.
We have a backwards thing going, brother. You know, you got the building fund and you got that thermometer, brother, and you want it to all be red. You got all the money you need, brother. We're going backwards. We're erasing, brother, trying to get down to zero.
Well, I love that. Now, let me ask you, I'm really interested about the belly dancers at Pasta Mania. Whose idea was it originally? Because I heard there was some pushback from the Macho Man, Randy Savage himself. He didn't like, what's his girlfriend, is it Miss Vicky?
Miss Elizabeth, brother.
Miss Elizabeth. Miss Vicky's potato chips.
R.I.P.
Yeah. But I heard she was the first dancer there, and then Macho Man was not having that. How did that go down?
He got jealous, brother. Started flying off the top of the tables onto the customers when they give her a big tip, brother. He had to be removed from the Pasta Mania committee, brother.
Oh, my God. So is he still banned from Pasta Mania?
Yeah, he can't come in here, brother. Every time he comes in, he's crying about Miss Elizabeth leaving him again, brother.
Oh, my God. That's terrible. Okay. Well, what can fans expect from the belly dancers at Pasta Mania? Why would I want to come in and see this? Sell it.
If you want to see some fine torsos, brother, and eat some good pasta, this is where you need to be, brother.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know how you guys do it down there in Clearwater, but you do it good. All right, man. Thank you so much for letting us know that. We'll come back if we need any more. Thank you, Hulkster.
Bye.
Bye. Why did you say bye like a little kid?
Never gets old. It never
He
gets
was a young
old,
spirit, man. He was a young spirit.
He just, God bless him. In real life, he just turned 70 like 3-4 days ago, right?
Yeah,
my God.
Yeah, and I sent you a link. I think both of you. He was just on Joe Rogan's podcast. So I'm definitely going to have to watch it this coming week.
That's going to be a good one.
So, Aruma Faye had a question. Well, like guys say, they work the day shift, right? The ugly fat chicks. Oh, we should have asked him about that. Yeah. You don't want to be like a dancer, a female dancer, and get told that your shift is Tuesday from 11 to 3 p.m. You know?
Daylight hours.
Yeah, you don't want to be that one. That's a tough hustle, as they say.
Yeah, but I'm sure the Hulkster has some kind of way to handle that. He's a great businessman.
Right. Yeah.
Great businessman.
Yeah, I mean, he only got swindled into buying 1 million pounds of semolina.
But only one time, fool me twice and all that. You only got him once because he trusted him as a friend,
Right.
He trusted him as a friend. It wasn't just a stranger off the street, peddling some kind of deal. It was his friend. It was his brother in combat,
I think I would trust a guy named the $1 Million Man.
Yeah, you might get me $1 million. I'm down for that.
He doesn't sound like a scumbag
It
business.
sound like a fucking prick. But yeah, I think Hulkster, those 5x5s as he called them, I think, handling that, letting them down gently and putting them in the day shift. He's good at it.
Did he run back in the kitchen? Is he still there? I have a question I desperately have to ask.
He is still here.
Hulkster. Hey, how you doing, Hulkster? Sorry to bother you again.
Yeah, what do you need, brother?
Okay, I'll let you ride back to that rigatone. But Captain Haruno, he's one of the great fans around here. He said, isn't it true if a lady has a family emergency, the Hulkster will fill in and do some of the belly dancing?
I do what I got to do, brother. I'll get out there and shake that money maker while I'm mixing a pot of that gravy, brother.
Oh, have you ever been burned with that hot sauce and that hot body moving at the same time?
You got to keep moving, brother. I had a whole ladle of that hot gravy go down the front of my shorts, brother.
And you just kept going like a pro.
It burned like a sumbitch, brother. My helmet looked like a tomato, brother. But I powered through. I thought of riding home to a nice pack of frozen peas on my wiener, brother. On that red and yellow Harley, brother. I pressed on, brother.
Oh, my gosh. You didn't even shed a tear. You didn't even let the fans know. You just went through the pain, huh?
Can't miss a beat, brother. Like a duck in water, brother.
Oh, my gosh. Who was that guy in the New York Knicks? He broke his leg and came back and played like in the second half back in the 70s. What was that guy's name? Anyway, yeah, a true hero, Hulkster. So I'm glad we got that question out there. So, okay, we'll watch it with the sauce. We need you, buddy. So be careful, okay?
You know what I tell those 5x5s, brother, who want to come in here and shake what their mama gave them, brother?
What do you tell them?
I tell them you can always get a job at Pasta Mania, but if the body ain't right, you're working in the daylight, brother.
Okay, so you'll let the women of a more hefty carriage work like a Tuesday at 11 a.m. or something like that.
Yeah, they're getting the 8 a.m. to 4, brother. We open early around here, brother. We got that ass shaking when the sun comes up, brother.
Wow. So, is that why it said on the menu, get some shaken with your bacon?
That's right, brother.
Oh,
you order a pound of bacon, and I guarantee that jelly won't be the only thing shaking, brother.
Oh, my gosh. What a way to start your day at Pasta Mania in Clearwater, Florida. Not, contrary to the rumor, not opening at Raider Stadium at Allegiance.
Never, brother. I don't do deals with losers, brother.
Oh.
Much love, Diesel.
No,
and Raider is Latin for fucking loser, brother. And I didn't add the F word in there. If you look at the definition, it says Raider. Fucking loser, brother.
Wow. That is. I learned that when I took a Latin class in college as an elective. Yeah.
Did you say a Latin class or a Latin class, brother?
Both.
Because one sounds more interesting than the other, brother.
I did learn about the 1994 Disney animated movie Aladdin. I took a class about that. And it was on Tuesday mornings and Tuesday evenings. I would take a Latin class learning about the language of antiquity, of course, Latin. So both. And then I took a class where we watched the Aladdin movie in Latin. Very interesting.
Dear God.
That's weird, brother.
Yeah, it was fascinating.
That's the first judgment we got out of Hulk Hogan. That's fucked up, brother.
Well, you'll have to see it yourself. Don't judge it. All right, get back to work in the kitchen there. You're doing a great job. You are almost sold through on all that pasta. Ted DiBiase did want to tell me, I forgot to tell you this. I was supposed to tell you this last week. He called me. He still feels terrible about doing that deal where he sold you 1 million pounds of pasta and it was like such a crooked deal. And he told me to make it up to you once you sell through on this 1 million pounds. It's another shipment of pasta he'd like to do a deal with you about, and you can talk to it once you sell through. So I think you should talk to him. He's going to make it up to you, okay?
Never again, brother. You got me, Ted. You got me, brother, but I'm close. When I lay in bed at night after I ride that red and yellow Harley home, brother, I think about how many pounds of rigatoni I got left, and my dick gets hard, brother.
Well, he just wants to help you with that. He was crying on the phone.
He wants to help me with my hard dick, brother?
Well, that, but also the pasta. He said both, which I thought was weird because I'm like, Ted, I didn't ask you about that. Like, you got to stop talking to me about that. But, he did say he wants to help you with the pasta because he knows the deal wasn't fair last time. And he wants to make you a square deal from the $1 Million Man. So
No, he can fuck off, brother.
I'll let him know you said that. All right. Hulk Hogan, everyone. Kids Eat Free on Tuesdays. Pastamania, our great sponsor. We'll talk to you later, Hulkster.
Bye.
I like his new sign off.
Sign off is great.
Oh
shit.
my gosh.
What a
Sean,
guy.
I think
Mhm.
Hogan's gonna get scammed again by the $1 Million Man. I can see it coming.
I sort of have a sense of that. I got to be honest. I try
do.
not to.
We can't
Because
feel
Hulk,
sorry for
like the
him.
Hulk,
He's a
I know he's
psychopath.
mad, but he's like such a sweetheart. And I think the $1 Million Man's gonna talk him into it again. So,
Yeah. I have fear.
Silver tongue son of a bitch.
So, you go to you get a call. We've established what normal human reaction is. Okay. So you're about to have sex with this woman you love, and then a friend calls and says, "Hey, can you come out to this belly dancing restaurant?" And of course, any red-blooded man is going to say, "Of course, I'm going to come out there with my friend, 10 at night, son of a drug lord, and just I'm a good guy. I work a day shift, but for some reason, this guy just gets to the core of me.
I gotta be up in 4
I'm gonna
hours.
go.
But I mean,
Fucking hell.
fuck that.
did he let the stiffy go down before he got there?
Nope.
No, he
was
probably
pitching a tent.
he's did like we've all done. You get dressed with a heart on. You push that thing down, get those trousers on.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah, you just
Yeah,
got to
yeah.
button that shirt up tight, so no
Right,
one can
yeah.
see it.
Right.
Uh,
Tuck it in the waistband and get out of there.
Right. So
Right.
they get to the restaurant, and the crooked cop is there, of course, because Mike, the son of the drug dealer, has also invited him because this is the setup to kill the cop. So he leaves a gun at the table, makes sure Brandon sees it right under the table, and he goes over.
Puts it on the floor.
Right.
Just puts a gun on the floor next to his feet. Okay.
Right.
yeah.
And he goes over there, and him and the crooked cop just start not really arguing. The crooked cop just starts lecturing. You and your father, you're punks. You think you're not going to pay me. I'm the one in charge. You're like, I don't know really know what he's saying because they just do a montage of him just yelling and pointing.
Yeah.
And eventually the kid kicks him through that wall barrier that they sit in that chair right there that you see behind him. And
Yeah,
there's
he's
like,
about to smell his butt right there.
right. He's all
Yeah, that was something.
he's like, I had a bunch of cabbage and broccoli for lunch. Check this out.
He's all cool, dude. Let me get a whiff, bro.
Oh,
You whiff it, dude. Fuck yeah.
That's my go-to.
dude, that's my
Yeah.
go-to, bro.
Now that's my go-to.
So they get into a scuffle finally, intentionally to start a ruckus, and the cop pulls out a gun on Michael. So then Brandon Lee picks up the gun from under the table, and the cop's starting to tell him, "Hey, put that down. I'm a cop. I'm a cop." And then and he's like, "No, he's not. He's not a cop. Don't believe him. And I totally don't have a cotton ball in my mouth here."
Yeah.
And I like the little Curad band-aid on his temple there too. And then one of the henchmen of Michael's dad is often like in the corner of the room with a towel like over a gun, and he shoots the cop right in the chest and kills the cop and all that. And of course, Brandon's holding a gun. Brandon starts shooting because Brandon thinks that the cop's trying to kill his friend Michael. So he's defending his friend against a person he does not know this guy's a cop. You know what I mean? So he thinks he's defending his friend. So he is now framed for the murder of this police officer. And it just so happens there's a bunch of cops outside of the restaurant at the perfect time. That I don't know why.
Yeah, already there's
they were-
like half the police force behind the restaurant because Brandon tries to run off the back of the restaurant. And this is another scene that they took from Chinese Connection because at the end, when Bruce Lee dies in that movie, the police are all up front and there's police standing up with rifles and there's some kneeling down in the kneeling position ready to shoot. And he screams, like this blood-curdling scream. It's fucking awesome. And he runs and he jumps, does like a jumping kick off the porch, and then just, they all shoot him. So him running out there and like the whole police force being there was kind of reminiscent of that.
Real quick, Brian Knapp, when we're going back to Hulk Hogan playing through an injury, Jack Youngblood, former LA Ram, played the 79 NFL playoffs, including Super Bowl 16 on a broken left tibula, I guess.
Ooh,
The tibula would be the center of your shin. The fibula would be the outside. So
you know what's weird though? You need both. I found you need both. There's
Yeah,
not
kinda
one.
work together.
Not one of them is an extra.
right.
You know, you hear people talk about it, and it's like remember hearing somebody say they dropped a piece of marble on their pinky toe.
Oh, dude, you don't have a pinky
You
toe.
don't. Yeah, you don't think of how necessary your pinky toe is till it's broken. Then you go, my whole foot is doomed. It's over. I will amputate off the ankle
I'll do it
rather than
myself.
heal from this. Fuck this toe.
Well, T.O. played the Super Bowl. I don't remember which one it was when he was with the Eagles on a broken ankle. And
Right. He broke
Peyton
the bottom
Manning,
of his fibia. He broke that. Yeah.
Yeah, Peyton Manning played a game. I don't know if it was a Super Bowl or playoff game with a broken jaw. He got his jaw broken in the first quarter.
Damn.
Ronnie Lott cut off the tip of his pinky to get back in the game.
I think John Elway, when he won the first Super Bowl, had a torn bicep muscle.
Yeah.
He tore it, missed a few games that season, then came back for the playoffs. And nasty. I saw what that looks like up close. Remember Jericho at Comic-Con, Dean, our buddy Dean Cain, Superman actor, he showed us that his tendon for his bicep is still ripped right now, and he needs surgery. So when he flexes his bicep, you see it way up here, like the head, because the head is right there. And
Yeah,
his
Roy
is
Jones
way up
ruptured his
there.
bad too.
Nasty.
Yeah. And
Yeah, man.
well, I mean, I did see Yorkie's Gamboa fight, I think after round 5 till 12 with a ruptured Achilles tendon. And he had them taping his boot on the outside, to try to support. Well, you can't. Like, it's
Insane.
ridiculous. He was in a
Well,
cast right after.
Good thing you don't
fuck
need your
was he
feet to
doing?
box.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit. It's like, I mean,
Good thing it's all in the
seriously.
hand. It's all in the hands. Good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, to quote the town, there goes college soccer. Sorry, go ahead.
Jeez.
Michael Coulter, Yo gave nice Trump impression. I hope you're complimenting me and not making fun. I did say the impression, it's only 60% there. It's not the greatest impression yet, but it'll get there. I'm
Yeah, it's getting there.
practicing.
It's
that.
nice.
It's not the greatest yet, but I'll get there. And I'll get there before Crazy Nancy, I'll tell you that. So, wouldn't that be something if a politician like Trump could do like dead ringer impersonations of other politicians and then mock them as powerfully as he mocks? I think that
that'd
would
be so
actually
fucking
cool.
funny. That would be hilarious.
He's up there.
Does he need it though?
He's up there
I mean,
doing
he's
like
the king of the one-liners.
I just think humiliation is the ultimate form of persuasion. Frankly, look at what's that guy who did the Daily Show, the first one?
Jon Stewart.
Jon
Greg
Stewart.
Kilburn?
That guy
Oh,
didn't
Jon
make
Stewart,
good or convincing arguments, Jon Stewart, but he was hilarious with his mockery. Mockery is super powerful persuasion, even though your mockery may be incorrect. If you're funny, it sounds true. So,
Yeah, I think we gotta do your mouth like that or McConnell. The jaw down here, McConnell.
how do people get that disgusting marshmallow fluff neck? Ugh. Ugh.
Or Al Gore. The bombs underground. Al Gore, piece of shit. Man, bear,
Well,
pig.
He did have his movie An Inconvenient Truth about the world ending in 2009 or something like
Oops.
The ocean levels are rising. That's what like Oprah and all them say. Then they buy oceanfront property.
Are the water bombs? Yeah, the Obamas bought a lakefront property like 5 years ago or 10 years ago or something like that. We're in the midst. Well, according to what's her name, AOC, we only got how long she been around? 4 years or something. So we're looking at 6 to 8 years left on Earth until the planet. I don't know what's supposed to do, explode, implode. But
Have you guys?
Didn't Al Gore's movie actually say like New York City would be underwater by 2012?
Uh-oh.
And then I heard another guy say that San Francisco would be under 2 feet of feces by 2023. That would come true.
Now they're ahead of schedule on that last one.
Yeah. So.
That's for sure. I mean, just think New York City. How tall are those buildings? How in the fuck is that going to get underwater? Like that. That's what, hundreds, thousands of feet of water. Like
that's what a racist white nationalist would say, Jericho. Checkmate. Checkmate, bro.
Somehow in the next 10 years, you're going to get 500 feet of water in New York. How?
Well, it's not. Well, let's be clear. It's not totally improbable. We just had a massive hurricane hit California.
Right.
So if one hits the
Checkmate,
East Coast,
douchebags.
it's over.
Go ahead, sorry.
And then okay, let's say we have some kind of satellite images or some shit that shows by 2025 or whatever, the whole world is going to be under 2 feet of water. That's going to happen. Multiple countries have verified this is going to happen. We're gone. Okay. What are we supposed to do about it?
You're supposed to eat bugs and get rid of your car. Okay? That's what you're supposed to do. Anything that makes you happy and makes your family safe and happy, you got to stop doing it because coincidentally, that's what's destroying the earth, Chuck.
That makes what are we supposed to do? And could you imagine what this planet would be like if we knew in a year we're going to be destroyed for sure?
Oh, it would be chaos. It'd be beyond Mad Max.
Wait a second. Wait a second here. Jericho, are you saying the reason why the whole, what's the word I'm looking for, UFO phenomenon isn't getting more play is because people might possibly lose their shit if they start seeing all these amazing bits of Navy footage of fucking things?
Could you imagine how disgusting this planet would act? The people, oh my God.
Yeah.
I would just have to find a panic room in my house and just shoot people that come in.
Yeah.
That's why
I do like
Hey, Jericho, before the world ends, I just wanted to say hi.
I do like the UFO bullshit. They show me some flying tic tac on the radar thing. I'm supposed to okay. Is that ET? Is that
extraterrestrial, dude?
I'm sure this has nothing to do with Hunter Biden and the failing economy. You're trying to distract me with the fucking Death Star or some nonsense from Star Trek.
Look over here, man. There's aliens.
Hey,
one of them looked in my asshole.
What he find, Jethro?
Just a bunch of asshole.
Hey, why don't you tell your alien friend if he found my car keys in your asshole? I've been looking at the little sons of bitches for 3 days now.
Well, you know what? I'll go out there in the desert where I was when it happened. I'll say, hey, man, if you look at my asshole again, my neighbor said he wants you to look for his car keys in there.
Why don't you just, that's awful generous of you, but to save us both some time, why don't you just shake your behind and I'll see if I can hear my keys jingle.
That sounds good, man, but it's much more fun to have them aliens go back in my asshole. But hey, guys, why don't you put one of them like liquor store mirrors up there so I can see a reflection of what's inside my asshole?
Store mirrors.
It don't hurt.
Once they put in the corner.
Oh.
You know, one of them mirrors they put up in the corner at the liquor store, see if you're stealing shit on the other side of the aisle.
Now, it don't hurt none?
No, man, it feels good when they get in there, man. I'm not got a little alien lube or something they're using, man. But it sure feels nice when they get inside my asshole, man.
They got some sort of little like gizmo, or they just done it with their hands or their tentacles?
I can't look back there, man. They won't let me turn around. I keep trying to look. Hey, what you guys doing with my asshole?
Oh. How do you know it's even aliens out there then? Can't see.
I'm hoping it is, man. All I know is I wake up in my truck, I'm face down, and somebody's playing around in my asshole.
Because you told me last time the alien disguised himself as Dale and Jethro.
Yeah, I thought it smelled like I smelled the breath on him. I thought I saw one of his tattoos. But I was like, whatever, man, you're an alien. I'm out here, so you guys might as well start rooting around in my asshole.
Well, if they find my keys, I would appreciate having them back.
I sure would appreciate you guys taking another look.
And scene. I fucked that one up because I called you Jethro, and then I said one of our friends was named Jethro.
Yeah. Well, look.
Hey, there could be two Jethros. You never know.
Hopefully
There's more than one.
Well, that's Jethro Davis and this Jethro Johnson. Come on.
Yeah, man, they're totally different, man.
No, it's better. It's Jethro and Jethro Jr. You know, it's father and son nonsense.
And Jethro Jr. That's Junior's Junior there.
Redneck Jericho uses corn as a suppository sideways.
Hell yeah, man. You can use it to clean out your asshole, then you can get a nice little snack.
Oh,
and then when you take a shit, you see the corn again. Talk about recycling.
Timmy Mello don't believe in UFOs. Timmy Mello needs to be convinced.
Yeah, man, you need to go out there in the desert where I park my car, man. They start rooting around in your asshole.
They always disguise themselves as your drinking buddies. That's how they sneak up on you.
Yeah, man, there's this bright light shines in your face. I don't know if it's a mag light or from their alien spacecraft, but just fast forward to the part where you got to start rooting around in my fucking asshole.
What's the craziest thing they ever found in there?
Hell, I don't know, man. They pull like a license plate out of there or something like that.
What state?
I think it was in Illinois.
You ever been to Illinois?
No, man, that's why it was so crazy.
That
It wasn't
is
crazy
wild.
they pulled a license plate out of my asshole, but Illinois, I ain't never been there.
Were the plates expired or was the registration good?
It was current, man. I could have put it on a vehicle.
Damn,
Damn.
that seems like a real great thing to have.
Yeah, man, real conundrum for whoever's missing their fucking license plate in Illinois.
Oh, wow. I think that's the end of the desert redneck saga.
Yeah, fuck it, man. Fuck it, man.
All right. Well,
No, that's what I tell the aliens. Fuck it, man.
Oh, can you imagine traveling all the way across space to look in somebody's butt?
I want to see what's I did, Art Bell or whatever.
You're
Coast
right.
to
Coast to
coast.
coast AM. West of the
my
Rockies,
goodness.
you're on the air.
That's a special place, man.
I love that show. I love that
it.
show. Oh. That's on AM 570 here in San Diego. So.
I don't know. I used to listen to it back when I lived in the Monterey Bay in Monterey County. So I got to see what it is up here because that's perfect, man. You got a late night drive.
Right.
Oh man, slap that shit on. You won't even notice your drive. You'll be so wrapped up in the crazy shit they talk about. Oh man.
Oh, you know, I was on the podcast with Dean at the Babylon Bee yesterday, and I didn't know he's done so many TV and movies. He did a 10-episode series, I don't know how many years ago, of guys that are like serious Sasquatch hunters. And they went up to the place with a famous film. It's not the Zapruder film, but it's the famous film of the Sasquatch. And they did this and that. They even collected like stool samples, and they had a scientist analyze them, like, no, that's a deer.
Whoops.
No, that's a fox and stuff. But Dean said, like, these guys are 1,000% serious with the Sasquatch there. And they synced him. I synced him myself.
I fucking seen him, man.
Yeah. Let's see. I didn't drive aliens be like. I didn't drive all the way out from Andromeda to put a stick up your holes, bro. Get out of my ship.
Get out of here.
John gets the joke. I like John explaining the joke. Just sounds like someone who's in denial about being on the download. Yes, John.
Could be.
Yeah, that could be. Because they always disguise themselves as your drinking buddies.
Hey, fucker.
So anyway, our poor friend Brandon Lee, he's now framed for killing the cop.
Yeah.
This guy's a dirty cop too. He's in on it. And they throw Brandon in jail where he's being scared straight. He's being yelled at by everyone inside the jail.
Except they're really going to put you in jail. You don't get to go home. He's going to jail.
Oh, Tony C., the Dean Cain superfan, says the show with Dean was the $10 million Bigfoot bounty. That was the show. I never knew about it. Dean was telling me about it yesterday, and it sounds insanely entertaining.
Yeah, it would change the world if we found out
Do you do this?
Bigfoot was real.
Do you do this thing, Jericho? I don't watch TV. I don't have TV at my house. I watch YouTube and stuff. But when I travel, like I go to Las Vegas and we're in the hotel, we'll watch TV at night, and then we'll watch like 6 episodes in a row as we're falling asleep of like Naked and Afraid or Squatching, the Sasquatch Hunters, or Alaska Gold Miners or whatever they are. But I'll end up watching those shows on HGTV or Discovery, whatever. Does that happen for you too, or is this just a thing me and my wife do?
No, for sure, because it's interesting because we don't have TV, you
Right.
know, like the regular TV. So yeah, it's cool to. I mean, it sucks. Like it reminds you of commercials. You're like, oh,
Right.
man, fucking commercials. But yeah, it's we usually get to diners, drive-ins, and dives.
Right.
Or if it's during football season, I'll watch some sports, you know, some football coverage. But yeah, we definitely do that. Find some show, you know, that we, like you said, Naked and Afraid or Deadliest Catch, some shit we never watched. But yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know how they do that Naked and Afraid, man, with no food and no water. That's terrible.
You see the one where it was the women were in a group and the men were in a group, and the men were like, they jumped off the boat early and they were swimming to shore. They were fucking catching fish and laughing and a big ass roaring fire and shit. They were having a great time. And the women were like, all of our clothes got wet. We can't build a fire. We can't find anything to eat. And then they had a chance to join the men. And half the women were like, fuck this. The men got fish and shit over there and warm, dry clothes. And some of them were like, no, stay over here, girls. We can do it.
Oh.
They were like, fuck you. These men are over here enjoying themselves. And they were miserable. Like,
Sounds like propaganda. Or apparently you cannot find that shit anywhere. I remember hearing about that. That was, you know, they did that overseas, and it was like they were like, we're gonna have the men on one side, women on the other side, and you cannot track that shit down. You cannot find that show online anywhere.
I wonder about the liberal producers of that show, who the outcome they wanted. They wanted the men to fail and the women to girl boss. How did they not know what would really happen though? Like, how could you be that dumb?
Come on. And I'm sure these guys weren't all like survivalists and all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
But it was a bunch of dudes, and the guys were enjoying themselves. They were having a great time. Because they knew we can build a fire, we can find food. All these dudes, 10 guys or whatever it was. Come on. How can this not be a success?
I did think it was weird when the alien doppelganger showed up to anally probe everyone. That was a weird episode of that show.
That was the episode after this one. After their bellies were full, that's when the aliens came down.
Right.
But they're like, drinking fucking coconut milk and shit and fresh fish. And the women, I distinctly remember, they jumped in the water with the only clothes they had on. So the guys jumped in naked and had their clothes above their head while they walked in the water, and the girls jumped in with their clothes on, and it was cold and rainy and shit, and they couldn't build a fire. So they were just freezing all night long. And the men were like, whew, man, put that fire out. It's hot. They were fucking loving it. So funny. And the men welcomed them with open arms. Hey, come on in, ladies. It's cool. They welcomed them right over. They're very
Come
nice.
on in, fold some laundry, make some eggs.
Hey, give me a fucking sandwich over there. You guys bake bread? Yeah, we're having a great time.
Like, where did you guys find blueberry and icing for this bread? So, we made it.
We made it. These guys was a fucking chef. What do you want me to do? Love it, man.
Ladies got to enjoy wieners. Oh, okay. I thought you meant like, okay.
Right?
The Island with Bear Grylls season 2, I think, is the famous show.
All right.
So
I'll have to track that down. I've heard the lore of it for years, but I've never seen it.
It's a beautiful thing, man. It really is.
All right. So Brandon Lee has gone to prison, framed for the murder of the crooked cop. They're mean to him. They're beating his ass. They've cut his hair. He had his long locks. They've now cut it to short, but not too short. And he's going to learn how to fit in prison. And he makes friends with this four-eyed guy that looks just like one of my neighbors. I have a friend who's a blonde Italian guy who looks just like this. I'm not even kidding. He's a dead or a family friend of mine. So it's weird. And then we got the scene speaking through the glass to his girlfriend.
Yeah.
That's like in so many movies where they're talking through the glass.
Dude, 8 years, but for a serious girlfriend, they're talking about getting married. He did put a little ring on it. Did she stick around for 8 years?
Wow. If she's got his baby, they're intertwined forever.
But what if she doesn't though? It's just they're just a serious boyfriend girlfriend, and he catches 8 years. Nah,
she ain't hanging out. What for?
Yeah.
It's like that's a tragedy, but that's how it goes, man.
She's gone.
She loves him. She loves him.
So if you're out here, this will be all yours, Brandon. But you're in the booty house. I gotta go.
You're in the hoose gal.
I got potential. I'm young. Shit. By the time you get out, I'll be 27.
You got Mr. You, that old man that likes her at the club.
Yeah, she's like, I don't gotta give him none, and he just takes care of me.
Right. Right. He's trying to move her to Brazil with him.
Just got to jerk him off over his pants once a month.
Ooh.
Well, hey, come on, you gotta.
That just sounds like chafing, man.
You gotta do something.
Woof.
Morgan Freeman actually popped in for a second. Do you use your hand then?
Get it, girl. It's only once a month. Go ahead. Right off the bat, there's problems. They hand him these rolls with 5 or 6 cigarettes rolled up in it, and he hands it to him. That Four Eyes guy, they have some rapport and they become cool. And he's like, I don't smoke, man. Here he's like, no, keep that shit. He's also like money in here. And then they go, and of course, he's bullying this little dude, this American white dude in a Chinese prison. And he says, "Hey, what do you owe me a cigarette?" And Brandon Lee comes up and goes, "Hey, hold on, stop, man, stop. How much does he owe you?" "1 cigarette." So he fucking gives it to him. He throws it at him. Right. Brandon Lee throws it at him and then gets the little dude. "Hey, you all right, man?" And normally, I mean, from what I've heard in American prisons, if somebody's handling some business like that, you don't just roll up and say, "Hey, leave him alone," because then you're gonna have some fucking problems. But yeah, he like threw the cigarette at him.
Why are you comparing this to an American prison, Jericho? Is there something about this that doesn't feel authentically Hong Kong to you?
I mean, the large group of American white dudes in there, yeah, it's throwing me off a little.
Yeah, but how do you think a group of maybe even 50 white dudes would do in a prison with maybe 200 non-white dudes in Hong Kong? I mean, do you think they'd be running things with their little black?
Probably not.
Probably not. They would probably be doing
just
their
race issues.
It's a numbers game.
I wanna celebrate a special moment on the show here. Legal Alien is coming out to the rest of us. He's very bravely coming out. Says sorry I'm late to the show. I was watching the new Barbie movie.
Yeah,
so
Barbie.
Yeah, so there you
Did you
go.
rollerblade the whole way there, or just
we tease because we love you.
Fucked up, yeah.
we love you?
Of course,
No,
man.
Alien.
But yeah, so then he saves this little Asian guy from this white guy. So then the white gang calls Brandon Lee over, and it's one of the funniest lines of the movie. This is the boss of the white gang, and he tells Brandon Lee, "You come over here." And then when they get face to face, he's like, "Fuck you, kiss my ass, and call me Big Papa." That's literally what he says to him.
Like,
Yeah, you do whatever Rick Moranis back there says.
It's like, do you want to fight? Like, what do you want to do? What does that mean?
He wants you to call him Big
Call
Papa.
him Big Papa. I guess that's disrespectful.
Get over here, jock ass.
Get that
You
jock
jock
ass over here tomorrow.
Uh,
What's that smell?
Oh.
Holy shit.
God.
That can't be beaten.
Right,
Oh, Sean, that damn movie you told me to watch with Jackie Chan and John Cena. Oh, holy hell. That was...
Come on now.
I text you. I was like,
Make
how many fucking Chinese companies produce this movie? Because it's company after company after company.
Yeah, one of them, which was a pretty intense propaganda image of communism. But and I want to point out, I'm not sure Taiwan exists. I'm going to have to look into it. But the thing, like, I mean, the whole island. The thing about it that got me when I was watching it was I went, wow, we thought the Marine was the worst piece of shit he's ever done. This movie, come on now.
Really?
It's tough. And it's a Netflix movie, so there's a lot of money behind it. Tons of set pieces, and it's a big cast, and the props and everything. It looks great, but it's largely in Chinese, like it's subtitles because they're speaking Chinese because the whole fucking cast is Chinese people, and it's terrible. And I tried 2 times to watch it. I got past the scene with the whole bus convoy through the desert. It was exhausting. It was absolutely exhausting, and I haven't seen Jackie Chan do shit yet. Jackie Chan's older. It's like from last year, this year or something, but I'm still expecting him to whoop somebody's ass and climb up the side of a building and then jump off of it or whatever. And I don't know if that happens because I can't finish it. I can't get past.
That's how bad it is. You tap the fuck out.
I have one like that I can't finish. I love The Office, the American one, Michael Scott and all those guys, Dwight Schrute.
Yeah.
Love that. I've seen the whole thing like 5 times, all 8, 9 seasons. So I wanted more. So I'm like, okay, I'll watch the show that inspired this. I got 10 minutes into the first episode of The British Office.
Couldn't do it.
That thing couldn't be less funny. Holy shit. How did the American Office come from that? So I that was like, I tried to watch it. I got 10 minutes in. I just had to turn off. Then like a week or 2 later, it's like, no, just watch the first episode. I forced myself to watch it the first 2-3 episodes, and it just got worse. It is so unfunny. It's unreal. I have British humor. I'm sorry, it's the worst. It's not funny, and it's not ironically funny. It's just dumb to me. It's so dumb. Ugh.
Like it's hard to explain how bad it is, and this was one of the worst things I've ever seen. I shudder to think about the budget that they had for this movie. But it was like trying to swallow a mouthful of sawdust with no water. Like you couldn't force it down. You just can't do it.
Excuse me, what would go well with this British dish you're serving me? Oh, that would be British humor. Also,
oh, I hope I can choke it down.
Oh, it's marvelous, actually. What kind of sawdust did you say this was?
It's cedar.
Oh, I thought it was cedar. It's like my mother used to make it the holiday.
Of course, holiday cedar soda.
Oh,
I mean, it should be illegal for you to have that kind of budget and give a piece of shit as a result. It should be illegal. What did you do with all that money? How many eyes and ears did this script make it past to be filmed, to make it to where people are showing up on set to capture this on film? And most of it was CGI. It was atrocious.
Special kind of dog shit.
Oh, man. Like a homeless dog shit. They just eat trash and random shit that they eat off of the homeless person's chest when they pass out. Gross.
Mr. E, that E might stand for England. He says, I don't know, your American version of Red Dwarf was unfunny or canceled. No idea what that is. I'll take your word for it.
I know what Red Dwarf
that sounds terrible.
Not a fan of British humor. Let's see.
Or dwarves.
Aruma says Big Bang Theory is gay levels of trash. So Big Bang Theory to me is it's a litmus test. Your opinion of it tells me a lot about your intellect. I will leave it at that.
I like Arrested Development.
I knew someone once who wasn't kidding and was trying to make a legal argument based on an episode of the Big Bang Theory he saw, where someone had written a contract and then another person explained to them that when a contract is written by one party, it usually favors the party that didn't write it and blah, blah, blah. I saw a person tweet that out trying to make an argument about a legal contract, and then they were like, ha ha. And
I remember that actually, Gabe. I remember.
Oh, you do remember that?
Right. I remember that particular situation, but let me just tell you this, though. Let me tell you this, guys.
One sec. And that is where I came up with the concept of the subterranean IQ. Go ahead, Sean.
No, I was going to say that now that what we would call, and you've been to San Diego Comic-Con recently, but now that things are starting to kind of go back to normal, which is to say that people who actually care about this shit are becoming the center of conventions and all of this.
Right.
It's amazing to think that people would watch shit. How do I put this? People would watch stuff that has never been cool because it suddenly became cool, and they would, act like they liked it. You do not see that shit. That's the problem with the New England Patriots. That's the problem with the Red Sox, all right. Still like the Bruins. It's because if you were a Red Sox fan for almost 100 years, you were really a fucking fan of the Red Sox. Because it was a thankless fucking job. It was like a hellish, you go to the cemetery. I guess it wasn't next to you this year, Pop. Like, it was some dark shit.
Yeah.
And when nerd culture was, do you read comics? I don't read comics. I'm gay. Like, anything you could say to not be a fucking comic book fan or into that shit for a time. Now, I was always like, I draw comics, and I'm drawing boobs. But when I was a kid, it was never cool. And when you saw these fuckers come in, it was like, no, like we all know who our awesome gals are, who are actually fans, who've been there from the beginning, who are cool. But these fucking posers who came into this shit, and Big Bang Theory is like the poster children of that horse shit. And I fucking hated it, man.
Have you ever seen those
the whole idea?
Have you ever seen those YouTube clips where people take the laugh track out of the Big Bang Theory?
Yep.
It's so brutal, dude.
It's fucking brutal.
Yeah, if you tell me that,
brutal, dude.
I just think that show was on the air for like 8-9 years or something like that.
It was on for a long time.
It was like a hit show.
A hit.
Big Bang Theory
can't get rid of AIDS either. Sorry, go ahead.
Big Bang Theory to me is like Burger King. I don't know how it exists. People like it, and
it's like herpes. Keeps on coming.
Keeps coming back every time you beat it back.
Mr. East is 11 seasons.
Oof.
Fuck.
Damn, that's a certified hit, man.
Well,
certified. And people are rewatching it because we're all looking for that show that has 5+ seasons so we can really get into it for a while.
Here's one for me that was super popular that I don't think I've ever seen a full episode of it because I hate it so much. Friends. Despise that. Those people were the biggest asshole narcissists in the universe. I don't mean in real life. I don't know those people. The way
look, agree just whatever it is about those people. I will tell you this. It was that show was popular in a way to where it appealed to people, and if you didn't like the people who liked it, that's fine, but it was genuinely trying to be what it is. Big Bang Theory was trying to be too fucking clever by half. The deep down, it's like when people act like they like an ugly actor, when girls are like, I love that guy, he's got a hoof for a hand and only one eye. You're like, you don't fucking like that guy, you're pretending to.
It's like when people...
who are those fuckers? Benedict Cumberbatch and what's the other fuck guy? Tom Hiddleston. Ladies, you don't really fucking like those guys. You like Chris Hemsworth. Shut the fuck up.
You lying bitches.
Is that
lying in the fucking sand?
It's like that meme that's been going around. It's like, if Lizzo's so hot, why do chicks get mad when you tell them they look like Lizzo?
Yeah. No, she's beautiful. She's beautiful. Body positive.
Yeah, you look just like her.
Yeah, no, gross. Like, I mean, to her, I don't want to look like her. Gross.
Let's see. A Rumafe for 2020. And she's a senior channel member. A Rumafe.
That's right.
$20 American. Hold on. Hold down. I'm going to do it like that. Before you speak to me about intellect, I've read books on string theory. I'm in college for cybersecurity. That's right. She's going to find that Nigerian prince and nail his ass to the wall.
Fuck you up.
I find the humor in that show garbage. It tries too hard to be special via science and astrophysics.
Boom. Mike Gerard.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and this is the other thing too. You'll occasionally see. We went to well, actually, I showed you guys pictures of it. My son was in the state science thing, and got God bless him, got a Navy and an Air Force award. And Jericho, I know you're proud of one of those awards. That he got. The other one, you had different feelings of. Although I will say this, just so you know, the man who presented the awards was from the Navy. And the Air Force guy wasn't there to present awards, and he goes, I'm going to now be presenting the Air Force Award, which is also something the Navy does better. You'll fucking love it. It was beautiful, dude. It was beautiful. But there was an Indian girl there who won like some of the top honors. And when people give me this bullshit about like what women in STEM need to be like, first of all, if you're a woman in STEM, you fucking are going to be a woman in STEM no matter what. This Indian girl looked like she would kill your pet with her thumb and not blink. She was like sitting there. They're like, and now the winner is, and she was like, take a picture with your parents. Like she was locked in. She is going to design something amazing in the future. And then you get these girls like, oh my God, I'm totally into STEM. Not you. Not you. Her. The serial killer with the calculator brain. Fuck.
And, you know, two things real quick. Number one, Top Gun, greatest pilots in the world. They are Navy pilots. And two, I think Arumfe needs a little video.
There we go. That's why I left it up. Thank you, Jericho.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty.
She loves the Belgian buns.
Hey, the Belgian buns overheat.
There you
Flip them
go.
over, they're burning. Flip them over, they're burning.
That's a joke in my family with my dad. So my dad's a gourmet chef for like 50-something years. He's retired now. He doesn't know how to cook for 4 people. You eat with my dad. Jericho, your father was a chef, and I'm sure he did the same thing. He'll make enough food for 10 people. It's all delicious, but it's just too much food. My dad can be a little absent-minded when he cooks because he has a few ovens in his house, a few refrigerators, a few freezers. He's very into food because he's a chef. And he'll make a big loaf of French bread with garlic and paprika and parsley and butter all over it for every meal almost. And he will burn it for every meal almost.
Damn it.
So my dad will bring out a platter. He'll bring out a platter. This is a meal at my dad's house. I shit you not. A platter of T-bone steaks, a platter of like grilled chicken breast. He'll make some hamburgers. He'll make some hot dogs. He'll make a salad. He'll make some fresh salsa. And then he'll have some bread. Then he'll have some fruit. And we'll have some dessert. That's like a meal at my dad's house. And not a special occasion. That's dinner on a Tuesday. Okay? And we'll be eating the meal. We'll be halfway through it. And he'll go, the bread! Every time. And he'll come back with a pan of French bread that's black. Almost every. It's so funny.
Damn it.
But yeah, he'll go, the bread! And he'll run out of the kitchen.
Like,
But,
well, I don't think we really need any bread at this point, so I'm not really mad at that. So you got
All
enough
right.
to deal with.
Guys, now I'm going to leave this up to you because I'm hot now. I'm hot now. My dad is an immigrant to this country. He got his citizenship like 3 years ago after being a resident alien for like 30-something years. And he's a Coloradan through and through. He watches every Bronco game, no matter if they win or lose. How dare you say this, Diesel? How dare you? How dare you? I won't even repeat the filth that you just said. And I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, Diesel, and say that you are 2 like night train bottles in tonight or something.
You know what?
What do we do? What do we do about this?
I have a question.
This is maximum disrespect to my father.
Where did your father immigrate from, Gabe?
Libya, a socialist dictatorship.
Why would he pick the greatest country in the world to immigrate to, and then when he gets here, he picks the Raiders? Nobody's going to do that. Nobody comes to this great country and picks the Raiders.
You know,
no way.
I used to disagree with the people at Trader Joe's that words could be violence, but now I see what they're saying.
That certainly hurt.
This is appalling.
Father would never.
I just want to apologize, Sean, Jericho, to you
Yeah.
and to the rest of the chat that you had to see this. The Diesel got this out of control.
Diesel is a loose cannon. I think we all know that.
That's right. He's what we call the wild card of the chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Diesel, I'm going to be in Las Vegas December like 26, 27 when the Denver Broncos curb stomp the Raiders. I'll be there with my son, possibly Dean Cain because he lives there. I will be there if Jericho and Sean, if you want to show up too.
I would
be
be
there. And Diesel, I hope you're there. I hope you're there to watch it happen. Right in front of your eyes.
And at least you can be a Broncos fan at a Raiders game now because they're out in Vegas. So there's no real loyalty. There's no loyal fan base out there. So you should be safe that you don't have to worry about your personal safety at a Raider game being the away team.
Well, my Vegas team, from everything I've been told, and I've only been to Vegas once on a layover, is the buffet. It sounds fucking amazing. And so
what a great reason to go.
Do they have jerseys? Do they have hats for the buffet? Because I'm down with it, man. Let's fucking have it.
Yeah, speaking of that, okay, so there was a all-pro defensive tackle. He played for your New England Patriots. He played for a few teams back in the earlier 2000s, like 10 years ago. And you're saying, do they have hats for that sort of thing? Yes, they do.
Damn right.
Hey, that's a large human being. That
is Vince
Wilfork.
He literally showed up to football camp wearing a hat that said ribs on it.
Did you see when
that's a beautiful portrait of America, and I will not have this man besmirched for his choice.
Yeah, take the eagle off the official presidential seal and put that on there. I'd be down for that. Did you see the video where he was on the Patriots and they're playing the Bills, and there was a receiver on the Bills named Stevie Johnson, number 13, and Vince Wilfork drops into coverage, and Vince Wilfork was like 6 foot. Probably still is, like 6 foot, 6'1", 275. That dude was built like a brick shit house, man. And he drops back into coverage, and Stevie Johnson catches that ball. And as soon as he catches that ball, Vince Wilfork, receiver, he's tall, skinny, he's probably 190 or some shit like that. Just trucks this fool. And there's a still pic of Stevie Johnson who's totally parallel with the ground. Like he smashed him so hard, he was parallel with the ground for a second before he hit it. And I mean, you just see it. And Stevie Johnson he thought he had it because he didn't see anybody around him. He didn't think in a million years that the defensive lineman I don't think it was a nose tackle, but he would never thought in a million years that a defensive lineman would drop back into coverage and just fucking smash him. But Vince Wilfork ain't no bullshit.
Yeah,
he was a great player.
It's the worst. I mean, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying he was a great player. That's all I was saying.
No, I mean, but like with everything, right? The worst punch you take in boxing, the worst hit you ever take is the shit you don't see coming. Right. It's like when your mind is elsewhere, it's like, fuck.
Dude, he trucked that fool. He had to have him by almost 100 pounds. I mean, he just blam, like a Mack truck hitting one of those stupid little tiny smart cars. It was all bad for him, but it was great to see. We'd love to see a good hit like that.
I'm looking for it on the on the Google image. I looked for it on the other image thing, and I did not find it.
Yeah, Vince Wilfork, Stevie Johnson.
Yeah, not coming
right.
up, but I'll take your word for it. I wish I could have seen that.
I mean, if you
remember
if
in the
you,
old days when they didn't give a shit about concussions, and you're like, if you order Sports Illustrated right now for a year, you'll get the free NFL's greatest concussions. And they're like
Yeah.
playing like wacky music, and dudes are walking off the field like they're
yeah,
drunk.
like going to the wrong huddle and shit. Like, nah, dude, you're over there. Huh? Running to the wrong sideline. If you look close and if you get the special edition, pause it and you'll see brain matter coming out of his ear.
Oh shit, that's gonna leave a mark.
He's full just getting blasted.
Yeah.
It was a real gladiator sport out there.
Yeah, my son played high school football from like 2014 to 17, those 4 years. And I show him the old tapes from the 80s and 90s, the clips, and he just couldn't believe how you were allowed to do shit like that. I'm like, yep, those are the old rules. We did that.
Dude,
So,
the way
yep.
Lawrence Taylor hit Joe Montana in the 1990 NFC Championship game. Come on, man.
You remember when
you'd be executed at halftime for that?
Bill Romanowski got the crown,
Sorry.
Bill Romanowski got the crown of his helmet underneath the edge of what's his name? The quarterback for the Panthers helmet. He also played for the Giants. What the fuck was his name? And he shattered his jaw. He actually got
Kerry Collins.
Yes, Romanowski broke his jaw. Jeez.
Yeah, Romanowski, was it Monday Night Football? He spit in the 49ers' face. When he was on the Broncos.
Right.
No, it was it JJ Stokes?
I believe it was. Yeah, it wasn't T.O. It was JJ Stokes. Yeah. That guy was a bust.
No, JJ Stokes was all right. He came on
Well, that's the thing. He was all right.
with
He was
Jeff
supposed to be
Garcia. But everybody can't be a number one. He was behind T.O., a young T.O.
I love T.O. I hate how the media hated him. I thought T.O. was great.
Yeah,
I thought
T.O.
he
was
was
great,
super entertaining.
But Romanowski, yeah, he was a real piece of shit.
Oh, Diesel trying to bring it. Let's see how much of a donkey fan Gabe is with this question. Lay it on me, Wikipedia.
Let's hear it. Lay it on me, bro.
Christian Okoye, the Nigerian Nightmare.
Oh,
was
yeah.
knocked out by Steve Atwater on Monday Night Football.
He fucked him
Fuck
up.
out of here with your weak surface level questions.
And you look, Steve Atwater was a lot smaller. Everybody was a lot smaller.
Oh, no. Steve Atwater was
Christian Okoye.
Oh, he was smaller than Christian Okoye, but he was taller. Steve Atwater was 6'4".
Yeah, but I'm saying he was thinner. He was smaller,
Right.
like in weight and thickness. Christian
Right.
Okoye was he's a beast.
Oh, look
man.
at this. I knew you'd know that. It's an easy one. Raider fans.
Raider fans.
I got one for you, D. So it's a very simple one. Have the Raiders won a Super Bowl this, not century, this millennium?
Damn.
There you go.
Damn.
You haven't won a Super Bowl since last millennium.
Oh,
So, yeah. Same for you, Mr. 49er fan.
that's fucked up. Yeah, who's a better team right now? The
The
Niners.
Broncos are a way better team right
Broncos are not a better team. You guys
now.
got
They
Russell
played, who won last time they played?
Russell
Who
Wilson.
won last time they played?
You mean in a preseason game that
No.
don't mean shit?
I'm talking about the regular season game last year. Russell Wilson.
Oh, by one. Yeah, and what happened after that? The week
win
after
is a
that.
win is a win.
Fucking-
A win is a win.
that's fine. You can have that win early in the season when it means nothing.
Oh, now it means nothing.
That's
Like,
fine.
okay.
It doesn't. It didn't mean anything. We went on to the NFC Championship game. Where were you? You were at home with Mr. Unlimited. Fuck. Most cringe football player ever.
You're not wrong about that. Gabe, can I make a request? You guys do Blood and Bone starting.
Oh, that's a good one.
Never seen it.
I love Michael Jai White.
You guys
That's a
remind
good
me,
one.
yeah.
There's
Michael Jai White had some of my best fucking thing about fighting and fights and street fight technique shit. He goes, let me tell you about street fight technique when you get jumped. He goes, none of that shit matters. He's like, technique and all that shit out the window. He goes, what people do who know how to handle themselves is it's a type of person. What are you willing to do when this motherfucker, like he was giving real fight advice? What are you gonna do if you fight somebody's gonna bite your ear off? He's like, this is the shit. Jai White is no joke, man.
Yeah, he's legit,
that dude
man.
is fucking serious.
Blood and Bone is good.
Fucking serious.
Which way does the running back dress? Well, Captain Bruno, did you wear a cup playing football, Jericho? I didn't wear a cup. I didn't think it was necessary. Oh. I can see it in baseball, but in football, it didn't make sense to me. I don't know.
It did anyway. Well, extra.
But I was going to say, if you wear a cup, it doesn't really matter which way you dress because it's all getting packed in tight. So,
like sardines.
Yeah, it's all getting smooshed up in there. Anyway, there's a prison fight, and Brandon Lee gets thrown in solitary, right?
Yeah, because he hits one of the guys because they're fucking with the dude with 4 eyes, and so they get to stomping him out, and then they grab him and he goes to solitary for that one.
Right. And he writes to May that he's stuck in there and he loves her still and this and that. And she finds out from this lady with an unfortunate haircut that she's preggers.
You got a baby up in you, girl. You let Brandon go raw, huh?
Raw dog, dude.
Next shot, she goes, "It's mine," which was the creepier part. She's like, "You're pregnant, and it's mine." And she's
It's
like,
mine.
"The fuck?"
While you were under, I got you pregnant.
That's right.
Yeah, she's preggers by Brandon, but he's doing 8 years. 8 years.
Captain Haruna wants us to do a 24-hour Lord of the Rings extended trilogy double.
I couldn't take Lord of the Rings for that long.
I love Lord of the Rings, but not 24 hours straight. Lord of the Rings.
I've never seen a whole Lord of the Rings movie. I have no interest in that.
Really?
That entire volume, whatever you want to call it. No, thank you. You can go ahead and put Harry Potter in there too.
Are you straight?
I'm fine.
With you.
I'm fine with you disliking both. Whatever. There's no accounting for taste, but you cannot compare Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings.
No, I'm just saying, but they're both.
The author Tolkien is like you're comparing Michael Jordan to some guy who plays in a rec league with Harry Potter.
But I mean, as far as the fanfare around them and how big they are and all that kind of shit, but still, like the magic, all that shit. No, I'm cool. You can put them both in the can.
You're not a magic guy? I would have never guessed.
No, not a lot of magic over here.
He likes fantasy movies. What do you think of Ice Pirates?
What the fuck is that?
Oh, dude, gotta watch the trailer sometime. You might.
Oh no, I'm so skeptical of new movies.
It's a brutal 1980s sci-fi action movie. It's like if you took
that sounds good
Star Wars and combined it with like the adventure, not the mystery,
crystal meth
of Indiana Jones, right?
Methamphetamine.
You take Star Wars and then Indiana Jones flavor adventure, and then you rub dog poo all over it.
Oh, you had me till the dog poo.
Well, I'm not done. And then you roll it through a dirty alley so things stick to the dog.
Oh, needles and whatnot.
Then you put that in a microwave because the poop is like it's terrible, but it'll give off
slide it in the hot pocket.
If you microwave the poop, it'll have more of an aroma, even stronger. Right. So that's
before we zap it in the microwave, can we roll it across a barbershop floor?
Of course.
Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, that goes without saying. I thought you knew that already. So yeah. So then you warm it up, you bring it to temperature, and then you serve it.
Stick a thermometer in there. Make sure it's 160.
Do you? Does it pair well with British comedy?
It pairs British holiday sawdust.
Then you wash it down with some British comedy. Ugh.
Yeah, you just sit there and watch The British Office while you eat that. So
I remember as a kid.
I don't know what's worse.
I remember watching, catching little bits and pieces of British comedy TV shows as a kid. And I could never understand their accent. So I would just hear like, blah, 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 ha, 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 blah, 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 ha. Like I couldn't, their accent was too thick. I was like, what are they even saying? Why is this funny? You guys sound, I know you're speaking English, but your English ain't right.
Speak American, folks.
Fuck millimeter.
Doctor Who when I was like 5 on PBS and being scared of it because I didn't know why the people were so ugly, dressed so
weird, so fucking ugly,
and they sounded so strange. It was like creepy to me as a kid. Anyway,
basically, what we're saying is British people are fucked up,
but we love them.
That show.
Yeah, we love them. Just remember who won the war.
Just remember, you fucker.
Brian,
say trash, man.
Is this a Brandon Lee movie? Yes. Legacy.
It is, man. Good to see you here. Yes, it is a Brandon Lee movie. We'll get to him. We'll show you.
Yeah,
some slides. There's the nice old man again. He's like, hey, please, girl, come on. Him. Hey, me and you. Your man, he's locked up anyway. Here's some flowers, probably a little jewelry or something.
Right. He's like, what your man got to do with me?
But he ain't here. He ain't here. So she's like, no, thank you. And then asshole of the year pulls up. Fucking Michael. Yep. Now he's really off the chain because he doesn't have Brandon there to check his ass, you know? So he's like, hey, give me a ride. And they take the flowers and stuff that the old man gave him, and they throw him out the window of the car, like being real assholes to him. And he's like, I'll give you a ride home, baby. And then he, obviously tries to force himself on her. She's not having it. Come on, you bitch. You whore, you fucking whore. And then so she gets out, like she tucks and rolls out the fucking car, out of the Mercedes, and she gets up and they're like chasing her. It was very Sarah Connor, first Terminator. Dun, 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 that, and they're chasing her through like these courtyards and shit. He's a drug lord's son. He don't give a fuck. He's not worried about cops. He ain't worried about shit. He's just, off the leash, running wild through Hong Kong.
You know what would fix this scene? Like the old man's trying to pick her up. Brandon Lee's in prison, and this weird guy gets in the car and tries to force himself on her. But I can make this scene not so depressing through the magic of music.
That's fucked up.
Do it. Do it.
See? It's all happy now.
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Oh, man.
Like, it's so bad now, huh? Like, you're right. Give me some Mentos.
That's right.
Mentos. The fresh
Turn
maker.
it around.
She's running for her fucking life at the end of the commercial.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Pretty dark.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, there you go. See? We cheered that right up.
That's how we do.
I knew we could find a way because it was very grim before.
Yeah, it was too grim.
Yeah.
We lightened it up real good.
We fixed it.
Real good.
So she gets away, and for whatever reason, she goes back to the nightclub where she dances. And her nightclub boss, he's beat the crap.
They kicked the shit out of him. Yeah, don't call an ambulance. Don't get any real medical supplies. Just get a napkin and start wiping the blood.
Oh, I thought you were going to say just call a hearse.
Yeah, they kicked the shit out of this poor dude.
Fucked him up.
Right.
Real bad.
But then he tells her the secret of the movie. He tells her, your husband or your boyfriend, soon-to-be husband, could have been husband, he didn't kill the cop. It was Mike and his guys. They killed the cop. They framed him, and he's in prison, unjustly sentenced to 8 long years in the Huskow. So, yeah.
That booty house.
Alien, hey, JG, what was this film's budget?
I couldn't find it. I actually looked earlier today, and I couldn't find its budget. I mean, I didn't go super hard on the internet, but I looked in 2 different places, and I couldn't find the budget. It had to be at least $40 or $50.
Right.
Yeah.
No, because I mean, it probably was a few million because they have some explosions. They probably blew most of their budget on squibs because everything was getting shot. There was like a 15-minute scene where everything's getting fucked up, and so they spent some money, but I'm sure it wasn't a very, very big budget.
Right. So
maybe in China money,
in that China man money. So she's pregnant. Her boyfriend's in prison. The bad guys are after everyone. Her boss at work, he's being threatened. Obviously, you see this here. So she decides, you know what? Maybe the little old man that it's her fan when she's dancing. Yeah. Maybe she will take him up on his offer. And he tells her, it's not. He makes it clear it's not a sex thing. That he's like a widow and he just wants a companion. And then he's like, come with me to Brazil. So apparently he has money. So they're gonna live in Brazil. He'll let her raise the baby, and they'll be just companions. Shouldn't have to do anything, So it's kind of nice.
I mean, that's a pretty good plan B for a young pregnant mom. Yeah, you're still gonna get some male influence for the kid. You don't gotta bang him unless you want to. He's like, I do have a birthday at Christmas. But, and you're
unless you're into that, you freak.
And you're going to live well. This guy's, a millionaire, or tens of millionaire or whatever. So, that's if you don't get the perfect husband and house and the picket fence and 2.3 kids and all that, a kind old man who will lend his male presence and a ton of money. Okay, we can make that happen.
Right.
Yeah.
She's going to leave Hong Kong, so she'll be safe, her and the baby.
Yeah.
Any person who's remotely decent in this film It's fucking. Sorry, go ahead. It's just fucking tragic to watch this
Right.
shit. Damn.
Just get out of here.
He's still in solitary
Ugh.
from the fight, and the little guy with glasses, his little buddy who's getting out of prison soon, works in the cafeteria and sneaks him a little extra food and a note. So under what should have just been a pile of rice, there's like a beef patty or something. So he's like, "Hey man, I hooked you up.
Steak or something."
Hey, a little some extra for you, you know."
Which is nice. He like smiles and shit, like, "Oh man, some decent food." It looks like at least he's getting some light in there, so it's not like a dark hole that you would think would be in a Chinese prison. But it is Hong Kong, so it's not like mainland China where it's all fucked up. So these guys again, he comes to the rescue of Four Eyes, and he does the pointing again. He fucking like punches the guy who was robbing the guy for a cigarette in the beginning, knocks him out of the way, fucks him up, grabs his hand and holds it, and then he points at him, he says, "No more." And so hopefully he got the message.
Yeah, because they want to rough up Four Eyes in the laundry room for whatever reason.
Yeah. And he just, he ain't having it. That's his boy. Especially after that steak you hooked me up with under the rice, fool.
That's right.
You're my boy for life.
That's right.
So he comes to his rescue again. So, that's his homeboy, and that's what you're supposed to do.
And then Four Eyes tells him, "I got to wait for you to sneak out of prison, right? Talk to me later. I got some way you're going to sneak out." May and Mr. Yu are on the way to the airport, I presume, or something, to make their way to Brazil, driving through Hong Kong in a taxi, and they run into some of Ming's men. So they have to turn around and go a different way. Oh, they're headed to the airport. That's right.
Yeah. Oh, hold on one sec, Gabe.
Oh, go ahead.
Before we get too far into this one, in the last scene, I wish he would have beat more of those dudes up in the laundry room, because Brandon Lee is the shit.
Yeah.
Like you see a little bit when he's fighting Bolo. Dude, he fucked Bolo up. Like I really wanted to see him. I wonder why they didn't do that. Wonder why they didn't have more fight scenes for him, because it's not like he didn't know shit until he made Rapid Fire. Like at this point, I'm sure he's a master of martial arts. So I just wish they would have had him kicking ass some more.
Yeah, that would have been nice. It was puzzling why he didn't just throttle all the big papa.
Maybe take out the first 30 minutes and dedicate some of that to him whooping ass in prison.
Yeah,
that would have been cool, because man, he fucked these dudes up.
Right. So, and then the nightclub manager, he comes in and tells Brandon that May has gone to Brazil with Mr. Yu. So
and he was like, "Hey, man, you're behind bars. She has a baby. He'll take care of her." So he's kind of like, "All right, hey." Also, not only her seeing it as a cool plan B, but him too. He's like, "Fuck, I can't be there at least for 8 years. So hang out with that old dude." But he ain't gonna fuck her, is he? Like, no, he won't fuck her. All right, yeah, cool.
He's all probably not. I mean, it is 8 years. Anything could happen.
He does have a birthday and Christmas. So maybe she might have gone there. Hey, happy birthday.
It depends. I mean, she's kind of a freak, if you want to be honest.
Right? It'd be nicer to creep in there maybe on his birthday after he went to bed. Thought, man, I'm not getting nothing. And she, hooks him up.
Should have laid into him though, man. Don't you think? Should have laid into him. He should have been like, "I'm sorry, you're concerned about this old man, and you left her with fucking Michael. You piece of shit. Shut the fuck up.
You left him with Mike. Remember? Oh yeah. The psychopath. The psychopath.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was Michael.
It doesn't respect our relationship or boundaries. Yeah. The coke son. Yeah, that guy. Don't forget Michael. So they're on the beach doing like some beach cleanup. Why the fuck don't we see this? Why are prisoners not out with like guards on horseback with shotguns and aviator glasses, and these motherfuckers are picking up trash? I got some miles. I got a bunch of stretches of highway out here in California that could use your expertise. Why don't you guys come pick this shit up?
Honestly, it'd be better for the prisoners, because men, we get our self-worth from achievement, from work. Like, think about how good you feel doing any task, whether it's high-level stuff, you're making a lot of money in business, or you're just cleaning your garage and organizing your shelves. But a man, whenever you accomplish anything, you feel so good about yourself. These prisoners sitting around the prison all day fighting, and I don't know what they do all day, but if they were put to work, they would honestly be more mentally healthy if they were put to work.
Yeah, there's plenty of work to be done. There's plenty of trash up and down these damn highways. California, our reputation of being clean and all that's bullshit. That's long gone. Our highways are disgusting. There's fucking trash everywhere. And I don't know why the prisoners aren't out there picking that shit up. Every ton of trash is 6 months off your sentence if you qualify.
There you go. So yeah, they're cleaning up the beach this night. So that night, he's able to sneak out pretty easily. The fence is like bent at one point.
Yeah, that's one of the best.
Yeah, he literally like there's a locked fence in the bottom corner. He just pushes it and goes through the chain link.
I was like, wait a minute. You guys are begging for somebody to escape from this place with your the fence that goes halfway up.
As someone that writes, a lot of this to me is like a first draft. Like they didn't think it through. Like, and some of the dialogue is so fucked up because Brandon says to the nightclub owner when he's talking to him, he says, "Where's May? I haven't seen her in weeks."
Mm-hmm.
And then they talk, and then the nightclub owner tells him, "Oh, she's been running from so and so for days." And it's like, well, which is it? Is it days or is it weeks?
And
if taking 5 weeks to get on this airplane with Mr. U to Brazil, like, wouldn't you just go like in a day? So
she's a slow packer, man.
Right. Yeah. So it's like this is like a first draft of script. They didn't polish it. Like shit doesn't make sense sometimes.
Yeah, and if she's been running for days, then what was she doing for the weeks prior to that she didn't come visit me?
Right. Right.
Yeah, it's fucking weird.
Right.
And it's almost a little easy for him to get out. Like you wonder why they have any prisoners left at all. Why didn't they all just sneak out very easily?
I said this to my wife yesterday, and my friend reminds me that I said this. It could be a bad translation from Chinese. I suspect that's right. You're right. You're right. I bet you they didn't have the money for good translating, so they just kind of translated literally, and then our idioms in English are different than their idioms in Chinese, so it kind of like makes it weird when they talk sometimes. Because there's a line, I can't remember what it is, and the guy says it, and I told my wife this exact thing last night. I'm like, that must translate better, like in Chinese. They needed a better translation. So Chinese, most Asian languages don't translate well to English because of turn of phrase. Yes, the idioms and all that. Should we ask Japan Man about that?
Yeah, I think so.
You never know, man.
Hey, Japan Man, how you doing, buddy?
I'm not saying anything until I see my tattoo.
Oh, I'm sorry. Feel free, open up the shirt, man. Let us see.
Yeah.
Oh, that is definitely a tattoo.
You like that, lady?
You've been working out too.
Yeah, you see my pics, huh?
Yeah. You still
haven't
really lost any weight in the face though, but you got your torso looking good. So.
My torso nice and a nipple.
It's a good nipple. It is a good nipple.
Strong nipple.
I wanted to ask you about sayings in Asian languages. You're not Chinese, but you are Japanese. Hence Japan Man. Are there any sayings in Japanese that we just don't have in English? And if so, could you try and explain it to us, the concept?
Here's a saying. And the translate into English is if you punch a bull in his ball sacker, he will return around and fuck you up.
Okay, that kind of makes sense in English. I don't know why you would punch a bull in the testicles, but I could see it. Okay. Was there any wise advice sayings that wouldn't make sense? It's like something about getting married or how you treat a lady. Are there any Japanese sayings that don't make sense in English?
The best way to get over something old is to get on top of something new.
Oh, okay. I get that one.
Yeah. Right.
We actually have that one in English.
Yeah.
We do. Yeah. Wow.
Universal.
So we have a lot more in common than we thought. Wow.
Yeah.
So have you ever taken that advice yourself? Like, has Japan Man's heart ever been broken? And then he was just hanging around the bar, drinking a little sake at 2 a.m. and just took home the first thing with a pulse.
Well, when I was younger, I was in a rubber with a girl. She broke my heart. So now I just fuck her. I have no more heart. I just fuck her.
Wow. So you're just kind of like Godzilla going through the countryside, just wanton destruction of women's hopes and dreams.
I do it 2 things. I either make a Donado and I fuck her.
Which do you do first? Is there an order for these?
I don't care.
Oh.
I do both at the same time. That's a perfect.
Oh my gosh. Do they have a dollar menu? No, wait. Do they have a dollar menu in a yen menu in Japan?
Well, since I love a Mikadonado, everything is $1 to me.
Money is no object to you when you go to McDonald's.
All over Japan, I have a card, a special card. Everything $1.
Oh, you were telling me that's why you got the tattoo, and then when you got the tattoo, they agreed to give you free McDonald's for life.
Yes.
Right. So, and then they regretted it. Oh my God, I forgot you told me this. They regretted giving you the free McDonald's because you're eating too much. So now they'll frequently send assassins after you because they don't want to give you free food.
It's a finer.
So
Hey,
how
make
many?
it into 3 things. It make a donado, a fucker, and a fighter.
Oh, have you actually killed any of the assassins?
Right of them. You come between me and a Mikadonado? I care.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, I don't want to get on your bad side, Japan man. Thank you for that fascinating advice. The best way to get over something is to get on top.
One time, I was eating Mikadonado, and Reddy say, I want to sit here in my chair. I turn around and say, bitch.
Okay. He's territorial. I like it. He defends his turf at McDonald's. All right, Japan man, have a great night, and I hope you enjoy your dinner at McDonald's.
Okay.
Oh, there he is, folks. McDonald's, Japan man. Oh,
I think it's Mikadonado.
McDonald's.
Let me just say, Nosfero the Crypt Walker is at the printer. I've got another project coming up I'm really excited about, but I really do believe the finest thing I've ever made is Japan Man with the Yakuza McDonald's tattoo. I really don't think, I think it's downhill career-wise from here. Fucking geez.
But you always like to see somebody who's all in with something. Somebody who's 100%, that's their life. This is what they do.
Yeah.
And when you see a man like that, you got to respect it. You know, you may not understand it.
He eats McDonald's, pumps chicks, and kills assassins. You got to respect this game.
If you get $1 million in super chats, okay, let's be real, Jericho. Let's start talking real numbers. If you get $1 million in super chats, would you make that tattoo happen? Would you get that fucking tattoo?
Yeah. $1 million.
You know what's weird?
Tattoo? Yeah, we'll do that.
Shortest conversation with your wife. Then fucking do it. If you get one on your back, can you get 2 million? Shit.
Babe, I'm a man of my word. That's what I have to tell her.
Weapon X
We're
says
doing it. Of my word.
Weapon X says he eats Big Macs and gives her the double quarter pounder afterward.
Don't forget it is cheeser. But you know what? Would that be a bad existence? You're able to fight like a world-class samurai, fuck and eat McDonald's every day. Sounds pretty good. And you don't get sick of McDonald's. You just start over at the top of the menu again.
Oh man,
that sounds pretty fucking cool.
What in the wild world of sports is going on? It's
going on here.
There was a movie at some point. I fucking
Blazing Saddles.
How's this? I kill you for my Mikadonado.
Mikadonado. I think it's M-I-K-A, Mika, D-O-N-A, Donna, and then D-O.
Oh, Mikadonado.
Mikadonado.
I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's say this too, man. I mean, he was what, like 15 in this movie or whatever. This dude, man, I actually sent a text to the guys today, and I said the two gone too soon folks for me that I can't ever get fucking past are Brandon Lee and Richie Valens, man. You look at this guy, he's a fucking movie star. He was the son of a movie star, and he is a fucking movie star. Period. Yeah. Look at this fucking guy.
Yeah.
Fuck out of
here.
Can
you imagine to him being alive today, all the movies he would have under his belt? Not all action movies. Yeah, not all action movies, I'm sure. He has range.
Okay.
He has depth. He could play all kinds of shit.
He should be in his 50s telling great stories right now.
Now think about this.
That's what he should be fucking doing.
He's like a super handsome, half white, half Asian dude, right?
Who can fight like a motherfucker.
And then he's with super handsome Nordic Dolph Lundgren, right? That's one of the greatest 90s action movies ever, Showdown in Little Tokyo. The sequel to Showdown in Little Tokyo.
Yep.
Brandon Lee's brother Jacob Lee. Yeah, I don't know. We'll just give him a name, whatever. Jacob, I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
care. Apparently his brother comes in, played by none other in 1993, right before Lois and Clark, Dean Cain, another white Asian
Yeah,
guy.
right.
Yeah,
They
that'd be
could
sick.
have been brothers in a movie together.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would have been great, man.
58 today. He'd be 58. That's what blows my mind.
I think Dean just turned 57 on the 31st.
Don't
So
say that. Dean looks too good to be that age, and I feel terrible.
What did he tell me? He said Asian don't raisin. That's what he told me.
That's
Black
right.
don't crack. You know what? But
Respect.
I've said this on here before. I think is could you imagine woke dog shit him doing a movie
Yeah.
with Wesley Snipes? Like
Oh my
Blade,
God.
Oh, fuck yeah.
You know, with
Fuck
another
yeah.
character. They're both great
Snipes
martial
is the
artists.
shit.
You know, they were young. I mean, it would have been fucking great. He would have been what 32 in 98. So still young. And at that age where he's still young, but he's learned a lot. You know, he's learned a whole lot. And yeah, that would just be and imagine a world where they didn't shit all over comic book movies and shit to have him playing the character.
Yep.
That'd be bad.
Yeah, man. I mean, shoot, dude. I sent you that clip of Rogan geeking out about Blade with somebody.
Yeah,
That
with
movie
Post Malone.
Yeah.
with Post Malone. That's right. Fucking hell. And they were both geeking out about it. They were
Yeah.
both like, "This is the shit."
It's a great
I mean,
movie.
people do not understand, man. That movie.
And it was the
is
first
shit.
10 minutes, first 5-10 minutes of the movie. You get
Well, it
that
talks about-
scene when he fucking goes into that, you know, following that female Tracy Lords. Is that her name?
Yeah.
Following her into the fucking his death and not even caring because he was following the Pernarner.
Uh-huh.
Man.
I think in the book of, I want to say Proverbs. I'll have to paraphrase because I can't quote it, but it basically says the pathway that leads to the whore's house is like the entrance to hell. You know,
Yeah.
it's warning you, fellas. Just
Watch out for the whores.
watch out. It's a
Mhm.
good way to ruin your own life.
Yep.
It was. So,
But he this guard doesn't like, I don't know, I think he does like him. He takes a liking to him. He tries to help him out. He tries to, you know, keep him like that scene where they're on the beach picking up trash. He walks in the water because he's going to try to escape. The guard says, "Hey, you know, you can't do this. Like 8 years ain't that long. There's, you know, people in here for longer than that. So there's sharks out there. You ain't going to make it." He could have easily, you know, started beating him, throw the cuffs on him, but he's trying to talk some sense into him. And so he tries to escape. He gets busted because in the back of a fucking like some kind of supply truck, he gets busted.
Yeah.
Old man takes him out and he's trying to talk to him like, "Hey man, fucking get your shit together. Quit fucking around." So he's cool. You know, he's not in some of these movies. This guy could be the asshole captain or sergeant where he's really riding him, giving him a hard time. And maybe that would have changed. Like you said, Gabe, if they elongated the prison stuff, like most of the movie was the prison, maybe this guy wouldn't be so nice.
I feel like
You know?
everything up to the assassination of the person in the restaurant was superfluous. I think that could have been done 5 minutes of flashback exposition. And you start in the prison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You start when
Go
writing
full the raid.
to help. Yeah, exactly. To help persuade the viewer or the reader of any entertainment you're making, it's always best to start in the middle of a scene. If you start at the beginning, it's so much harder to convince people this is real. I think a perfect example is Ghostbusters. They're just, we're Ghostbusters. They don't explain it. They don't tell you how the trap works. We're just at the library catching a ghost. That's it. And it's just real. You know, Romancing the Stone, that Western that's the beginning of the movie, they just start at that climactic scene. They're right in the middle of the scene.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say, you start this thing right in the prison already.
You go.
Or Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, one of my favorites. They start that right in the club. He's already in China. He's
Right.
indie.
The
And he's
third
already
best,
in the middle.
The third
Yeah.
best of the original Indiana.
No.
Yeah, belly
the
full
best.
of bub.
The
Yeah.
best. And he, you know, he's already in the middle of making that deal with Lao She. So, yeah, you're right. Starting
What's
in
the name of
middle
the
like
club? Jericho. What's the name of the club?
that.
I know what it is.
I don't.
You
remember
do,
the
but
name of
don't.
the club.
Jericho claims he loves the movie. I just want to make.
I
this
think it's the
point.
best one. I do love the movie, but I don't.
The club
know-
is called Club Obi-Wan. It actually has a sign outside of it to
Oh,
a
okay.
nod to Star Wars. So
I
you
knew
better
that.
know that next time.
I knew that.
Temple of Doom. Yeah, I know you
Ooh.
did, Gabe. I just wanted to make this clear. We want you to raise your temple up. Next time I see you, I want you to be holding some Indian peasant's heart in your. No, that's too much.
Shakti Day.
Yeah,
I love it. I used to do that to my son all the time. I put my hand on my son's chest and Kadima Shakti Day. He fucking laughs.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah, I actually make my kids dig for stones in the basement. Same thing.
Yeah, same exact. Neither one will leave a scar on them mentally.
Different strokes for different folks.
You did that one to yourself, Sean.
I know. I fucking hate it.
we really done it tonight. We are almost 4 hours in, and we're
fucked.
Hey.
So then at the end, Brandon Lee lives.
All right, so the cops are going to bust him, but the chief here, he has a kind heart towards him, so he tells the men before they bust him and beat his ass, throw him back in solitary. They're like, "This man has an appendicitis. He needs to go to the hospital." Just to like throw cover to him so he can get out of there.
Yeah,
so he helps him out because then he meets with the club owner. This is where the baby mama of Brandon Lee, that's her boss in the black, and that's the police chief guy from the prison there in the brown jacket. And they both know about the scam of what happened to Brandon Lee with the cocaine guys framing him for killing the other cop. They both know about that. So they're trying to figure out, is there anything we could do? He's just going to have to do his time because we don't have the evidence, but we do know it's true, blah, blah, blah. So that's what's going on there. And you see a lot of, go ahead.
Doesn't somebody tell him to just forget about it? Like, just forget about the girl. It's fucking going to be 8 years. Just, focus on where you're at. So he throws all the shit in there. And that last one, he opens it up, but he doesn't look at what's inside. I was like, man, is there some kind of, information in there or something? But he just tosses it in the fire like, fuck it, let her move on with her life. And so obviously they try to make it look like time has gone by. This guy's has a mustache. It's gray.
He grew a mustache in 8 years.
Yeah, just one. This is no shaving, 8 years. Well, Asian dudes usually aren't known for being super hairy. Like a Asian guy with a beard is rare.
Well, that's just one opinion. I mean,
I think they're not like Armenians or something. They're known for being hairy as fuck, but
known for what?
Indians
Chinese
can't
dudes
lay down on Velcro. I mean, we lay down on Velcro.
Yeah, so. There are certain groups who are known for their their follicle abilities, but not this guy. So his mustache is gray. So time has gone by. This is 8 years later. They try their best to make Michael look older. He runs into, give him some glasses. I guess he looks more distinguished. He runs into the girl after he gets out. We'll get to that. But time has gone by, 8 years. So now Brandon is looking at, and it shows how the son is kind of taking over a little bit. He's running shit. The dad's in a wheelchair.
Right.
So he's taken over clearly. And that outfit is super 80s, that bow tie and the jacket, all that shit. And he's running late because he's still a playboy. He's still fucking around. He's still immature. And so he's late to that meeting with those people. But I like this scene. It was cool. The red carpet, the red and gold.
Yeah, the red and gold is fantastic.
They look cool. And then, Brandon, he's getting out. Some bitch. 8 years. I served my time. Four Eyes is there for him because, he saved his life.
Four Eyes got out just a few months after Brandon went in.
Yeah.
Four Eyes has been, and Four Eyes said he was in prison for gun running. He did years for gun running. Got out like 7 years before Brandon and waited for him because they became good friends. And do you want to know if Four Eyes learned his lesson about gun running? We'll find out.
Yeah, he did. He did. It was a nuanced lesson.
Yeah, he learned something.
Was being so judgmental.
Right.
That motherfucker learned something. So Brandon works at a Shell station
as a mechanic.
Yeah, he's under a car, and then a car pulls up, and the old
like
man there,
like a yellow Lamborghini or something.
A Ferrari. It was a Testarossa, or not the Testarossa. It was the one that Magnum PI had, and but it was yellow. And so the old man is obviously supposed to be the gas station attendant, but he's sleeping. So Brandon, being a nice guy, says, "I got it. Don't worry about it." So he goes over and vroom. This drunk bitch gets out of the car, and I'm like, "Is this bitch driving this drunk?" She's like falling on and I'm like, "What the fuck?" And he walks over to put gas in there, and he looks and sees that it's Michael, and he hasn't changed a bit. Still got some bitch doing coke, drunk, all that shit.
And the look he gives him.
Yeah, if looks could kill, Michael's gone.
And he's like, "Hey, Michael, where you been?" Or blah blah blah. And he's just like,
"I'll take you out for a meal."
Right. And he's all, "It'll be 500 yen, sir." He just calls him sir.
Thanks. A meal? Hey, I just did 8 years on the inside, and you're gonna take me out for a meal? Can I get cheese on my burger? You son of a bitch. So he tells the boss, he's like, I'm quitting, man. Fuck this. Because he don't want to run into this guy again. He's like, I quit tonight. I got another job. Peace out. So his other job is working at a dump in the pouring rain, taking Chinese trash off of garbage trucks and like, I don't know, piling it up and shit in the pouring rain. And so she finds out he's out. She pulls up with the old man in his car and runs to him and shit.
Yeah, they're back from Brazil 8 years later.
Yeah. And she... Like this was realistic because there wasn't like this, violin laden music playing as they run slow motion toward each other. Like, it's weird. I haven't seen you in years, and that can happen in a real relationship, even with your wife or something. Like if you have a kid or something like that, something that prolongs that intimacy, you can feel a little disconnected. But he's glad to see her and all that shit. He's like, oh, you kept my ring. And, he's like, but you gotta get out of here,
Well, here's the thing, and this both of you have told me this frustrates the hell out of you, and I agree.
It does.
In the rom-com movies, it's always like, will they, won't they, and then they fall in love, and then the girl will catch the guy with another woman in like a sexual situation, but it's not. It's not what it looks like, and it literally isn't what it looks like. Just, I can't believe you, and throws the ring at him. The wedding is off, but Susie,
no,
and
Susie,
they never let them explain.
That drove me fucking crazy.
And they never chase them and tell them.
You wouldn't run after her. That's your fiance, and
that happens here. He sees the kid in the car.
He sees this kid.
It's his kid, and he sees the man, the guy that took her to Brazil, Mr. Yu, and he assumes it's their kid. He's like, I gotta go, and he gets into a work truck and leaves. So she's like, Brandon, wait, and he just leaves.
He goes, some other time.
Bullshit.
You wouldn't scream, this is your child? Why wouldn't she scream that?
You wouldn't reach out and hold him. Wait a minute. I got some shit to tell you. Hold the fuck on. That's your kid.
Well, let's also say this, right? I don't know if you guys have seen your kids. I'm raised kind of the old school. I try not to look at mine. Asian thing. But I hate to tell you this, but I do think if it was your kid and you locked eyes with a kid, you might go, hold on a fucking second. I know that old bastard over there. Yeah. That looks a little bit like it might be mine. Just a fucking bit. Nah. You think? Little? Tiny bit?
Maybe she would have said something.
Maybe he was what's that song? Baby, I've got your money, don't you worry. He said, hey, there's a line in that. Is that
ODB and Khalees.
And he says, you say you got my baby, but I know it ain't true. That's a line in that song. So maybe he's giving her one of those. But as he drives away in the trash truck, he looks this look here. He's looking into his son's eyes.
Yeah, real loving, loving and longing,
and thinking that it's Mr. You got that,
Yeah,
but
let's pretend for a minute, guys. Let's talk real. Let's get this shit sorted. All right, we'll switch the places. Young Brandon Lee, as a kid, the same age as that kid, is in that car. Bruce Lee's just been talking to this white woman, was his girlfriend. He's driving away in a truck and he sees young Brandon Lee in that car and he doesn't fucking recognize that's his fucking son. That's what they're selling me on here. Fuck that noise.
Ridiculous. They needed to have diversity and inclusion sensitivity writers because what I see here is violence, racial violence. And what Brandon Lee's character is saying is that all Asians look the same and he couldn't tell them apart.
That's exactly what I
couldn't pick that fucking kid out of the lineup.
Dear racist, oddly Chinese filmmakers, not all Asians look the fucking same. Certainly not kids to their parents.
Arima Bay, she says the fact, that fact alone that this happens in this movie makes me not want to see it. See this movie, guys, because I'll tell you this: for the story problems the movie has, and it's dubbed, which I don't like, but what are you gonna do? The action in this movie when they finally get to it is fucking insane.
It's crazy. And
the last
28 minutes.
The last 15, 20 minutes of this movie is worth the whole thing. Believe me. It is.
Not to mention, he drove, 5 or 6 feet away from the car? Maybe say to him through the open window that, hey, this is your kid. She could probably say it at that volume and he'd fucking hear her. Like, I'm not going to let you, I haven't seen you for 8 years, and I'm going to let you drive away without telling you this little person I've been taking care of is half yours. I'm just gonna keep that
Yeah.
close to the vest. That shit was weird.
Kind of be. Do you think that would be one of your openers? Like if you saw somebody
Probably open with
and
that.
in the car, do you think you might even walk up to him with the kid? Fuck the rainstorm.
Right.
Meeting your dad for the first time, just throwing it out there. Weird.
Yeah, he has a rain jacket on. Bring him out.
Yeah.
Right. So to me, this is that first draft writing where you're just kind of writing the ideas of the story. You have to go back and polish. And in a story, when you have a moment, you have to earn it. You can't just say this happens. You have to say this happened and this happened. Therefore, this happened. You can't just say the third thing happened. You always have to earn every moment. You
There's
know,
no polishing here.
I heard the writers of South Park give a great thing the way they do story beats, moments, beats, whatever. They say it's always to them, this happened and this happened, therefore this happened. Or the other one is this happened and this happened, but this happened. Those are great ways to design your story beats. So if you want to make it so Brandon Lee doesn't know he has a kid, there's a good way to write that. Instead of, wait, no, Brandon, no, come back.
But
He ain't mine. Look how light-skinned he is. Oof.
and then after that, then he drives right by and you say absolutely nothing. Okay. I get it.
Damn. He hates that kid. He thinks it's Mr. U's kid.
You little motherfucker. That means he banged her. Fuck you, kid.
So then to add insult to injury with the but Mr. U says, all right, let's just get back on a plane and go back to Brazil.
Let's get out of here.
Let's go.
Yeah, you tried.
We flew around the globe and tried for 4 seconds. Let's go home.
Yeah, you tried. But remember, if he didn't want to see the kid, you told me you'd give me a blowjob.
I guess I will.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. U.
Go back to
There
that
we
last
go.
shot we had there, though. Come on now. This is the kind of shot where, you know, you're with the lady and you go, what does he have that? Oh, fuck. Even driving a garbage truck.
A garbage truck.
I got
in the
no
rain.
fucking shot. Look
Got
at the
nothing.
smolder, ladies. I didn't even realize this, of course, which I should have. But Brandon died at 28. So the fact that he would be 58 today, this year in April was the 30th anniversary of his passing.
What?
Yes, it's been 30 years since we lost
Damn.
Brandon this year. Yeah, so it was because it was 1993, and that was I just had that thought, and I thought, holy crap, man, this guy was a fucking movie star.
Oh my
Look
gosh.
at him.
30 years. So that means I 30 years ago I had just finished 8th grade, I guess.
Yep.
Damn, mine's
Yeah,
coming
because
up.
my freshman year was 93, 94. Yeah, that was my freshman year.
Yeah.
Mine was 94,
They have it.
95, so it's coming up. Yeah, man, this the 90s were crazy. You think about the early 90s, all the way through the 90s, but especially in the beginning, Gulf War,
Yeah, man.
Rodney King, and all that shit. Then you got the death of, like Brandon Lee, Princess Di. Like the 90s were, ooh,
Yeah.
that's
Some
some moments.
Yeah. Yeah, it was wild. I was thinking, I asked my daughter, she's 26. We'll be on live tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. Pacific father-daughter dance. I said, do you remember 9/11 or was it told to you? She said, I don't remember it. It was told to me because she was born in 97. So she was only like 4 when that happened. I remember where everyone remembers where they were. If you were old enough to remember, I was getting ready to go to class. I was in college. It was my second year at the University of Northern Colorado. I went to college 4 years after I graduated. So I started college the year I should have graduated. For 4 years after high school, I just drifted around and tried to become a professional comic book artist and work construction and odd jobs, crashed a few forklifts, things like that. But I remember I was up, putting my shoes on, sitting on that foot of my bed, and I had a TV in front of my bed in my bedroom, and I had turned the news on, and they said a plane hit the World Trade Center. I was like, dude, that is effing terrible. And it was only one at the time. And I'm getting dressed, and the other one hits it while I'm watching. And all of a sudden, you're like, oh, my God, that's an attack. Like, that's not a coincidence. Like how? How could 2 hit it in 1 hour, whatever the time period was?
Yeah.
But I remember at first, you're like, oh, what an ugly disaster. But you're like, well, it was bound to happen, I guess. Thousands of flights a day for hundreds of years. Eventually, they'll hit a building. That's terrible. But, it's not surprising, I guess. It's going to happen eventually. And then the second one, and everyone's like, what? And the world froze that day. Nobody went to work. Teacher canceled class. And then there were lines around the gas stations because people didn't know what was going on. It was so weird. And the world has never been the same since. All you young people out there that love Stranger Things and the 80s music and all that 80s fun nostalgia, that world was real. In the 80s and 90s, everyone, left wing, right wing, we loved being Americans. We felt so hopeful. The future was going to be amazing and bright and abundant. And that world like died on 9/11 and it's never come back. It's so weird. It's so weird. Like that is the line of demarcation in history right there. That is the line. It's so weird.
I know
that shit changed.
I'm not even remotely going to pretend like it wasn't incredibly difficult. But I when I was teaching college, I was talking about it, and I was talking about that it was a sort of like a violation of the psyche. It was almost this sort of mythological, in the sense of mythic, large event that affected people, and in a profound way. And I was, of course, talking about it as respectfully as possible. And one of my students came up to me afterwards and said that she appreciated it. It was helpful for her. I was like, oh, it's like that was a great way of putting it. I said, all right, right on. And then she had her name was Lauren, and she had and I remember that because it's my wife's name, and she had an identical twin sister, which was kind of amazing. And so we get to the last class, and they both come in, and they really, she loved the class, so her twin sister would pop in. I was like, that's fine, that's great, go ahead. And the last class, they said, can our aunt come to class? Because we're graduating, she's up there for graduation. I was like, you can bring your aunt to class, and their aunt comes in. And she's like, hi, I'm their aunt. I'm their mom's sister. And I was like, right on. Like that's an interesting detail. Didn't really
That's how it usually works.
Yep. And then I came to find out that when they were dropped off at college freshman year, their mother and their grandmother boarded a flight on September 11th, and they were flown into the trade towers.
Oh, my God.
Mom was the director of Van Halen's music video Right Now.
Wow.
Directed music videos, and when I was having that conversation about it, apparently something I said, thank God, had some kind of impact. But that's how I'll never forget, like how, like I learned that a year or two after, and I was like, oh my God, like it hit me. Like I didn't know that entire time. Like after meeting the aunt, everything was just being my usual Southern self. And I was just like, holy crap. Yeah, I think it's Lauren and Lindsay Buegg. I think it's Buegg. But amazing gals. They were so respectful. They were incredible. Like, and that's the other thing. You see a lot of people talk about, they go through something horrible and that's why they act that way. Let me be really, really clear about this. These girls were hardworking, respectful, utterly classy, kind. There was no, I'm triggered. Can you imagine your teachers talking about that? There was none of that bullshit. These kids were, they were really, their mom would be so fucking proud. That's all I have to say, man.
Wow.
And it's a crazy thing.
Girls. I live here in San Diego, and there's, I don't know the people, but I would drive for years. I've lived in this neighborhood for like 15 years almost. And I would drive down this hill, like headed towards SeaWorld down that way to go to PB or Mission Beach. And someone who lived in these condos must have been related to one of the guys that was on the ship where remember the famous, like, the Flight 93, like, Let's Roll.
Let's Roll.
They had like the name of the guy. People put a sticker on the back of their car in loving memory. It was like in loving memory of so-and-so. And then it said like, Let's Roll. And I would see it driving down that hill all the time. And another one was my son went to a really nice private school here in San Diego, La Jolla Country Day School. It's a great school. And one of the students there a few years ahead of him, obviously many years ahead of him, was on one of those flights and killed. And at a high school football game when my son was a junior or a senior, it happened to be on September 11th, the football game. So they had like a memorial for her and like her family. Some of her family was there. And if you know where La Jolla Country Day is, it's literally like a mile or two from where Top Gun is filmed. It's Miramar Naval Air Station is, it's the Marine Corps Air Station now, but it was Miramar Naval Air Station, that's Top Gun. And jets are always flying around the neighborhood, And they did like, memorial, remember this girl. Then they did like, our national anthem. And just out of coincidence, as they did the national anthem, F-15s or whatever right over the football field because they do practice flight all the time, and it was just like hair standing up on the back of your neck.
Oh yeah.
You know, because those jets, when you live where I live, you get used to it because you'll just hear it. Like I turn my mic off sometimes when we're on the air because they'll be flying by and they're loud as hell. They're breaking the sound barrier and stuff, and they're always just. You take a walk in my neighborhood, you just look up, you just see fighter jets, you see all kinds of stuff flying around all the time. And I remember that they memorialized this girl, and then these jets just fly right over the football field right before the game. It was wild. But I think that's a big part of like our national. I hate to say these words because liberals ruin these concepts, but like our national trauma, and I say that with a straight face. I don't know that we dealt with it properly as Americans. You know, like when I hate all these concepts because they use them, the lefty pussies, like a national conversation and blah, blah, blah. But it's like a horrible thing to happen to our country. And that horrible ass fake war in the Middle East for money, killing tons of innocents and our soldiers. And we're just all like good with it because we have pornography and drugs and Mountain Dew and video games. And it's just like, it's still there. And oh my God, I tell you guys, I love Cormac McCarthy, my favorite author, right? And I'll have to paraphrase, but there was this girl running from something in her life, like avoiding this horrible situation. And the guy tells her, you know, you're not running from anything. You think you're running. It's just waiting for you. And that was like, damn, it's not behind you, chasing you. It's waiting for you. You can deal with it or it's going to deal with you, you know? And I think as people, a lot of us haven't dealt with the horror of what happened. We just like, it happened and we just had to live with it, I guess, you know. And I
don't think we've taken our foot off the gas since because it was right into the war, and then the next thing and the next thing and the next thing and the next thing, and social media and all that just kind of sped it up. So I don't think we've ever slowed down to deal with that.
I remember being a child in the 80s. I told you I was with my grandparents, and they had a bunch of canned food in the basement in 1986 because they were in the Great Depression in the 1930s, 50 years prior. You know what I mean? So I think trauma, like generational trauma, like 9/11 and things like that, I think that doesn't go away for the people who live through it. I think like the COVID lockdowns, I think that's going to be with people the rest of their lives, like just the trauma they went through with all the stuff and the lockdown and the loss of freedom and the blah, blah, blah. I think it's definitely changed what we do around my house, you know, as far as being prepared and this, that, and the other. And I'm not going into detail, but yeah, man, it's interesting stuff. But I still remember, and I know part of it is rose-colored glasses because you're a child and you're carefree. Mm-hmm. But I know that the world was different before 9/11. It was more different and more hopeful. So I don't know. Whew. Well, how did we get on that jag?
I don't know.
We were trying to end this thing fast.
We did it. Let's do it.
All right.
So yeah, fuck you, kid. Then they're at the hotel.
They're headed back to Brazil, right?
Yeah, and they're at their hotel, and then they run into Michael, and they're like, "Oh shit!" You know, she turns around before he sees her, and they get on the elevator, and then somebody's hand comes to the door before it closes, and it turns out to be the bellhop, and so they're like, "Whew!" And they get upstairs to the room, and they open it, and Michael's sitting there like in a lounge area by the elevator, and he goes, "May." She's like, "Oh fuck." So then he tries to grab her. He's drunk. He's trying to grab her. The old man is fighting him, and she gets away and gets a little boy in the hotel room, and the old man's fighting. And then his men come and grab him, like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And they get him out of there. But May comes really close. He's obviously still a psycho, and he knows Brandon's out. He ran into him at the gas station, so he's extra fucking crazy. And so this is men right there just telling him, "Hey, chill out, boss."
Yeah, they break it all up. So it's funny. They check into the hotel to be safe. Then after Michael attacks them and they get away and lock themselves in the room, Mr. Yu, the nice old man, he calls downstairs and says, "Front desk, we'd like to check out now. We'd like a cab to the airport. Like, we are going to Brazil tonight." I don't give a shit.
As he should.
You know?
As he should.
So they get to the airport. They're checking their bags in with the sky cap. And guess who rolls up on them? Michael and his thugs. They throttle Mr. Yu. They steal the kid and they steal the girl. And that sucks.
Bring him back to him.
Right. So now he's got the girl and the little boy. And what he plans to do with them, I am unsure.
And you look at him and you're thinking, man, this is going to make for a good showdown at the end because look at him. You know, the guy, look at the jaw. You know, the guy, he's built. You saw the scene earlier where they're like on the yacht. He's built. Brandon's built. This is going to be a good little scrap at the end of the movie. And so then the next scene, who is that? Is that the boss?
Well, no, this is Mr. U. And
Oh, you Mr.
this is
U,
what I'm
that's
talking
right.
about, the first draft writing. There's a dirt field with what looks to be burning trash and the back seat of a minivan in the dirt. And Mr. U just rolls up in a sedan.
Yeah, it's in the middle of nowhere. That's
Talked
that's
about
where he
this-
lives.
This is pre like anyone really having a cell phone unless they had that suitcase battery with the satellite World War II
Yeah,
phone.
like you're calling
Yeah,
in a fucking
You had to
airstrike.
crank it in for the airstrike, you know?
Yeah,
And so Mr. U somehow finds Brandon Lee in a burning field and says,
by a
"They've got-"
shipping container.
Right. He's like, they've got the girl. And I'm just like, you got to explain this, writer of the movie. He can't just find him in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, he's in the desert by the shipping container. Go get him.
Oh. So anyway, and then Mr. U gets blasted.
And he gets fucked.
'Cause
That's
Mike's,
fucking horrendous.
right, because Mike's men are there. And Mr. U did nothing wrong.
He's just a nice.
Nothing.
He's a nice old man.
That's it.
He
Helped
wasn't
raise
even
a kid
pervert.
that wasn't his.
Oh,
Gave him a good life. Treated
Yeah.
her nice. Respected her. He just
Oh.
fucking gets
Yeah.
blasted.
yeah.
Speaking of people who did everything wrong, there's Michael,
Right,
piece of shit.
right,
Fucking real.
right. So Brandon,
Not Michael in the chat. He's gold. Go
yeah.
ahead. Sorry.
So that was the final straw for Brandon. He did 8 years in the Huskow. He put up with a guy trying to do weird pineapple stuff with his girlfriend, but
Constantly.
they killed Mr. U.
Mhm.
Yep.
Killed Mr.
Right in
U.
front of him. So he gets in the car and they get in that chase, those familiar, Hong Kong movie cars.
Right.
And he turns, this fuel truck's blocking the road. He turns
Oh,
and then he hits the fuel truck, somehow rupturing his fuel tank. And he gets out, and he's running and he jumps down the hill before it explodes. Nice explosion.
great
This is great.
explosion.
This is a nice fireball. And yeah, man, they blew some shit up. No CGI on this one.
No.
So that's him like jumping, going down the hill to get away from the explosion.
And the bad guys that were in that car, they can't turn around or stop fast enough. These guys, and they drive right into the tanker truck.
Yeah, and they get fucked up. And then
From here
Oh.
on out to the end of the movie, it's worth watching. This is badass action. at the
Yeah,
end
it's
of the
pedal
movie.
to the metal right now.
And it gets so 80s and 90s like awesome video game. Like, do you know what I'm saying? With the red headbands and you'll see the cache of weapons and all of it. It gets awesome. Let's see. Yeah, then they chase him into like an egg farm.
Yeah.
And you gotta think some of these chickens got killed filming this scene.
Yeah, I wonder
Some
how
of
many of
them-
these chickens got fucked.
Some of them got fried. Yeah.
Right.
Some of these chickens there were some chickens that were injured during the filming of this movie.
Yeah, because they end up
For
smashing
sure.
a bunch of these egg-laying shelves, whatever you would call it. And they're chickens, like you see them struggling to get out from under the
Yeah,
boards. and
those
the guys,
chickens
like,
are fucked, man.
stepping on everything. And
There's no OSHA back then. They didn't give a fuck about those
there's
chickens.
one shot where he's like standing next to a big shelf with chickens, and you see live chickens crawling around, and he just throws the shelf to the ground. And
Yeah,
it's like,
no CGI. There's
Yeah.
none of this is CGI. It
I
didn't
don't know.
exist.
I'm not an animal rights guy,
Yeah.
but it's like I wouldn't throw the chickens to the
Like,
ground. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
They're like, well, how many chickens you plan on losing? About 150.
Well,
All right.
We talk about, characters in this movie and then people in real life. And when people, you lose people and you think about how you want to be remembered. And I wanted to share this because God forbid if something ever happens to me, I want you guys to show this picture of me, just how I was in life, so that people could see, who I was, in
Yeah.
life.
Like Shanthan in one picture.
Right.
This is it.
Yeah, this is me. Like I was usually found jumping through the air with 2 Uzi 9mm. Just
Millimeter.
no,
This is
no trigger discipline.
if you tell the story of a young boy from Chattanooga, Tennessee,
Yeah,
and you just cut all the fat away and you boil it down to what
Cut all the-
mattered,
lose it.
you know, this is it. This is the
is
Sean
it.
Andretti that I know.
Just a badass.
Yeah.
You know,
I
5
just
feet off
see
the
I see
ground.
Gabe up there, tear down his face, holding
Right.
Big Baby and going. A lot of you didn't know Shanth like I did. Slide.
Right.
This
Slide,
was the
please.
Shanth
Right.
that I knew.
Right. I mean, you could say he was a husband. You could say he was
Yeah.
a father,
You
an
could.
artist, a hell of a painter, a great friend, an awesome YouTube podcaster, But I would say most of all, he was a great flying marksman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
and
talking
I hope
10X.
that you guys will make sure, even as my wife screams in protest, that I am
She's
open
leaning on the
casket,
casket.
buried with two Uzis in my hands.
Yeah, we
crossed.
got you.
And then she's saying, "No, it wasn't like that. I want you to know she's a lying
Right.
whore."
But,
Okay,
yeah.
and you put those Uzis in
Right.
my hand.
No, you put the Uzis, and then we're supposed to fill the casket with sawmill gravy, right?
That's right.
To the
Just
top.
pour-
To the
So,
top.
it's what he wanted. What the fuck do you want us to do?
And now we have video proof.
Oh,
So this will stand up in court. So you're going down 2 Uzis and probably
That's
10
right.
to 15 gallons
That's
of
what I wanted.
goddamn sawmill
You
gravy.
know? That's the way he wanted to go.
This is what he wanted.
How
Yeah.
I wanted it.
So our last time to give him what he wants.
Yeah.
Be a dick.
Yep. Yep.
So lost a lot of good chickens.
Right, and then the little guy saves him from the guys. They're chasing him around the chicken farm, and the little guy saves him.
Awesome.
And he
Yeah.
makes his way to his compound. Now, mind you, this little guy here, little Four Eyes,
Mhm.
he did many years in Hong Kong prison for running
Did he?
guns, and he didn't learn a damn
Gun
thing.
running.
I don't understand.
He said, he's like, I got a few things. He's like, well, what do you got? He's like, I got a few things.
And he
Yeah, it's
opens
like-
the doors, and he has this like arsenal of
Yeah.
a couple hundred guns, grenades, rocket launchers. He's got an awesome like a Mossberg shotgun. You know a lot more about guns than me, Jericho. What is that hook on top of the shotgun? What is that?
I mean, that's the butt of it.
Oh,
of
he
the
folded
shotgun.
it up.
He folded it up. Yeah. Which I don't know
Oh.
why it looks terrible.
I was
but
trying to figure out a use for it. I'm like, why does the shotgun have a
that's
hook
the
on it?
stock. The stock of it. He folded
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because he leaves it up like that, you know? Okay.
Well, let me say this though. I don't know if any of you guys have had some friends who were criminals who lived in that kind of no, I'm good now. But there's this guy I knew in college named Sean, and he's like, I said, "How you doing, man? You got busted recently. That was pretty rough." And he's like, "Well, it was a slap in the wrist," but he goes, "It was it was a time of reflection, and I realized I've got to turn my life around. You know what I mean? I can't be dealing drugs and all this other crap." And I said, "Well, Sean, I'm really glad to hear that, man. I'm really glad to hear that." And he goes, "So you going to see your girlfriend up at BU this weekend?" And I was like, "Fuck, man." I said, I'm strapped for cash, man. I can't afford to do that kind of shit." He's like, "Oh, dude, let me help you out." I said, "No, dude, you don't need to help me out. I'll be fine." He reaches his pocket, pulls out a fucking roll of hundreds. And I'm just
Damn.
like, well, I'm glad you've gone straight, Sean. What the
Oh,
fuck?
boy. Oh, boy.
Always got those people.
So he did not learn his lesson.
I don't think he
people
was great.
don't.
I gotta be honest with you.
Some people can't.
Real quick,
Mm.
a non sequitur, but I love the comment. And Michael Coulter gave my grandpa was an immigrant from an island of the Bermuda. He was an airline pilot. That's amazing. It's
There you
amazing. Very cool. I love. That was the first thing I dreamed of being when I was a little boy, like 6. It was a pilot. I wanted to be a fighter pilot in Star Wars. I wanted to fly an X-wing when I grew up. So found out those were not real. And then you can't wear glasses. I wear glasses, and you can't be as tall as me. So whatever, shorties, fly the planes.
Strict requirements.
Yeah.
Ugh. And then Captain Haruno says, "You don't want Hulkster's belly dancing gravy in that casket, huh, Sean?" Rude.
My
Well,
goodness.
listen, mix them together. Two great things that go great
you go.
together.
It's got to be better.
Yep.
Uh,
Let's have it.
Gabe, your father came from Libya, which was once ruled by Muammar Gaddafi. My father is a dead ringer for Muammar Gaddafi. I kid you not. My dad looks just like him, like identical. Like if my dad put on the sunglasses and the little funny hat, you would think my dad was Gaddafi.
Like he
I
said,
told my
it's
dad
him.
that he should. Let's see. Hold on. I'll make it. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Well, this is as big as I can make it, so I'll shove it to the. I have to turn off the green screen. It won't take my phone if I don't have it. Virtual background off. Okay. Well, look. This is my dad right here. Oh, come on.
It's focusing. It's sitting there.
Yeah.
My dad looks just like.
Yeah, you put the hat on him, dude. It's over.
Yeah, and my uncle looks just like John Belushi. Interesting.
A lot of interesting genetics cropping up in there. The
My
Belushi
genetics are
stuff.
like the entire Mediterranean, basically, because I'm
That's how it works.
Spanish, Basque, Turkish, Libyan, and then what is the Libyan Berbers? They're travelers, right? So you're Egyptian, Moroccan, Tunisian. The whole thing is basically the same. You got all of that, and then the Basque. What are they? They're probably French and Spanish and all that there. The French are also Normans, so you're going up into England and all that. And then on the Mexican stuff, you're going to have Native Americans, all kinds of different tribes there. I think where my grandma was from, it's like Apache stuff. But then my grandma's dad was a Syrian Arab, but he was a Jew religiously, so he was a Syrian Jew. So I'm basically everything but black and Asian. So there you go.
We got this whole thing, man, because I'm Indian, Austrian, and Puerto Rican. Jericho is from New Jersey. I mean, we've got everything here.
Yeah, the whole world, the whole globe is represented.
Not the lizard people that live under what about the people in Antarctica? The lizard people? The temples in Antarctica? You know about this, right?
Of course.
Like the ones that live in the volcanoes.
Right.
I'm well read.
The Thetans or whatever they are. Ugh.
Yeah.
So anyway, Four Eyes and Brandon Lee, they gear up in his shack. And then he says, take my wheels. And Brandon Lee jumps in like this big green army truck. But he goes by himself, wink, wink, with the shotgun and I think an M16, grenades, guns. He's decked out, flying down the road in this army truck that this little gun runner guy has. And he finds out, and he calls him. Brandon Lee calls Mike. He's like, I'm coming for you. I don't know. He gives him some cool line that I forgot. Basically, I'm coming for you. So he tells his goons, go out there and kill his ass. So they jump in their Beamers. They're having a face-off. He's flying down the road with his weapons. Yeah, see that hook on top of the shotgun? I didn't know what it was, but now that you pointed out, that is the stock just folded up. So
he left it that way for some reason.
I wonder if he knew that, the actor. Like, did he know that he was supposed to fold that down? I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, I think he's method enough to like, hey, so what would he do with the gun? Like, I think he knew that.
Right. And it's awesome. They're just going right at each other, shooting grenades. He shoots both these Beamers with a shotgun, blows one up, and they throw a grenade in the car, and he throws it back. But then they throw another one, and he can't reach it. He's reaching and reaching, Brandon Lee, while he's driving. And underneath a tarp, this little guy comes out. I don't know. That face is hilarious to me. He comes out and throws the grenade back at the bad guys.
Right on time.
So it's kind of fun riding like, hey, your buddy, he did come along. You thought he stayed home, but no, he was hiding in the tarp. No,
it turns out he needs him.
But again, this is bad first draft writing because what is the explanation? Jericho, me and you were going on a mission, me, you, and Sean. And you don't come with us, Jericho. Just me and Sean are driving. But you're secretly under a tarp in the back of the truck. Why?
Yeah.
Why not just tell us that you're coming?
Hey, man, I'm here. I don't know. Maybe Brandon gave off the vibe like he didn't want any help. He's a lone wolf. You know, he didn't want to, show up.
Because I'm the wild card. Okay.
Those are good reasons, but say it to the audience.
No.
Guys, when I was at San Diego Comic-Con in the trunk the whole time, I wanted it to be a surprise. I just forgot to fucking tell you before I flew home. I was like, that was kind of fucked up.
That was.
I've said this before, and I've never done it, but like the side of me that loves to tease my wife wants to. She works at home now, so I can't do it. But she used to get up early in the morning and drive to the office to do accounting at a different company. And I would always tease her at night. I said, I'm going to go lay in the backseat of the car before you get in it in the dark in the morning. I'm going to let you drive one block, and I'm going to reach up and grab you and change my voice like, hello, beautiful.
My wife was,
she said, if you do that, you're going to walk me to the car every morning. So I didn't do it.
My wife would
allow me to
so
say
pissed.
this. I one time one of my kids scared me when they were little, or they attempted to. They came up and they were like, ah, and they're like, now you scare me. And I just looked at them and I was like, I will.
Don't you worry.
And let me tell you, I know I've told you this story before, but we had a thing occur in my family that became known as the Great Scaring War. And it ended with all of us at a dining room table together to sign a treaty, literally going, look, I think we'll all agree shit got too out of hand, right? Like this shit's gotta stop. Someone's gonna fucking die. We don't stop this shit.
Very Geneva Convention.
So, we don't play those games.
Yeah, let's knock that shit off.
Speaking of scary little kids, is there anything more played out and cringe than a horror movie and little kids are singing?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up already.
Yep.
Jeez.
Let's go, Kid Ghost. I'll fuck you up. I've seen Chucky.
So stupid. My bro, my best buddy, the Filipino guy, Merlin, he's actually he saw Chucky in middle school. That dude was afraid of dolls until like our mid-20s.
No.
Like he did not want to sleep in any room that had a doll. It was so funny.
My wife got our daughter a Raggedy Ann doll, and she was like, and my daughter was terrified of it. It was like as big as she was, for God's sake.
Yeah.
And I said to her, I was like, well, I could see how that could be scary. And she's like, how? So here's the thing. So I put the doll in our bed with the covers up over it, and I taped a giant knife to its hand and just left it in the bed and waited till I heard the sound from upstairs. Listen, folks, the scaring thing with me, I can be scared. The problem is I'm almost, well, what did he say in Point Break? I'm like Rosie. I'm like a mechanism. You understand?
Ooh.
I will wait, and I will fucking wait.
Yeah.
And I will do what I need to do because it's a thrill for me.
To the right time, yeah.
I saw some clip. I'm sure you've seen a clip. It went viral years ago of a dad puts his son on like a ATV and revs it, and then he like gets the mom's attention.
Oh
And then he puts a tummy on the ATV and they have it go, and it drives off of like a berm over into a ditch where she can no longer see it. And in the ditch they have some light explosives. And he's all, Billy's just hiding behind a tree stump. And the mom's all, no, chasing it. Like, imagine as a parent how your heart is breaking because you're trying to catch this ATV and it drives off, goes into the ditch, and explodes in a fireball. She's like, no, and turns around.
What do you think?
And I'm just like,
when that video was shown at the divorce, what do you think the judge even said? Like the judge was like, all right, son, you're not getting shit right.
Right.
We should give you the death penalty for this shit. I've never given a death penalty in a divorce hearing, but this is the one.
That video was shown at the divorce, and then it was shown at her trial for murdering her husband, and that video got her off. That video got her off.
I remember
looking at each other like, I would have killed his ass too.
I remember listening. A friend of mine was translating. The Spanish radio was on, and they have these fucked up prank calls that they do to people. And one episode, they called a dude and told him that his wife died on the way to work in a car accident.
What the fuck?
And he's like, no. And then they're like ringing the cattle bell. Estoy bromeando. Es mi la 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 in the morning. And he was like, I wait.
Oh my God, man. That's when you say, I'm driving. You know what's crazy? I'm changing directions. I'm driving to you now.
Yeah, I'm coming to your studio right now.
Yeah, I'll be there.
That shit was fucked up.
Wait for me.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's horrible. I don't know why people joke about that.
I'll be right there. Yeah, it was fucked up, man. You didn't see the humor in it.
Nope.
He did not see the humor in that.
Scare jokes can be dangerous. Heard a guy scared his wife so much that she ran into the street and got run over. Terrible.
Damn. That's fucked up.
No, sir.
That is too fucked up. Damn.
I tried to, when I was in college, I tried to have my buddy Luke, who worked together at Home Depot. This is like the year 2000. Oh my God, I just had a memory. I told you guys I was really into punk rock in middle school and into my early years of college. And I bleached my hair blonde twice in my life. Like I had a full head of glowing blonde hair, just bleached, not colored, but just bleached blonde. And I remember I bleached my hair blonde. I went to work at Home Depot, and an old like farmer guy came up to me and he said, "You let faggots work here now?"
Fucking hell.
That's what he told me.
Damn.
Oh, man.
I was so like caught off guard, like what? And he just wandered away. But he was a little old man, so I was like, nothing I could really do about it.
Could you imagine if somebody saw that? It would go viral.
Oh, but that's what he told me. That's literally what he told me.
Yeah, well, if they're trying to cancel you over a viral video like that, just show the video of the dad pranking the wife with the four-wheeler. They'll forget everything they just saw.
Holy hell. That was
fucking
bad.
hell.
My wife would never forgive me for that. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we can't let this turn into 5 hours.
Okay, yeah.
We can't. Seriously, we can't.
All
so
right.
then anyway, they shoot the place up.
He's in the back of the truck, and then some alien probes his booty, so he does that face, you know.
Game over.
Yeah.
So they blow up the guys with the grenade, the guys that were chasing them down the hill.
Yeah, the longest road you've ever been on.
Right. Great explosions, great gunplay. They come up to the bad guys' very painfully 1980s mansion.
Mm-hmm.
It's got those
very
cube glass. You know, they would make windows and walls out of the cube glass.
Very Miami decor.
Yeah. And I just love this. He's at the collar up, 4 eyes, the red headband, twin akimbo Uzis. What is Brandon? Does Brandon Lee have a Mac 10 or what? I
No,
can't.
he has
tell.
an Uzi too, but it has this long, skinny barrel on it.
Oh,
Not a fan
and a
of
great
that model.
thing, Sean Jericho, that they do that we never see in action movies. These guys are reloading.
Yeah,
They're loading new magazines all the time in this one.
Oh, but what kind of style
Right,
does Mr. Twin Uzi have when he does the double click click?
right.
yeah.
At one point, Four Eyes drops mag and then opens his jacket or something, and there's more mags like kind of sticking up. And he puts the guns down on him. Click, click. It's
Which was
cool.
cool, but to be a gunner, he didn't rack the rounds. So
Oh,
really, he just would have put the magazines
Okay.
in. There would have been nothing in the chamber. But
If you're gonna say that, you gotta say actually you didn't rack the slide, so the gun was never
that's
fired.
right. He didn't rack any projectiles, so it's false.
Yes.
I'm
Totally
sorry, you guys got mad at me about the body double thing, and that's what he's allowed to say in here. I mean, come on, that was my dream. What about my dream? My wish
I dream.
didn't come
Yeah.
true, so I'm taking him back.
But yeah, this scene at the end is so much great Hong Kong style gunplay. You know, all that exploding debris, lots
Yeah.
of flipping and turning, shooting people through walls. It's a great, great final. I mean, come on. They march into the room, both of them with two guns. Remember? They
Yeah,
just,
but look at the barrel on that. What kind of bullet is that? Is that a 50 caliber fucking BMG? What the fuck? He put his thumb in there. That thing's fucking huge.
right. And before they go into this room, there's a great overhead shot of like 8 bad guys just kind of crouched over, sneaking through
Yeah.
the room, finding cover behind, sofas and wooden tables.
The bulletproof sofas and tables.
Yeah.
Yes,
If
classic.
you guys ever go shoot a gun or own a gun and you learn anything about guns, you'll know that wooden tables do not stop bullets
Well,
What?
at
I
all.
don't know.
At all.
I have a lot of movies to
I-
the contrary.
Are you saying the wooden table vest that I wear for protection isn't going to do shit?
Ain't
No.
gonna do nothing.
Well, it'll fill your wound with wood debris. So it'll
Well,
do
wait a
something.
minute, Sean. Is it a wooden table or is it a wooden restaurant table?
Well, no, it's a wooden restaurant table, so it's
Then
got
you're good.
basically, a
Okay.
layer of polyurethane,
You should have said
layer of-
that.
Yeah, you didn't say
MDF.
restaurant.
then a layer of Kevlar, and then another layer of MDF.
You're fine.
Yeah, so they waste about 20 dudes inside the mansion. And of
Yeah.
course, Michael's upstairs with the girl and the little boy. They kill everyone, but Four Eyes gets blasted right through like his right under the
Yeah.
shoulder, like the pec, sort of.
So
And
it
he's
could
bleeding.
be,
He's bleeding bad.
either way. Yeah. Not on the left side, so it's not the heart. It's on the right
Yeah.
side, so there's still hope.
What about petrified wood tables? Those would shatter, I believe.
As long as it's from a tiny restaurant with,
Right.
an occupancy of like 50, take one of those tables and you're good. Man.
I don't know why talking about the petrified wood reminded me of Hulk Hogan having the cream pie fight with the guys in the restaurant in No Holds Barred.
Oh, yeah, in the diner. Like,
Let me
why
tell
would
you,
you start
brother,
a
that's a
food
banana
fight?
cream pie right there, brother.
Why would you start a gigantic, messy food fight in your friend's restaurant? That waitress, they go way back. She's like, all this bullshit. He's like, I'm gonna start a fucking cream pie fight here, brother. Like, what an asshole. Why would you do that? The mess that would make, you prick. The shit's all over the walls and shit. Oh man, fucking Hulkster. That's all I can say.
My wife said to me, she goes, "How long do you think you guys are going to go tonight?" And I said, it's an 84-minute movie. And she's like, "I guess I'll see you for breakfast."
Yeah,
I
see you
said, "You
tomorrow."
will."
It's like, how do you
gonna
like
see me for
your
breakfast?
eggs?
How
Like,
do you
come
like
get me.
your eggs, honey?
Come get me when breakfast is ready. I'll probably still be in here.
All right. We're almost
I'll
there,
still
boys.
be up.
So Four Eyes gets shot. And he's like, no,
Yep.
leave me. Go save the girl. Go
Yeah, go save her.
He goes
Classic.
upstairs and he's been cut up. I think he's been shot already once, or he's about
No, that's
to get shot in the shoulder.
that's Four Eyes blood
Right.
on his front. That's Four
Yep.
Eyes blood.
Passamania makes the pain go away. I forgot that Brandon Lee told him that. That's
You
right.
pack the wounds with rigatoni.
Right.
Everybody knows that. Pain goes away. Everything.
Oh, and this guy, he's the one that originally shot the cop that sent Brandon to prison. He comes
Yeah.
out of a closet, not the 2023 way, the
like an
1986
actual
way, where
closet.
people actually came out of real closets with a garrote. That's like the kind of thing you cut
Ugh.
with. It's a steel wire. With
There's
the
like
two
piano
little-
wire.
No, sure. And it's slicing Brandon Lee's hands open as he stops him from cutting his neck.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're going night if that gets around your neck.
right. So he ends up killing that
Done
guy.
right. No can defend.
No.
No, sorry.
And then
Yeah,
again,
let's go to that.
we get to more first draft writing. He finally gets the main bad guy's lair, the bedroom where the bad guys hold up with his soon-to-be wife and child, and she's at the edge of death, bleeding from who knows what. Shot, stabbed, I don't know.
Yeah.
He says a few last words to her, and she dies.
Yeah.
Again,
I was
this
like,
is
what
you
the
got to
fuck?
rewrite that. You got to rewrite. That's bad writing. What does it matter if the hero defeats the villain if the girl dies? It doesn't matter if he wins. Ugh. So I don't
Have
like.
you seen
this stuff.
Stone Cold?
A lot of things don't matter in that one because he didn't save anybody.
Yeah, I know. I honestly,
I'm
guys,
gonna blow
I
your
saw
ass
this.
all over the sky.
Yeah, I saw this, and I honestly, I got to this point in the movie, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
This
You know
is
what
a
I mean?
first draft.
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing
Fucking
you write on
ridiculous.
Tuesday, and then when you reread your script on Thursday or Friday, you go, I should change that. I'm telling you, this is a first draft, dude. So
Yep. Fucking.
I love the line that Lance Henriksen has in that movie. So that reminds me of my father's last words. Put that gun down, son. It's loaded.
God, that shit was so fucking bad. That shit was so bad.
So
But
anyway,
this, yeah, like this, I don't
it doesn't
I don't
make
get
sense.
why. And okay, if you're gonna do this, then give me a nice juicy fight scene at the end because now you've cranked this dude's anger up to 10 plus and you've broken the handle off. So, you know, let's see him do some good ass kicking.
Why? And Michael gets the drop on him and shoots him
Yeah.
through the shoulder.
I respect that he didn't talk and tell him his plan first. He just came in blasting.
What is his plan? He's an idiot. He already sells cocaine.
Yeah.
Brandon Lee doesn't try to stop him from doing that.
Yeah, he still hangs out with him like friends. If you weren't such a pervert asshole, nothing would be wrong.
Ugh.
Fucking Michael.
Oh my gosh. So that then they
You
face
can't
off.
fix Mike.
They face off in painfully 80s decor in this house.
Yes. The
This house
blue-
could not be more 1980s.
Fucking Beetlejuice in there.
And you know what's crazy? It's only 1985 or something when they filmed this in real life.
Yeah.
And there's not a whiff of the 70s in this movie.
No,
And they're
it's
so
not.
close-ish to the 70s, and there's none of that here. This movie, for sure you could tell it's 80s.
Yeah.
You know? And he smokes him, you know?
Yeah.
They have a face
well
off,
done.
they talk some shit, and he sends him straight to hell.
Dude, yeah, unloads the 6 rounds of that 44 that he had earlier. Yeah, it's a wrap. Yeah, you ain't surviving that.
No.
I don't care if you are Riggs and you get shot 4 times in the back. You ain't fucking surviving.
Oh, I
No
forgot
6
one
to
thing.
the chest.
As they were fighting, he ducks into a closet, Brendan Lee, and he sees his son in there tied up.
Yeah.
So who knows what Michael was going to do next? He killed the mom. He's going to kill the kid later, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. So he's like, but he does something weird. He like kind of smiles at the kid, like, can you believe this shit? It was fucking weird. He like smiled at the kid.
And then the Mentos music.
Yeah.
This movie was a first draft.
Do. Like
This was a
he
first
wasn't
draft.
even, but like he wasn't comforting the kid. Like, don't worry, it's okay. He was like smiling at him. Like, can't believe that.
Yeah.
What bad luck.
I don't get it at all, man. I think it's very,
This is a
very.
movie I think it could be recut. It could be utterly, reworked to be.
Yeah. Just has a different
Too
feeling.
soon. Too soon.
Poor thing. The fresh maker.
There you go.
Yeah.
See, now
all
it's
you
happening.
had to do, get some CGI. Fix this shit up. She doesn't need to die. The fucking ending we'll get to that, but it's like, fucking hell.
Didn't they kill the girl in Unforgiven too, Gabe? Not calling you out. But how they did it. I agree with you about that. I think when you kill these sympathetic characters, you kind of lose the sweetness of the victory. I don't believe in it. I famously bickered with a very untalented partner I once had about killing children in a story. And I kept trying to tell him it wouldn't fucking matter if the good guys killed every bad guy on earth if you killed the child sidekicks. Kept telling this very untalented person who thought they could write how wrong they were. And then they quit, violating our contract, allegedly, according to my attorney. And then everyone who got the book said it was an amazing book and I'm a good writer. So I told you I was right. So there you go.
I still think I was right about that. The book was called Bootylicious. It was never released.
That's a
Never
shame.
mind.
You
It's
don't
a shame.
you don't kill the kids, you don't kill the women. It isn't edgy, it isn't thought-provoking, it's bad writing. It really is. It's not good.
Oddly, I've found a way to write stories without those things. I don't know how the fuck I do it.
But
listen,
the
killing
ending
her
kind
was
of-
bullshit, but
Yeah.
continue.
But yeah, it's awesome action though. If you love action, this
Yeah.
is great Hong Kong gunplay, exploding cars. It's got great action, this scene.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're just kind of looking at each other, can you believe this? He's like, if this was a Marvel movie, you turn to him and say, and it's only Tuesday,
Yeah.
What's
a Friday?
Yeah.
And then the movie plays some like melancholy, melodramatic music. And there's still frames, photos. It's not like animated. It's just shot after shot. And he's walking his son to the dock, and there's a speedboat, and the boy, and then it goes back to regular film. He gets in the boat with his son, and they sail off. Not sailing, I guess they drive off. Motor away. And that is Legacy of Rage, guys.
Damn.
Boom.
Him and his boy.
His first starring role, Brandon Lee.
Nice boat.
We'll
too.
bring it
That
to you
thing's fast
guys.
as hell.
Yeah. It's a tight 4.5 hours. We're bringing this to you
Toy.
light speed as always, because let me tell you something. This is what happens when you get three brothers in action movies together to talk about a movie like Legacy of Rage. We're going to cover everything tangential and non-tangential to this movie. Done.
That's right. So we had a great night. We had visits from
man.
Arnold. We had visits from Japan Man. We had visits from the Hulkster himself.
Yeah,
And
man.
then we met Jethro and his cousins.
Star-studded.
Yeah.
Star-studded cast tonight.
Yeah, it was an all-star cast. All
Nice.
your favorite Disney.
Disney characters.
Oh, man.
That's right.
All right. So we are done with Brandon Lee because the only movie left is The Crow. We already did that at Halloween, guys.
We did.
Yeah, we did.
So
Listen.
what is next week going to be? Now, I told you guys I've never seen Back to the Future. Do people here want us to do Back to the Future? I would like to do those. I've heard they're good. Do you guys like them? Jennifer, do you like those?
First two were good.
Oh, the
You
third
know,
one?
guys, I got to tell you, man, this movie, and I blame myself for this. I don't know who else I blame. But this movie got me really thinking. I found myself wanting to either do a movie. I don't know. Like, I found myself thinking about Rumble in the Bronx, Hard Boiled, or The Raid, or something. Like, I feel like I need to see some freaking brutal ass kicking right now.
Yeah.
The Raid.
Is that off?
I think The Raid might be the greatest martial arts on film ever. It's insane.
You down?
It's insane.
Yeah.
How do we do The Raid, though? Because the story's so light. There's very little story. The Raid, for you guys that don't know, I don't know how long it is. It's either an hour and a half or 2 hours. It's like a 2-hour fight scene, the movie. Like the story.
Yeah, but with no story, we should breeze through that in 3 hours. I don't even think that's going to be
That'll be
a
a short
problem
one.
for us.
That'll be a short one.
Do you like The
know?
Raid, Jericho? I freaking
No,
love it.
I've seen the Raid 2, but I've never seen the first one. So yeah, let's do it.
They're both amazing. Okay.
I'm
Is
down.
that Tony
I
Jaa?
love those movies. Yeah, man.
It is?
Tony
Okay.
Jaa's
Oh.
the Protector, Ong Bak.
All right.
Tony
Joey-
Jaa was in the Raid.
I don't
No,
know.
it was
I don't
another
think
dude.
so.
Yeah, but no, that dude's good too. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
down for that.
Joey
Yeah.
Mello coming in with the buzzer beater for $4.99. Thank you, Joe. Have a good night, brothers and chat. I just finished pollinating my dragon fruit flowers. They only bloom at night. Is that coded language, or are you seriously like a very advanced gardener?
No, I think he's a super serious
No,
dude.
he's either an advanced gardener, or I just want to say, Joe, wear protection.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
very passionate
Either
man.
way.
You know.
Yeah. Love you,
Keep
Joe.
up the great work. You keep up the great work, Joe. We'll do our part.
Yeah, right.
Thank you guys all so much for being here. Hit the like, hit the share. Check out bigmancomics.com. Check out everything Shonta's doing and Jericho's doing. All the links are in the description. Join me tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. with my daughter, the very talented Minnie El Taib on Father-Daughter Dance. And we will see you next Wednesday for some more insane action. Talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.